picture getting devoured repeatedly, all because your so-called soulmate decided you'd make a perfect appetizer for a giant bug convention. She was a steadfast support character, dedicated to helping out, but her terrible significant other literally locked her inside a bug-infested cave and simply walked away. Rather than perishing, she stumbled upon a cursed piece of jewelry that forced her flesh to heal instantly, trapping her in a non-stop loop of gruesome torment. He didn't understand that by abandoning her, he wasn't just disposing of her body, he was sowing the seeds for a reckoning that would become his personal horror show. When she finally manages to escape, she'll be far from human, and her sole focus will be to make him pay for his sins. Now, let's rewind to the exact instant when the door slammed shut and the genuine bloodbath officially kicked off. The scene opens with a truly horrifying spectacle, as a colossal insectoid beast shoves its jaws into someone's flesh, causing gore to explode across the chamber, and the sound of cracking bones confirms this is a terrible day to be alive. The full scope of the disaster becomes clear when a horde of green, mantis-like creatures surrounds a dark-haired adventurer, impaling him from every possible direction. He's completely shattered, begging for sweet oblivion to escape the agony. We zoom in on the man's eyes, which are eerily glowing pink while tears and crimson liquid pour down his cheeks. He has entirely capitulated, pleading for death because the relentless agony of being consumed alive is far more than anyone can tolerate. Abruptly, the focus changes to a mysterious ripple in something resembling glowing ash or liquid or possibly a magical energy field. The solitary drop plummets, generating a bright shockwave, suggesting either a supernatural event or the beginning of a memory sequence. The perspective changes to a group of adventurers gathered outside a colossal dungeon entrance. The main guy, Pei-Chan, attempts to coax his teammates into a highly responsible endeavor, giving off major vibes that he only cares about profit, not precautions. The leader explains the operation, noting they discovered a secret dungeon and intend to keep it classified to hoard every bit of treasure for themselves. The dark-haired woman looks doubtful, but the character in the red tracksuit is already sold on this greedy, parf-baked plan. The brown-haired team captain grumbles that their normal earnings are barely enough to survive on. His gaze practically shouts that he's completely prepared to make a horrible mistake just to earn some quick, extra dough. With everyone present, the commander issues the order to tackle the dungeon alone without notifying the authorities. This is precisely the moment before everything inevitably goes wrong, and this choice will utterly destroy their lives. The dark-haired woman, sure, is the sole individual displaying rational thought, suggesting they perhaps avoid this particular quest. However, the leader quickly invades her personal space, seizing her arm to silence her concerns before she can voice them further. He squeezes her shoulder, and her visible discomfort makes it clear that he isn't simply commanding. He is actively using physical intimidation to force her into agreeing and staying silent about the scheme. He violates her personal bubble, emotionally manipulating her by questioning why she's the only one causing trouble. He's clearly exploiting her vulnerabilities to make her feel guilty for displaying a reasonable amount of carefulness. This guy is truly despicable, accusing her of humiliating him in front of the entire crew. Choi appears completely frightened, stammering out an apology while simultaneously flashing back to a previous encounter with insectoid creatures that clearly traumatized her. Han-chan puts on a ridiculously smug and sincere grin, questioning how long she intends to remain terrified of insects. He's rubbing her issues in her face to make her feel beholden to the group, and this is only the warm-up act of his toxicity. The emotional abuse intensifies when he informs her that her C-rank defender of her caliber isn't really necessary anyway. He's actively making her feel utterly useless so she won't have the courage to even consider walking away from the team. He delivers the classic abusive partner line, demanding whether she honestly thinks another guild would accept her if he wasn't around. Choi looks utterly devastated, softly confirming that she feels worthless without his protection. He has successfully isolated her exactly where he wants her, gently touching her chin while whispering for her to just place her faith in him. She has completely bought into the manipulation, believing he's correct and that her cautious nature is completely illogical. The unfortunate Choi internalizes her fears, deciding she's selfish for being scared and reminds herself that she only gained access to this guild thanks to Han-chan in the first place. The absurd mental contortions people perform to rationalize staying in an abusive relationship are genuinely depressing to observe. Han-chan stands over her, casting a huge shadow, looking exactly like a B-movie bad guy while insisting that everything he said was for her own good. Right, pal, because that's precisely how genuine affection looks. Choi forces a weird grin and expresses her gratitude, but a light sheen of perspiration on her forehead reveals she's actually terrified. She's actively compelling herself to accept the situation, fully indoctrinated into believing she's fortunate to have him. The screen dissolves to white as her inner voice echoes the thought that Han-chan is the only person on Earth capable of loving someone as flawed as she perceives herself to be. Her confidence level has bottomed out in the sub-basement, and he's entirely responsible for placing it there. Han-chan reverts to his command persona, instructing Choi to proceed first because she functions as the tank. He is quite literally using his romantic partner as a living shield while he remains safe in the rear, but Destiny had a completely different script prepared for them. She advances into the black hallway, loading a gigantic shield that appears much too heavy for her frame. Her only thought is that she must avoid disappointing him yet again, which is essentially the perfect recipe for a death wish. The group cautiously followed her into the dark dungeon, with Choi taking point and leading them straight into the shadows. Her stance radiated tension, signaling she was fully prepared to confront whatever monsters awaited them in the gloom. Deeper inside the dungeon, we could make out the glowing red eyes of a massive swarm of monsters. They were clearly waiting for the hunters to stumble into their pre-arranged ambush, and Choi was unfortunately first in line. The hunter in the red jacket immediately went into hysterics, screaming that there were far too many monsters. The situation instantly shifted from a simple payday to a dire we're all going to die scenario at record speed. Two immense bud monsters charged forward with terrifying velocity, their glowing red eyes illuminating the darkness. These things looked easily capable of snapping a person clean in half with just one swipe of their razor-sharp claws. The ensuing battle exploded into total mayhem, with Choi firmly planted in the middle, attempting to fend off the entire swarm. The rest of the team struggled significantly as magic and steel clashed repeatedly against hardened insect shells. Hein-chan shouted from his safe spot in the rear, instructing Choi to simply hold her position while the rest of them dealt with the other things. He was clearly offloading all the pressure onto her, making her a human shield while he avoided danger. The monster slammed into Choi's shield with a deafening impact. She was shoved backward by the sheer force, grit and determination etched on her face as she strained to keep her ground against the relentless assault. Choi poured everything she had into maintaining the defense, her shield shining brightly with a pink energy barrier. She understood that her single mistake would mean total failure for the entire team, and things were rapidly deteriorating. The monsters were absolutely relentless, one of them slashing its claw just barely missing her face. She let out a piercing scream as her past trauma finally resurfaced, causing her defensive line to begin visibly buckling under the strain. She attempted to regain control, internally shouting at herself not to panic. She was doing her job flawlessly, but it was abundantly clear that the massive weight of the entire monster swarm was becoming an impossible burden for one person to carry. One of the grotesque bud monsters was impaled directly through its mouth, sending green blood spraying everywhere. The hunters were hitting back hard, but for every creature they managed to kill, 10 more seemed to materialize out of thin air. The orange-haired guy and the red jacket hunter started losing their minds as the endless ocean of glowing red eyes drew near. They glanced at Hein-chan desperately seeking a plan, only to see him looking equally terrified and overwhelmed. Hein-chan stood paralyzed with fright, staring blankly into the darkness. His perfect tactical plan was completely unraveling, and his team was begging him for orders as the monsters continued to advance on them. Choi was taking a brutal beating, the monster's claws scraping against her energy shield with a horrific grinding sound. She grunted loudly from the pain, her arms trembling under the strain as she fought to keep the barrier from shattering. Surrounded by dozens of monsters, Choi was reaching her absolute limit, her shield flashing rapidly as it absorbed blow after blow. She cried out in pain, questioning how much longer she could possibly endure this terrifying ordeal. She screamed for Hein-chan to use a healing spell on her, her face lit with sweat and desperation. She was literally the only thing standing between the monsters and the rest of the group, and she was rapidly running out of strength. She looked behind her, expecting assistance, only to watch in horror as her entire team, including her boyfriend, sprinted directly for the exit. They were leaving her completely alone in front of the monster swarm without a second thought. The painful realization struck her like a physical blow as she watched their backs disappear into the distance. She had been abandoned, left entirely alone in the darkness to face the exact monsters she feared most, and in that moment, something inside her fundamentally shifted. Hein-chan's true character finally emerged as he looked back with an expression of pure rage and disgust. Rather than feeling guilt, he was angry at Choi for failing to buy him more time for a leisurely escape. The guy truly epitomized cowardice. The massive monster delivered a tremendous overhead slam, cracking the stone ground beneath it and nearly destroying Choi's shield. She was barely clinging to consciousness, the reverberating force of the impact traveling through her entire frame. She began a desperate sprint forward, chasing Hein-chan while pleading with him not to leave her behind. The sheer terror in her voice was gut-wrenching as she raced toward the rapidly closing dungeon doors. At the entrance, the blue-haired girl attempted to stop Hein-chan, but he had entered full survival mode, telling her he didn't care who he had to abandon, just as long as he made it out alive. Choi arrived at the door exactly when it slammed shut with a heavy, echoing thud. She was now completely trapped inside the dungeon, the solid stone barrier sealing away her final hope of escape. She beat her fists against the door, screaming at Yunjin to open it. Her voice was breaking under the weight of sheer desperation, but the silence from the other side was completely deafening. Yunjin's voice echoed through the door, chilling and completely devoid of emotion, as he claimed everyone would die if they waited. He had already dismissed her as dead, demonstrating that all his prior expressions of love were nothing but empty lies. Isolated in the darkness, Choi slowly turned to face the monsters that were rapidly closing in. The room filled with the sickening screeching of the insects as she realized the person she trusted most had just signed her death warrant. Choi wiped the blood from her face, her eyes hardening with a newfound sense of purpose. She realized she couldn't afford to simply surrender to despair if she had any hope of making it out of this alive. She stood completely alone in a dark, forest-like section of the dungeon, the suffocating atmosphere pressing down on her. The silence was unnerving, and she scanned her surroundings desperately for a possible exit from this terrible situation. Increasing her speed, she started sprinting through the dense trees, her boots making soft thudding sounds against the mossy earth. Her internal monologue indicated she was still grasping onto a desperate hope, repeatedly telling herself to simply focus on staying alive. As she sprints, she holds onto the delusional belief that if she somehow manages to stay alive, Yunjin will eventually return to save her. Seriously, Daryl, he literally locked you in and ran away. It's time to face reality. Her eyes nearly popped out of her skull as a radioactive green glow suddenly illuminated the dark forest around her. She froze instantly, mesmerized by a massive, radiant object just ahead, but the next part of this story is hard to swallow. The colossal remains of some ancient creature lay before her, its enormous ribcage throbbing with an intense green ore. It seemed she had just tripped over the exact hidden item that Hyunchin was so desperately trying to get his greedy hands on. Perched right on top of the massive, stone-like skeleton was a small, glowing trinket that instantly grabbed her attention. She looked up in complete disbelief, wondering if this tiny object truly was the secret treasure that promised to change everything. The mysterious item began to float slowly down toward her outstretched hand, pulsing with a gentle, mystical light. It was almost as if the dungeon itself decided to offer her a gift in her darkest hour of need. She caught the object and saw it was just a simple gold band set with a brilliant blue gemstone. At first glance, it appeared to be a fairly high-tier accessory, but she had a strong suspicion there was much more to it than met the eye. Choi clutched the ring against her chest, her heart pounding as she considered that she might have just found an EX rank hidden item. In a world full of hunters, a discovery like this was essentially hitting the jackpot. The ring suddenly began to shine with an intense, blinding white light right in the palm of her hand. The sparkle effect wasn't just decorative. The item was activating and binding itself to its new owner permanently. A holographic status window in glowing blue suddenly materialized directly in front of her face. She was completely stunned, her mouth hanging open as the system started feeding her an abundance of information. The window revealed the item's name was the Ring of Parasite, officially confirming it held an EX rank status. This was exactly the kind of legendary artifact people only whispered about, and it had simply fallen right into her lap. More notifications appeared, detailing how the ring would enhance the wearer's physical growth, life energy, and even provide regeneration capabilities. Choi looked completely overjoyed, genuinely believing her luck had finally reversed course for good. But then, a foreboding red message suddenly flashed, delivering a chilling update. She was now completely unable to die until incubation was finished. That certainly didn't sound like a standard positive enhancement, but more like a horrifying curse pretending to be a buff. Completely unaware of the looming threat, Choi slipped the ring onto her finger, smiling as she mistook the blue glow for a basic stat increase. She actually asked if that was all there was to it, totally underestimating the absolute nightmare she had just enthusiastically signed up for. She remained in the dark, creature-filled area, attempting to figure out the exact controls for the ring's powers. She was actually whining about not knowing how to use it, completely oblivious that its passive effects were both terrifying and automatic. Little did she know what horror was coming next. Her complaints were abruptly silenced as the monstrous bugs rushed back in, snapping their horrifying mandibles right at her. She let loose a spine-chilling scream as the force of the attack completely sent her flying off her feet. The last thing she could see was a monster's massive, bright red eye as its jaws clamped down right on her face. She was hysterically crying and pleading for assistance, the brutal reality of her predicament finally sinking in. The screen fades to black, leaving only her desperate internal plea for someone, anyone, to come help her. It was the unmistakable sound of a person whose sanity had finally shattered completely. The scene snapped back to the gruesome reality of dozens of insect monsters actually tearing her body to pieces. It was a picture of pure, unfiltered horror as she was completely buried beneath the writhing pile of hard, chubbed limbs. Choi's face was twisted in agony, blood trickling from her mouth as she desperately begged for the pain to end. She was being consumed alive, and there was absolutely nothing left she could do to defend herself. Her blood-soaked hand lay completely motionless in the grass, appearing totally lifeless. It certainly looked like this was the very end for poor Choi, but the troublesome ring on her finger had other ideas. Suddenly, a strong jolt of vibrant green energy burst forth from her hand, throbbing with an unnatural light. The regeneration effect was kicking into overdrive, though it didn't look like a gentle healing spell at all. The message flashed once more in a haunting red, reminding her that dying was impossible until the incubation process finished. This ring was essentially holding her soul hostage within a mangled body to complete its mysterious, unknown function. She let out a guttural scream as her body was violently repaired and reconstructed, all while the monsters continued to chew on her. The incubation process was essentially a horrifying, endless cycle of being eaten alive and then being immediately reborn. Choi shot upright, taking deep, gasping breaths as if emerging from a terrible nightmare, although the blood on her clothes confirmed it was all real. She was hyperventilating, completely traumatized by the horrible experience of being killed and brought back to life over and over again. She stared down at her blood-covered hands in absolute disbelief, realizing she was somehow still alive even though her throat had just been torn out moments before. The sheer impossibility of the situation was rapidly beginning to shatter her sanity. The sharp, skittering noise caused her to jump, and her eyes widened in terror as she heard the monsters drawing near once more. She barely had time to even register her resurrection before the nightmare began anew. The monstrous bugs were now standing directly above her, the red eyes glowing brightly as they prepared to finish their interrupted meal. They couldn't care less that she was alive again. She was just more freshly prepared food for them. She attempted to scramble away, screaming hysterically, but it was completely futile. The monsters lunged back toward her, their sharp claws shredding her clothes and skin for the second time. The gigantic claw slammed directly into her, causing her to cough up a spray of blood with a truly disgusting sound. She was thrown around like a simple rag doll, totally defenseless against the overwhelming swarm. The insect swarm envelops her once more, their emerald carapaces forming an opaque, swarming blanket. Her muffled screams confirm that she is now on the menu for the second time in a row. The status window reappears for another encore performance, proudly announcing that death is not currently available for her. This isn't some glorious eternal life. It's more like an endless membership to a very exclusive, painful torture chamber. Choi collapses to her knees, her face bead with tears and viscera, pleading for deliverance from anyone listening. She's officially done with her career as a hunter. She'd much prefer the comforting embrace of permanent darkness. The monster decides to give her face a very aggressive makeover, sending blood spraying everywhere as she screams. Her vision fades once more, signaling the start of another recovery cycle. The situation somehow manages to get worse when a monster starts audibly munching on her leg, all while she remains perfectly conscious. She yells at the creature to stop taking bites out of her, but it seems to have lost its manners. Even in this brief window of sanity, she's still yelling for Hun-chan to come and rescue her. It's absolutely heartbreaking to watch her cling to the memory of the man who effectively signed her death warrant. Her eyes glaze over and go completely vacant as her mind finally checks out, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the suffering. She has now been reduced to a living, breathing corpse, ready to be picked clean by the local scavengers. The monster looms over her, its glowing red eyes dominating the view, poised to deliver the final strike. But we all know this story. The curse ring absolutely refuses to grant her the sweet release of death just yet. The bright red warning notification returns, throbbing like a persistent headache against the darkness. The parasitic incubation process continues, demanding that its host remains fully intact, regardless of her personal feelings on the matter. The display completely fills up with countless identical notifications flashing repeatedly. It feels as if the system is emphatically reminding her that there is no escape from this all-you-can-eat buffet. The notification window appears again, standing solitary as a stark, simple reminder of her truly awful situation. She's been trapped in this continuous cycle for what feels like an eternity, but destiny apparently has different plans for her. The white shot shows the massive insect swarm piled high on top of her, forming a literal, swarming mountain. Choi's voice echoes faintly from the bottom of the pile, questioning whether she's been stuck in this nightmare for years or decades now. She appears to be a mere specter of her former self, her skin pasty white and her eyes completely devoid of light. She's lost all sense of time, seriously questioning whether she even possesses the capacity to die anymore or if this agonizing loop is simply her new existence. As blood leaks from her mouth, she stares blankly at the dark ceiling, pondering if her new life purpose is to be nothing more than monster chow. She has reached the absolute lowest point of human misery. Her eyes suddenly zero in on an item lying only a couple of feet away in the weeds. It's a completely normal long sword, its blade managing to reflect the weak dungeon illumination. She realizes this is the very sword Hein-chan gifted her for her birthday, which has been lying nearby all along. The monster hovers directly above her, ready for its next snack, but something vital has shifted in her gaze. The truth finally strikes her with the force of a lightning bolt. All the various excuses she fabricated to defend Hein-chan completely evaporate instantly, replaced by a single, brutally objective reality. Her face contorts into an expression of roar, psychotic rage, her eyes wide open and bloodshot. She remembers the memory clearly now. She told him she absolutely did not want to enter, and he simply did not care. He forcibly pushed her into this nightmare just for the remote possibility of finding some rare loot. He valued a virtual treasure over her actual life, and that realization finally shreds the last remaining thread of her mental stability. A vertical line of blood-red text appears, defining her new purpose. The old victim has officially expired, and a brand new monster is being successfully incubated in her place. She springs forward suddenly, seizing the hilt of her sword with a vice-like, bone-crushing grip. The era of tears has officially ended, making way for a new phase, well-deserved, bloody retribution. With one massive horizontal slash, she carves through multiple insectoid monsters in a single motion. A sharp, powerful sound echoes through the cavern as vibrant green bug juice sprays in every direction. A brand new notification window appears, confirming a monster has been eliminated and her strength has increased by 2 points. Apparently, being an immortal punching bag actually comes with some seriously powerful leveling up benefits. Choi stares at the new notification, still kneeling in the dirt, absolutely stunned. She has finally realized she isn't trapped here to be perpetually eaten. She's actually here to become the ultimate apex predator, and this revelation completely shifts her perspective. She rises slowly to her feet, her body enveloped in a healing green regeneration aura as more monsters surround her. She has completely abandoned fear, viewing them only as torquing sources of experience points. The text is bold and enormous as she processes the absurdity of the situation, wondering how her stats could possibly increase so quickly. She has accidentally stumbled upon an infinite leveling exploit hidden within her eternal torture. She launches into an absolute rampage, cleanly decapitating a monster with a single, fluid motion. Another notification pings, confirming her accuracy increased by 1 point. She's getting faster and more precise with every single monster she eliminates. She plunges her blade directly through the thorax of yet another bug, her eyes burning with feral, intense light. Her stamina increases by 1 point. The very monsters that once represented her worst nightmares are now just convenient fertilizer for her rapid development. As she stands tall amid the carnage, the system informs her that all her previous battle wounds have been fully repaired. She lets out a low, chilling chuckle as she feels the surging, new power coursing through her body. She glances down at the parasitic ring on her finger, seeing it from an entirely new perspective. She finally understands the true, terrifying nature of this EX rank item and exactly how she plans to use it to exact her revenge. She's cackling, throwing her head back like she just heard the world's best knock-knock joke, but her face is smeared with green monster juice. This isn't a har-har, funny laugh. It's the sound of someone whose brain has filed for divorce from reality and discovered a new, much scarier hobby. With her sword dripping crimson, she notices the straggler monsters starting to panic and pull back. She scoffs, daring the cowards to keep running, and promises to personally execute every last one of them for disrespecting her workout routine. A fleeting image of that one guy, Fusion, pops into her head, immediately turning her expression sour and promising brutal retaliation. She's coming to collect, and he's definitely going to pay back all those interest-bearing seconds of pure misery he forced upon her. The last frame captures her standing tall, looking absolutely unhinged with a terrifying grin. She's messaging him to hold on a minute, and that cute little heart icon hovering above her head absolutely, positively does not signify romantic affection. It's a warning label. The floor is carpeted with the remains of giant mayonnaise bugs, their internal fluids leaving colorful stains everywhere. The few remaining creatures are managing a pathetic, high-pitched whine as they gasp their last breaths, apparently not enjoying the carnage. She isn't simply surviving here. She's having a blast in the middle of the slaughter, swinging her blade in a huge, deadly arc through the atmosphere. She looks completely demonic, coated in monster blood, but this is clearly just the pre-game warm-up before things get serious. Her weapon becomes invisible, impaling several monsters simultaneously and splattering dark fluids all over the place. The sheer power of her strikes rips through their supposedly durable outer shells like they were made of cheap tissue paper. The situation gets a little tense when a monster slips past her defenses, but Choi stays perfectly calm, grabbing its giant claw with her empty hand. She's huffing and puffing from the exertion, yet a disturbing, slightly psychotic gleam flickers in her gaze. The parasitic ring on her finger glows with a sickly, pea-soup green light as it continues to function. It's basically the only thing preventing her physical form from completely disintegrating under the relentless, overwhelming attacks from the monster horde. Gritting her teeth, she readies herself for the next round, unleashing a primal scream as a creature dives down from above. She's yelling at the monster, and it's quite obvious she's channeling her aggression from a very specific person's memory into the poor creature. Yet another monster loses its head in a single clean slice, hitting the floor with a moist splat and a burst of purple fluid. Choi has completely abandoned mercy, transforming into an automated slaughterhouse. She's basically a working meat grinder. Despite being run straight through the stomach by a creature's limb, she simply glances down at the protruding piece with a totally unbothered look. She comments that it's a very neat piercing, highlighting exactly how much her ability to feel pain has completely left the building. She rockets into the sky with incredible grace, dropping onto a fresh wave of screaming mantises like a very grumpy, heavily armed guardian angel. They have zero hope of matching her newfound, souped-up levels of speed and pure physical force. Choi holds her position with a smug expression, practically inviting the remaining beasts to try their luck. The glowing green ore swirls around her feet, clearly indicating that her power levels are still climbing through the roof, like she's on a serious winning streak. An enormous horde of insectile creatures congregates before her, their crimson eyes shining brightly in the gloom. She simply stands in place, patiently awaiting their charge, appearing entirely unimpressed by the ridiculously large number of enemies present. She looks genuinely let down that they are pausing, wearing a psychotic smile while her eyes shine with an unsettling pink color. She wonders aloud if they aren't going to attack, sounding like she is having a marvelous time butchering everything in sight. The horde finally runs out of patience and launches forward as a single unit, a high-pitched cries echoing through the chamber. Choi remains perfectly still, holding her weapon ready for the unavoidable collision with the angry mob. She transforms into a spinning tornado of metal and viscera, tearing through the core of the swarm while laughing hysterically. Body parts and severed heads fly in every direction as she effortlessly cuts her way through the horde of creatures. This woman has absolutely gone off the rails, giggling uncontrollably while she tears apart the monsters with surgical precision. She's fully embracing the thrill of getting stronger, finding twisted enjoyment in the continuous loop of carnage and destruction. Punched over a fresh pile of deceased enemies, she resembles a wild animal more than a person. Her sole focus now is obtaining a higher body count. The urge to kill has completely consumed her thought process. She jumps high into the air, her silhouette framed by the dark overhead structure before she plunges back into the battle. It's almost as if she views this whole situation as a video game, treating the monsters like simple action figures for her to destroy. A close-up reveals a truly disturbing sight, her face contorted into a deeply disturbed smile as she yells for her targets to perish. Any remnant of the shy, easily overlooked girl who was cast aside has vanished without a trace. A massive, dazzling burst of red and white energy shakes the entire dungeon level to its foundation. This is her ultimate finishing move, designed to wrap up this extended killing spree and permanently clear the area. After the smoke clears, Choi is the sole individual remaining upright in a massive room completely filled to the brim with monster carcasses. A system notification appears, confirming the Sanctuary of Eternity has been officially conquered. The total recorded time surpasses 624 hours, which amounts to roughly one entire month of continuous grinding. She appears completely exhausted, still standing in the middle of the mess with strange, glowing pink streaks visible on her skin. She has spent weeks in a living nightmare, and the resulting psychological damage is undeniably evident. She raises her head, her eyes burning with an ominous red glow as those pink lines spread across her face. She no longer resembles her former self, having mutated into something exponentially more threatening. The system finally processes the rewards for her completely bonkers power leveling session and immediately elevates her to GR8A. She essentially bypassed multiple ranks by participating in this insane training seminar. What occurs next almost defies belief. She gazes at the gigantic exit gate from within the chamber, the realization slowly dawning on her. She ponders if it's truly finished, sounding almost disappointed that the non-stop slaughter must now cease. A truly villainous grin splits her features as she recalls precisely how long she's been stuck in this awful place. That single month in hell felt like an entire lifetime, so naturally, her mental state has officially gone completely off the rails. The solitary monster on the floor is still performing a pathetic little death dance, emitting a weak, dying screech as it desperately tries to drag itself away. It appears Choi somehow overlooked this one, but she certainly isn't going to let the oversight continue for long. With a sickening squelch, she slams her heavy boot down, grinding the monster's head into the dirt below. A spray of purple liquid decorates the walls as she finally, emphatically finishes off the very last inhabitant of this nightmare dungeon. A completely unhinged laugh bubbles up from her throat, and she grabs her face, considering the pathetic group of teammates waiting just beyond the door. The glowing red text floating in her vision asks the important question of whether she should just exit now and rip those backstabbing fools to shreds. Now we switch perspectives to the other side of the dungeon entrance, where the remaining members of the group are engaged in a truly passionate debate. They've obviously been loitering around here for quite some time, but nowhere near the month Choi experienced. Nara is completely incandescent with rage, currently letting Hyunshin know exactly how she feels about his spinelessness. She's disgusted he had the audacity to throw his authority around, only to abandon Choi the second the situation turned genuinely perilous. Hyunshin simply stands there with his arms crossed, offering pathetic justifications that they would all have perished had they remained in the dungeon. He even possesses the sheer gall to act as if Nara is the one picking a fight entirely without provocation. The individual in the red tracksuit quickly jumps in to support Hyunshin, casually dismissing the entire betrayal as merely an example of Darwinian selection. Nara looks like she's desperately trying to resist the urge to punch both of them squarely in their faces. The orange-haired woman adds her 2 cents, scoffing at Nara for being a weak C-rank who actually possesses a conscience. Honestly, this entire group is nothing but a basket full of venomous vipers. Nara finally reaches her absolute breaking point with this collection of sociopaths. She rips into them, explaining that she refuses to tolerate their pretentious attitudes about being high-ranked masters simply because they managed to survive this ordeal. The red tracksuit guy looks genuinely stunned as Nara promises to tell everyone about their betrayal once they escape the dungeon. He's slowly beginning to grasp that while corpses keep secrets, live witnesses have a bad habit of spilling the tea. Hyunshin's expression turns instantly cold and calculating, while the orange-haired woman merely observes Nara with a lazy, patronizing gaze. Nara can already feel the shift, realizing they are brainstorming how to make her disappear permanently. Hyunshin addresses Nara, his voice oozing with a level of artificial manipulation that makes your skin crawl right off your bones. It's clear that he's preparing to ditch the facade entirely. He leans forward conspiratorially and inquires what exactly might happen if they decided to leave her behind during the next mission. It's less of a hypothetical question and more of an extremely specific death threat. Nara freezes solid in sheer terror while he mocks her for her inferior C-rank status. He is essentially informing her that if she dares to speak out, she will fall behind and suffer exactly the same fate as Choi. He suddenly slams his hands onto her shoulders, maintaining a tight grip so she has no possibility of escaping. He then inquires what exactly she's so terrified of, his gaze glowing with a distinctly predatory light. He draws her into a completely fake embrace, whispering sweet nothings about how everyone should just quietly exit the area now. It's a textbook example of psychological torture, and Nara appears to be on the verge of her full-blown panic attack. The close-up shot of his face shows him cackling like a classic Saturday morning cartoon villain as he gaslights her one final time. He claims Choi wasn't abandoned at all. She simply fell behind on her own accord. This man is truly a complete and utter monster. Without warning, a massive shockwave of brilliant blue energy explodes outwards from the dungeon entrance, patching every member of the team completely off guard. Something incredibly powerful is quite literally forcing its way out from the other side of that barrier. Both Hyunshin and Nara are immediately thrown backward by the sheer concussive force of the explosion, their faces contorted in expressions of pure disbelief. They had just finished discussing how Choi was certainly dead, and now the entire door is being blown to Kingdom Come, which instantly changes everything. A pair of heavily blood-soaked boots emerges from the thick dust and smoke. The voice calls out, mockingly observing that they all look exactly the same after all this time, even though for her, weeks have passed since they last saw each other. Choi fully steps into the light, looking precisely like she just clawed her way out of an unmarked mass grave. She is completely covered in blood, her clothing is shredded into ribbons, and she wears a truly terrifying grin that would make a high-ranking demon nervously break out in a cold sweat. Hyunshin and Nara can only stare in complete, stunned silence as they process exactly who is standing before them. Hyunshin stutters out her name as if he has just encountered a supernatural apparition, which, in his estimation, is exactly what he has done. Hyunshin's entire reality appears to be collapsing around him, completely flummoxed by her casual comment about it being long time no see. In his mind, only a few hours or minutes have passed, and he has zero comprehension that she just survived a month-long nightmare. The close-up shot confirms that Choi looks utterly terrifying. Her gaze is cold, incredibly sharp, and completely empty of her previous warmth. Hyunshin is having an internal meltdown, frantically trying to figure out how a weak C-rank person could possibly have survived that monstrous swarm. Nara is still reeling from the shock, her hand pressed against her face as she attempts to process the fact that Choi is physically present. She experiences a confusing mix of immense relief and absolute horror at the person Choi has become. Hyunshin, Ever the master manipulator, instantly performs a complete 180 and activates his caring boyfriend persona. He races over and pulls her into a tight embrace, loudly proclaiming how incredibly overjoyed he is that she's still alive. He proceeds to give a full-scale performance involving fake tears and regretful glances downwards while telling her how deeply sorry he is for not being able to rescue her. The entire display is honestly nauseating to witness. He buries his face in her shoulder, weakly claiming that he only left her behind for the greater good of everyone else. He genuinely believes he can still manipulate her, entirely oblivious to the fact that the girl he once knew is truly dead and gone. Choi remains perfectly still with a sinister, all-knowing smile stretched across her lips as he clings to her. Her internal monologue reveals she understands precisely what he's attempting, and she's merely playing along for the moment, which makes it absolutely clear that his days are seriously numbered. Hyan-chan continued his charade, showering Choi with thanks for her patience and understanding. He was fully engaged in psychological warfare, hoping to make her feel guilty for even considering being annoyed with him. Choi's expression, however, told a different story completely. She wore a smile, yet her glowing crimson eyes held a terrifying indifference. She recalled how he once spoke to her with exactly that brand of manufactured warmth. Hyan-chan started to appear visibly uncomfortable, probably picking up on the fact that the atmosphere had radically changed. He scrutinized her face, desperately trying to determine if she was buying his deception or if he should finally start panicking. He remained completely oblivious to the impending chaos. He lowered his gaze and spotted something genuinely alarming. Despite her clothing being reduced to rags, Choi possessed not a single visible mark. He questioned how she could be completely uninjured, a massive, flashing warning sign he should absolutely not ignore. Cold perspiration began to trickle down Hyan-chan's face as the truth finally clicked. He sensed something was terribly wrong, finally understanding that the person he'd abandoned might have returned from the dungeon with something far more dangerous. The fellow wearing the red athletic gear stepped forward and slapped Choi heartily on the shoulder, utterly blind to the impending doom. Choi, meanwhile, kept her unnervingly composed expression, letting them foolishly assume they retained control. Red Jacket Guy was suddenly acting like her best friend, expressing great relief that she had managed to survive and return. This was perhaps the most insincere collection of individuals on Earth, all performing as if they hadn't explicitly tried to leave her to die. He actually had the monumental gall to propose they tackle the boss together immediately. They literally planned to put her directly back on the front lines, acting as their meat shield, even though she had just emerged from a month-long ordeal. Choi let out a short, high-pitched laugh, covering her mouth as if genuinely astonished that the boss remained unbeaten. She asked with an incredibly dry, sarcastic tone if they had actually delayed the hunt specifically for her. Hyan-chan was still trapped in his mental calculations, debating whether he was merely paranoid or if there truly was something to fear. This was a huge blunder, as he absolutely should have trusted his instincts in the situation. The red jacket guy was already in full celebration mode, thrusting his arms upward as if the battle was already won. He was absolutely certain that the return of their tank meant a simple payday and a laughably easy confrontation. The team began marching into the dense forest, with Hyan-chan deliberately lagging behind while constantly glancing back at Choi. He still possessed the uncomfortable look, like he was waiting for the inevitable catastrophe to unfold. The camera focused on Choi's eerily composed face as she watched the group depart. Her eyes glowed crimson once more, and she was simply letting Hyunchan struggle with whether he was imagining the entire ominous situation. Hyunchan was engrossed in contemplation, clearly trying hard to convince himself that the sense of impending doom was baseless. He desperately tried to believe that everything was fine, which is almost always the very first sign that a situation is about to rapidly deteriorate. The scene smoothly transitions to the dense, verdant forest where the boss monster awaits. Birds can be seen soaring away in the background, instinctively sensing the dark and chaotic forces about to converge in this location. We catch sight of the massive, powerful limbs of their target stepping heavily onto the soft grass. The tremendous weight of this creature alone is sufficient to rattle the ground and notify the approaching hunters of its presence. There it finally appears, the dire knuckle, a C-rank boss monster resembling a giant, demonic deer. With those glowing red eyes and immense, lethal antlers, it is absolutely not the type of creature one wants to provoke. Hyunchan cautiously peeked out from behind a thick tree trunk, attempting to assess the battlefield. He persisted in playing the role of the strategic mastermind, completely clueless that the actual, far greater monster was standing right next to him, and things were rapidly deteriorating. Hyunchan instructed everyone to get prepared and execute the plan exactly as they usually did. He reverted immediately to bossing everyone around, operating under the assumption that Choi would naturally fall back into her subordinate role. He directed Choi to draw all the aggro while the rest of the group waited for the perfect moment to execute their attack. He was implementing the exact same strategy that resulted in her being trapped initially, and Red Jacket Guy fully supported the decision. Hyunchan moved directly into Choi's personal space, reminding her forcefully that she must maintain all the monster's attention on herself. Choi simply gave him a playful retort, accompanied by a smile that honestly should have made him run for his life immediately. Hyunchan puffed out his chest, believing himself highly strategic, and smirked as he told everyone to proceed as scheduled. He was likely thinking he could simply exploit her again, perhaps hoping he could abandon her permanently this time. Choi exploded off the ground like a rocket-powered freight train, accelerating straight toward the boss with her shield held aloft. The velocity she achieved vastly exceeded the abilities of any ordinary C-rank hunter. The entire group was completely blindsided by her sudden, aggressive display of initiative. Red Jacket Guy let out a shriek, demanding to know why she was striking out alone, while Yunshin just stared, utterly confused and worried. Choi unleashed an immense shout skill, sending forth a violent shockwave of blue energy that rattled the entire landscape. She wasn't just attempting to draw aggro, she was essentially screaming at the boss to focus every ounce of its attention on her. The sheer intensity of the shout skill was powerful enough to physically shake nearby trees and send small debris flying everywhere. She was clearly exerting far more force than she ever had previously, and the men were finally beginning to truly panic. The boss monster's singular eye flared brilliantly as it instantly locked onto the source of the deafening noise. It let loose a terrifying, guttural roar, clearly enraged at being bothered by such an insistent challenger. The dire knuckle reared up onto its powerful hind legs, completely dwarfing the surrounding forest floor. It was incredibly massive, and now its attention was completely centered on the group, entirely due to Choi's little stunt. Hyun-chan and Red Jacket Guy were completely losing their composure, screaming frantically at Choi for drawing an entirely excessive amount of aggro. They finally realized, much too late, that she was making certain the boss was as enraged as humanly possible. The entire group descended into utter panic as the massive boss began its charge toward them. Hyun-chan frantically yelled for everyone to hide behind Choi, still naively believing she would protect them from the imminent disaster. The beast hurtles forward like a runaway semi, its glowing crimson eyes locked onto the tiny person standing there. Choi remains completely still, biding her time for exactly the right opportunity to act. Hyun-chan attempts to keep his cool, rationalizing that the creature is merely a B-rank boss, despite the game system clearly designating it as C-rank. He clutches onto the desperate fantasy that Choi possesses the power to defeat it. The collision appears colossal as the beast strikes Choi's shield, or at least that's how it looked to onlookers from far away. A deafening crash accompanies the immense force of the assault. Hyun-chan shouts frantically that as long as Choi stands firm at the front, everything will be perfectly alright for them. He's so wrapped up in protecting himself that he completely misses the true situation unfolding. Then came the final act of treachery. At the critical moment, Choi simply sidestepped, allowing the boss to thunder right past her. She basically rolled out the red carpet for the monster to wipe out her companions. Hyun-chan's expression of horror was truly magnificent. He tumbles backward in agonizing slow motion, understanding he's about to be utterly annihilated. He's completely unprotected now that his human shield has moved away. The man in the red jacket yells out, questioning why she fled, while observing Choi execute an impossibly elegant and quick dodge. Who stands next in the path, finally understanding they were the ones who were discarded, and that's precisely when things went downhill. Red Jacket Guy plunges into total panic, screaming at Choi for evading the assault. He comprehends that the beast is now charging directly toward him, lacking any barriers whatsoever. He lets out a shriek of absolute, unfiltered panic as the boss closes the gap. He understands full well that he lacks the proper defenses, and he's about to experience exactly what happens when you take the full force of an attack. The dire knuckle's massive head, complete with formidable antlers, takes over his entire view as it rushes toward him in a streak. There is no possibility of running, no opportunity to hide, only the unavoidable collision. The creature skewers him directly through the torso, with a sickening crunch and a geyser of blood following. He hangs impaled on the beast's antlers, and it's safe to assume this person's story has reached its conclusion. Nara observes from the edge of the conflict, her hands pressed tightly over her mouth in shock. She finds the sight utterly unbelievable, while the orange-haired woman beside her appears equally traumatized. Hyun-chan gazes at the devastation, jaw agape and complexion draining white from sheer terror. He finally grasps that Choi didn't merely escape the dungeon, she actually brought the dungeon's savagery home with her. Choi sits nonchalantly on the back of the massive boss creature, observing the man she just murdered slowly losing his blood. She remains entirely unaffected, staring down with absolute detachment. She hovers above the expiring individual with a beautiful, malevolent grin as he whimpers on the dirt. She's clearly relishing the moment, having abandoned all pretense of concealing her pleasure. Choi lets out a little laugh and offers the most obviously fabricated apology, claiming she was so terrified that she dodged purely by mistake. She inquires if everyone comprehends, while Hyun-chan shakes violently behind her, fully aware that he's the next target. High-stakes revenge has officially begun. Choi adjusts her stance, her boots scraping across the ground with a loud sound. She executes a specific maneuver to evade the charge, flaunting her newly acquired A-rank agility. The sheer absurdity of the scenario is clear as we witness Choi balance directly atop the boss monster's skull. She rides the dire knuckle as though it were a personal steed, directing it straight toward her ex-companions. Hyun-chan and the rest are thrown backward by the immense power of the creature's assault. They yell and moan as the earth ruptures around them, comprehending far too late that their tank has transformed into their predator. Hyun-chan lies sprawled on the earth, looking upward with a face covered in filth and absolute fury. He shouts at Choi, demanding to know if she has gone completely insane, but perhaps she finally found her sanity and he's at the top of the menu. Choi remains seated nonchalantly on the creature's back, propped up on her shield as if she were enjoying a leisurely picnic. She gives him a condescending glance and asks what exactly he thinks she is doing. The sheer audacity on display is truly next level. A sweeping view of the mayhem reveals the team dispersed across the area as Choi dominates the scene from the creature's spine. Hyun-chan continues screaming at her to quit messing around, completely unaware that the match has long since finished. Choi offers a spine-chilling, red-eyed smile as she echoes his exact words about messing around. It's obvious she delights in the expression of unadulterated fear plastered across his face. We receive a disturbing close-up view of the man in the crimson tracksuit, utterly skewered upon the creature's enormous horns. He coughs up thick crimson fluid as his eyes roll into the back of his head. This marks the initial casualty in Choi's campaign for vengeance. Puishan, Nars, and the orange-haired woman stare upward in complete silence, frozen stiff by the image of their deceased comrade. The truth that Choi isn't just playing around is finally registering, creating a total living hell. Choi secures a tight hold on the creature's hide, preparing to guide it toward the next stage of the massacre. She has complete mastery over the B-rank monster, something that should be entirely unattainable for a supposedly fragile C-rank. She looks down upon them with a predatory scowl, her crimson eyes shining with an evil radiance. She announces they should discover who among them can endure the longest, officially transforming this ordeal into a survival challenge for her buddies. The dire knuckle stands up on its rear limbs and emits a thunderous howl. The resulting shockwave is powerful enough to tremor the trees and deliver an unmistakable warning. No one here is making it out completely unharmed. The monster drives its front hooves into the ground with a devastating collision, launching emerald-colored energy and rubble in all directions. The sheer strength behind the assault is enough to crush absolutely anything in its way. From high above, the remaining squad looks like they just ran a marathon through a haunted house. Totally spent and panting, it finally sinks in that their former buddy is now the one treating them like seasonal target practice. The ginger lady is basically one awkward comment away from a full mental collapse, wondering aloud how to handle this mess, since neither a mythical beast nor a human has ever made her want to quit life quite this much. Mr. Leader attempts to regain his composure by ordering the Reddit to soak up damage while he plays doctor from the back. He continues his brave strategy of using everyone else as a meat shield, staying true to his yellow-bellied nature. The unfortunate girl loses her marbles even faster, screaming about her total lack of experience in the face of giant, angry creatures. She envisions herself becoming a gourmet flapjack if she steps up, but the universe is about to throw her curveball. Bussy-chan loses his cool, his mud twisting into a masterpiece of pure panic and frantic energy. He claims their shared funeral is scheduled for right now unless she steps in, which is clearly the pinnacle of inspirational leadership. He lunges for her shoulders, getting uncomfortably close while attempting one final round of psychological chess. Beads of sweat are pouring off him, especially since his trademark manipulation tactics are failing to land on the person who truly holds the cards. Sure, the tight shot of the guy's peepers reveals him gnashing his molars, his fake confidence shattering like a dropped plate. He swears he has her back, though his shifty eyes clearly indicate he is ready to throw her under the bus. The Alpha Beast towers over the scene, peering as a massive heap of brawn and shadowy fuzz. Its spooky shape dominates the woodland backdrop, and its angry eyeballs are locked onto the group that the coward is desperately trying to command. The lady in charge stares down from her high seat, seemingly more interested in watching paint dry than their pathetic squabbling. She politely inquires if the chatter is finally over, as she is quite eager to restart the killing. Miss Ginger raises her twin swords in a panic pose, while the leader doodles a glowing circle to fix their boo-boos. They are making a valiant effort to not die, but the girl in the rear is just spectating the disaster. The hairy beast lunges once more, its ruby eyes leaving streaks of light in the air. The leader's brain is screaming, confused as to how a low-tier nobody is suddenly treating a high-level apex predator like a common pet. The creature's nut hangs over the squad, its giant rack of horns resembling a collection of sharp javelins. From this angle, the supposed warriors look like nothing more than little crunchy beetles waiting to be stepped on. The fearful guy bellows at her to catch the blow as the monster drops its head like a fallen piano. He's dumping the entire responsibility of their continued breathing onto the only gullible soul still taking his orders. The Reddit unleashes a high-pitched wail while trying to absorb the incoming wrecking ball. She is putting her whole soul into the effort, yet it is painfully obvious that her best is about as effective as a wet paper towel. The giant shield icon flashes on screen as she miraculously stops the beast's charge. Violet zaps of power explode in every direction from the impact, highlighting the insane amount of pressure she is currently struggling to endure. The girl is genuinely surprised her defense did not immediately fail, but the other woman's quiet, bug-eyed expression from behind suggests that the situation is about to get much worse, regardless of her bloody block. Out of nowhere, her protective bubble bursts into a cloud of glitter with a bone-shaking boom. The creature's strength was far outside her pay grade, and her safety measures have been effectively erased from existence. The ginger fighter lies broken on the dirt in a puddle of red, looking like she just lost a fight with a steamroller. The remaining witnesses can only wheeze in horror as their group gets dismantled piece by piece. The boss is a working disaster, with grime and perspiration decorating his face while he wheezes like an old bellows. He is nearing his mental expiration date, realizing that this woodland area is essentially his final resting place. The lady remains chilled out on the beast's neck, observing the chaos with ice-cold eyeballs. The desperate guy stares up, baffled by her sudden power surge and why the monster is behaving like her devoted butler. A neon blue floating menu appears, scanning the big baddie to show its new stats. It turns out the fluffy monster has been promoted to a top-tier threat, possessing numbers that would turn a regular squad into dust. The digital scanner flickers over to the girl, revealing the unthinkable. She is now a high-level elite. The leader's brain short-circuits, as he vividly remembers her being a low-grade garbage shield just a few short hours ago. The second pop-up shows a weird power-up called Blessing of Censored Content. The panicking guy is spiraling into insanity, wondering what kind of deity would grant perks to the woman he recently tried to delete. The woman gazes at her glowing numbers with a serene, analytical expression. She is perfectly tuned into her newfound lethal capabilities, simply biding her time until the right second to wrap up this messy business. The leader enters his final frantic Betty phase, sprinting ahead with his chompers showing. He plans to commit murder now and ask questions later, which is a pretty spicy choice for a loser going against a maxed out final boss. The blast of air from the creature sends him tumbling through the sky like a discarded soda can while he shrieks in agony, with the very earth beneath his feet trembling. It is painfully clear he is completely outmatched. The girl peers down from her fuzzy seat on the beast's crown, using a voice that sounds fake nice. She playfully asks if he is still hiding in there, despite knowing he is about as useful as a screen door. The guy is hunched over on the grass, huffing like a broken engine while staring at the lady he once bossed around. The tide has not merely shifted, the entire ocean has been drained and replaced with fire. The young woman offers nothing but a stony, expressionless look as she locks eyes with him. She has discarded every single emotion except for a deep, chilly sense of accomplishment that he is finally suffering. The man gazes upward, the truth finally slamming into him like a runaway freight train. He is witnessing a transformation of the girl he once knew, one that has officially run out of pity for him to exploit. A panoramic view displays the giant fist hovering above a broken Hainchan, while he suddenly grasps that his former lady is the actual forest beast. Her gaze tightens with a wicked ruby sparkle, as the guy mumbles a weak excuse, attempting the old sympathy routine which previously fooled the woman. The loser is currently groveling in the dirt, completely reversing his earlier ego, though this desperate act arrives far too late to matter. Staring down with a frozen expression, she demands that he recount every single betrayal before she personally sends him to the great beyond. He starts rattling off his various screw-ups and the cowardly door slamming incident, but she just keeps prodding for more dirt like a persistent tax auditor. The jerk confesses to making her endure his toxic vibes and prioritizing everyone else, yet she remains unsatisfied and demands even more dark secrets. He begins wailing about how he ruined everything, but those ego-driven tears are about as convincing as a $3 bill to her right now. Hovering above the coward, she explains that this mess belongs to him alone, then asks why she is fuming, leaving the man looking brain-dead. The man is so stuck in his own orbit that he stays baffled, blinking like a lost golden retriever with absolutely zero character development. The lady glares with terrifying stillness as her pupils shine crimson, mentioning a single grievance while the atmosphere becomes suffocatingly heavy, leading to a shocking development. A phony grin gets plastered onto his face as he begs to know the reason, clearly hoping his silver tongue can dodge a death sentence. Cloaked in shadows, she drops a final truth bomb by saying his mere heartbeat is the offense, finally letting her inner psycho do the torquing. Terror grips the guy as a colossal foot shatters his skull, and his final breath is a stupid question before the lights get permanently cut. Enormous amounts of crimson liquid coat the surroundings after a gross impact, as Hainchan gets squashed and his living status is permanently revoked. Resting her mount's foot in a puddle of former boyfriend, she cackles like a lottery winner while savoring her delicious vengeance against the guild leader. She tilts her chin back and screams with joy, looking like a blood-splattered lunatic who just deleted her biggest headache from the physical world. Extreme focus on her eyeball uncovers a manic soul, as she transforms into the ultimate killer while barely beginning her dark journey. Hopping off her ride, she spots the petrified girl standing nearby, realizing there is still one loose thread left to snip in this massacre. The poor girl is vibrating like a faulty pager and can barely speak, adding just watched her entire squad get turned into chunky salsa. Hovering above the girl with a nightmarish horror, she ponders aloud whether mercy is earned, while Nar collapses and pleads for survival. A quick memory explains why she is still breathing, since she actually tried to prevent the doll-locking stunt, proving kindness pays off eventually. Flaunting a devious grin and demonic eyes, she decides the girl can stay, provided she follows the new management's very strict survival policies. She orders the survivor to be her shadow from now on, and the girl quickly mumbles agreement while trying not to faint from panic. Whispering about the door incident, she advises keeping their human touch, which is pretty rich coming from the girl who just turned her ex into a flapjack. The survivor nods like a frantic bobblehead, looking totally shattered and spooked, which fits her new master's plans like a velvet glove. They stroll past the dead monster's remains, as she mentions another errand, while her sidekick struggles to keep her knees from buckling completely. Gripping her blade with a terrifying squeeze, she cautions that any loose lips back home will result in an immediate trip to the morgue. With one mighty lunge, she carves through some nearby object, proving her power can slice through hard stuff like it is warm margarine. The giant beast's skull is neatly bisected with juice flying everywhere, making the small witness squeal in terror at the casual display of gore. The Vika lingers within the carnage while sporting a stained mug and spooky grin, questioning if Nara grasps the situation to confirm who is boss. Nara is completely losing it, her face a disgusting mess of snot and tears. She keeps stuttering apologies, now fully enslaved by Choi's terrifying will. As they trek through the woods, leaving behind a nice blood trail, Choi cheerfully reminds Nara that teammates don't backstab each other, unless they want a quick, messy end. They casually stand over the fresh monster carcass, collecting Marner stones like they just finished a pleasant job. Choi's chilling lack of emotion about the massacre is somehow scarier than outright rage. The view snaps to the dungeon exit, where a huge flash of blue energy signals the portal's opening. The thudding sound announces their dramatic return to reality. Emerging from the portal, Choi and Nara appear as dark, foreboding figures against the bright light. They really look like they just finished a brutal war, which, considering the whole slaughter thing, isn't inaccurate. The Hanshin Guild management team waits at the exit, completely baffled by the sight of only 2 people returning. The manager's concern for the rest of the crew seems genuinely touching. Choi strolls right past, offering a breezy explanation that everyone else just, died. The management team recoils, Utterly floored by her emotional detachment and blunt delivery, Nara quickly pitches in with Choi's rehearsed lies, claiming the boss monster suddenly leveled up. She tells them the others died protecting them, which truly ranks among the most hilarious falsehoods of all time. Choi lets out a suppressed snort and turns away. She's genuinely trying to keep from bursting out laughing at how easily the manager is swallowing this ridiculous tale. The managers notice her shaking and immediately assume she's crying from trauma. They comment on her grief, falling completely for the act while Choi internally cackles with glee. Nara keeps up the charade, explaining that they are deeply shaken and need to process things privately. She's truly nailing the traumatized survivor look, with Choi calmly trailing behind her. The management team huddles together, confused as heck about how two C-rankers survived a dungeon where the boss supposedly leveled up. They smell something fishy, but they have zero evidence. Joy and Nara stride away from the crowd, having completed their mission with flying colors. Joy looks totally unbothered, while Nara appears moments away from a stress-induced cardiac arrest due to all the lying. Enter Hunshin Guildmaster Anbek Doc, who also happens to be Hunshin's uncle. He's a stern, imposing old man demanding a full breakdown of the incident. This is exactly where the real fun begins. Guildmaster Anbek Doc completely loses his mind, screaming in disbelief with enough force to blow a gasket. He couldn't care less about the boss's rank. He just wants a scapegoat for this entire disaster. He carries on with his epic temper tantrum, tearing into both Joy and Nara for failing the mission. Nara visibly wishes the floor would swallow her whole, but Joy stands there with her arms crossed, looking thoroughly bored. Joy literally lets out a huge yawn right in the middle of his frantic rant. It must be nice to be so powerful that a raging guildmaster's threats just put you to sleep. Nara is completely drenched in sweat, freaking out over how Joy can look so calm after committing mass murder. She's terrified that if the truth surfaces, they're both getting matching prison jumpsuits. The old man is absolutely losing it, trying to figure out how to explain Hunshin's demise to his father. The guild is apparently already sinking financially, and this catastrophe just put them on the fast track to bankruptcy. He complains that the company is struggling financially while sporting a gold watch that costs more than most people's homes. Now that's what I call a truly working contradiction. Joy's eyes narrow, emitting that unsettling pink glow as she takes in his endless complaining. It looks like she's definitely brainstorming something devious. She drops a complete truth bomb, asking how he can possibly claim to be broke when he's wearing luxury goods. The guildmaster is utterly flabbergasted that she dares to twerk back. She starts detailing his expensive suit and the ridiculous multi-million-dollar car he arrived in. He simply stands there frozen stiff, with beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his face. Joy highlights the sheer absurdity of risking their lives for minimum wage while he spends money like a faucet that won't turn off. She's officially retired from being the timid little tank, a decision that will change absolutely everything. He lets out a frustrated grunt and glares at her, completely unable to produce an actual retort. His employees in the background simply stand there, awkward witnesses to his public humiliation. The poor guy is sweating right through his clothes, wondering where the sudden personality shift originated. He genuinely believed she was still the same quiet doormat he'd always known. We flashes back to the old chore, recalling how she used to tremble silently, looking like a guilty criminal. Too bad for him that girl is completely gone now. He attempts to pivot back into his authority figure role, insisting they must shoulder all responsibility and forget about taking a break. Mara looks truly shocked by his complete lack of human empathy. He points his finger dramatically and orders them to immediately find another dungeon for tomorrow. Nara attempts to speak up, claiming this is going too far, but he quickly shuts her down. He screams at her, commanding silence and insisting she show gratitude because good hunters are so rare. This sheer audacity is truly off the charts. He huffs off in a rage, complaining that managing the guild without his nephew is impossible. He clearly values profit over the lives of the people who just perished. The man lights a smoke, muttering curses and declaring that Hyan Choi should have died in Hyan Chan's place. Daxpt, that was a truly terrible thing to say out loud. He continues his disgraceful work, consoling himself that at least there's still one C rank left to exploit for work. He truly has no grasp of reality or his slipping control. He puffs on his cigarette, swaggering away with a self-satisfied smirk as if he actually won the argument. He's utterly clueless about the catastrophe heading right toward him. Out of nowhere, a high-speed fist smashes directly into his face. His spectacles fly through the air, making his cigarette the least of his immediate concerns. The guild master collapses instantly, lying in the dirt, groaning with a severely disfigured face and copious amounts of blood. Talk about a serious reality check. The guild staff and Nara are completely beside themselves, flabbergasted by the sudden violence they witnessed. Nara stares in wide-eyed horror, convinced that Choi has finally snapped. Choi stands over him, laughing hysterically as he lies face down in the dirt, pleading for assistance. The balance of power didn't just shift, it completely disintegrated in seconds. She towers over him like the final antagonist in a video game, commanding him to stop acting like a toddler as he grovels helplessly. It's a truly powerful moment of reversal. She suggests that if he's so concerned with income, perhaps he should just venture into the dungeons himself. She mockingly adds that he finds it terrifying, doesn't he? The man is a total wreck, drooling on the ground and stammering, asking if she's lost her mind by revealing her real personality now. He's still processing that his supposedly weak subordinate just clobbered him. Choi doubles over in laughter, holding her stomach as she finds it absolutely hysterical that his pathetic dialogue matches Hyunchin's perfectly. It appears stupidity truly runs in the family. She wipes away a tear of laughter, her eyes radiating a chilling red light with intense focus. She's clearly enjoying this moment far more than anyone else present. She squats down to look directly in his face and confirms that yes, she's absolutely insane for not dying in his precious nephew's stead. The mockery is palpable in every syllable she utters. He's shaking uncontrollably and sweating profusely, stuttering through his shock while staring into her horrifying eyes. The gravity of his predicament is finally hitting him like a physical blow. She looks at him with utter apathy, dismissively calling him an idiot before declaring she's completely finished with Hyunchin. She forbids him from ever uttering that name again, and the warning is absolute. Choi rises to leave, nonchalantly informing everyone that she's quitting the guild. Beek-deok immediately panics on the ground, realizing his business is completely finished without her. She hurls a parting insult over her shoulder, stating he really should have treated her properly while he still had the opportunity. It's hard to find fault with a particular assessment. He screams in terror and recoils instantly as she makes a sudden motion. When she offers another punch, the man looks like he's genuinely on the verge of suffering a cardiac episode. She pauses briefly, turning to look back with those piercing red eyes. She clarifies that she hasn't entirely concluded her departure just yet. She contemptuously throws a small banknote onto the ground directly in front of his face. It's almost as if she's tipping him for providing such high-quality entertainment. The banknote is a paltry 5,001 note, which she describes as a condolence gift for Hyunchin. This gesture effectively functions as the most elaborate form of disrespect possible. The guild master trembles with unbridled fury, gritting his teeth while glaring intensely at the currency. He has certainly never experienced such profound public humiliation before. He lets out a primal scream of frustration, while Choi casually walks away yawning as though she's ready for bed. Mara follows immediately, thanking the guild for all the wonderful memories she didn't make. Mara remains concerned, asking if the non-awakened leader will recover from the beating. Choi dismissively shrugs, stating he's likely fine and probably won't spontaneously combust on the spot. The scene shifts to an apartment complex on a dark, cloudy night. It appears the intensity and drama of the story are moving inside for the moment. Inside the apartment, Choi is trying on a new dress. She looks significantly more comfortable now that she isn't covered in a thick layer of monster entrails. Nara folds laundry, mentioning she simply grabbed the item from a nearby shop. Choi agrees it looks good and declares this is her new aesthetic, much to Nara's utter bewilderment. Choi notes that Hyunchin actually disliked this particular clothing style. Her face remains expressionless, but her eyes hold a chilling indifference that's impossible to overlook. Nara offers a completely vacant look while noting that the man is currently pushing up daisies, which is an undeniably accurate observation. A frighteningly joyful expression suddenly takes over the girl's face as she chirps about his demise like a jackpot winner. Diving onto the mattress with infantile excitement, she giggles about being the one who ended him while Nara silently contemplates their bond. Nara questions why this uninvited visitor arrived without warning, wondering if the guest even possesses a legitimate roof for her head. Sitting upright, the girl's chaotic energy suddenly evaporates, replaced by a much more serious and hushed tone of voice for once. Staring directly into her host's eyes, she asks for a place to crash, making Nara feel like she's about to hyperventilate. With a playful wink, she explains that staying at her late boyfriend's residence would be an absolute buzzkill she'd rather avoid. Drenched in sweat, Nara realizes she is far too terrified to say no, convinced that a rejection would result in her immediate deletion. After offering a shaky agreement, the guest celebrates by cuddling a blue plush fish, which would be cute without the homicide. Nara mentions her own resignation from the group and asks about the next move, hoping for a plan that isn't couch surfing. Still clutching that stuffed tour, Choi admits that finding a new employer hasn't crossed her mind, as she's currently just vibing along. When questioned regarding future payments, Choi mentions possessing a balance of 20 million won, assuming that some will suffice for now. Nara is stunned by that meager balance, especially since her ex lied to everyone about paying her bills, and things look bleak. Looking genuinely perplexed, she clarifies that they split all costs and he only covered the initial deposit, proving he was cheap. Face-brumming hard, Nara comprehends that the deceased forward was a professional liar who essentially used his girlfriend as a living bank account. The guest jokingly threatens to hunt Nara down if she ever gets evicted, flashing a sweet smile that makes Nara's blood cold. Nara stammers her gratitude for being spared, looking like a ghost while officially becoming the most stressed roommate on the planet. The killer explodes into fits of laughter, telling her roommate that her terrified reaction was the funniest thing she's seen all day. The girl's facial expression becomes distant and gentle while she gazes at the bedding, clearly lost in a sea of heavy thoughts. Nara checks if she wants a meal, and the guest confirms her stomach is ready for some food that wasn't hunted. Pointing out their day-long fast, Nara suggests ordering some deep-fried chicken or perhaps some pork trotters, which sounds like a win. She agrees to any menu, noting her ex was a dietary dictator who forbade late-night snacks to keep her figure slim. The camera zooms in on Nara's twitching eye as she screams in frustration, completely finished with the nonsense left by that man. Fuming with pure rage, she calls the guy a psychotic bastard and celebrates his death again, her blood boiling for her friend. The guest wonders why she's suddenly so angry, but Nara argues that any sane person would be offended by such behavior. With a genuinely warm smile, the girl notes that Nara is the first human being to ever get genuinely upset on her behalf. Already tapping on her phone, Nara insists that any random stranger would agree the guy was nuts, then orders dinner before bedtime. The apartment looks quiet from the street as Nara fumes about starving tanks, right before they settle down to eat pork trotters. The exhausted host is currently unconscious and making loud nasal noises, finally resting after enduring an absolutely insane series of events. Choi remains wide awake beside her, staring at the ceiling with a pensive look, clearly having far too much on her mind. Contemplating a liberated tomorrow, she wonders how to handle her newfound autonomy since her brain has basically been on autopilot for centuries. Nara's toes do a little involuntary jig while she snoozes, offering a brief sniff of boring sanity amidst their usual disaster-filled schedule. Her pupils dilate as Choi decides she is absolutely finished with monster-filled basements and team building, preferring a nap over another guild drama. Visions of easy living and gig economy work dance in her head, promising a deliciously dull existence that contrasts sharply with her dumpster fire life. Her lids fly back to reveal a neo-magenta strobe light effect behind her retinas, signaling that things just took a turn for the weird. The jagged breath escapes her as she curls into a ball, feeling like she accidentally sat on an electric fence made of raw magic. She springs into a sitting position, drenched in enough sweat to fill a swimming pool, while Mara continues her professional level snoring nearby. Gripping her abdomen as if her intestines are trying to escape, she shakes with the genuine fear of a person who swallowed a grenade. Huddled in the shadows, she wheezes like a broken accordion while trying to figure out why the midnight spooks are still haunting her. An unsettling suspicion that she might be hosting an uninvited tenant grows, as the creepy piece of jewelry enters its second act. Emerging from sleep with a pained scowl, she feels a strange movement within that definitely isn't just gas, making for a truly terrible midnight surprise. Bathed in a low-budget horror movie glow, she stares into the void and realizes her fancy loot is actually a very shiny death sentence. Glancing at the thumping band on her digit, she decides that divorce is the only option and tries to yank the clingy metal away. The glowing pop-up delivers a firm rejection, explaining that this accessory is a permanent commitment, proving that Choi should have read the terms of service. The blue text stays put, reminding her that top-tier gear usually comes with baggage, and being immortal involves way too much complicated paperwork. Staring at the floating stats with a hollow expression, she ponders the soul-binding mechanics while the word parasite does a little dance in her brain. Refusing to accept her fate, she tugs at the metal with white-knuckled desperation, screaming that she is quitting this relationship, but the ring stays put. Shadows erupt from her palm to block her efforts, forcing a cry from her throat as the jewelry effectively files a restraining order against her. The dazzling flare surges from her knuckle and makes her howl, confirming that this trinket has wired itself directly into her spicy bits. Falling onto the mattress while holding her belly, she stares at herself with the horror of someone who just realized their stomach is occupied. Observing a lingering emerald glint on the band, she finally accepts that she has a permanent, uninvited roommate living inside her finger and her gut. A fresh alert appears with more depressing updates, noting that she can't even die until her internal passenger decides it's time to break its shell. The interface highlights the phrase regarding the upcoming birth of N, making it clear that her life insurance policy is currently being managed by a monster. Recalling old dungeon warnings, Joy tries to play it cool while the mystery of her inner story gnaws at her sanity like a hungry rat. Nightmarish images of creatures exploding through ribs like a gory confetti cannon flood her mind, leaving her skin the color of curdled milk. Her darkened expression reveals a deep dread, as she realizes her eternal life is basically a long-term lease on a very agonizing execution. Drooping onto the sheets with a heady sigh, she acknowledges the ring saved her hide but wonders if the price was her entire soul. Lifting her palm to see the sparkling, deceitful jewel, she understands that relaxation is impossible when wearing a high-fashion explosive on her hand. With a look that could melt lead, she vows to evict this freeloader before its scheduled move-out date involves ripping through her solar plexus. Sunlight hits as Choi broods on the mattress while Nar remains a carpet-dwelling sloth, knowing that calling the cops about a magic ring is a bad idea. She glanced at a dozing Nar, pondering how an EX-grade trinket essentially painted a giant bullseye on their lives. To guard this secret and unearth the truth, she understood the straight and narrow path was officially closed, opting for a detour into delightful lore-breaking. Golden rays filtered past the window coverings, serenaded by chirping birds, making it a picture-perfect morning for literally everyone but Choi. For her, it marked the grand opening of an extremely perilous escapade, like a villain's origin story, but with more caffeine. Alone in the dawn's glow, her lengthy tresses draped a dramatic silhouette across her spine. She was deep in contemplation. Her mind meticulously mapped out her subsequent strategy within a reality that had just decided to become impressively, frustratingly intricate, like a puzzle missing all the corner pieces. The camera zoomed in, showcasing a distinctly sharp, resolute grin plastered on her features. She murmured that the fun wasn't finished just yet, fully prepared to dive headfirst into any subterranean horror show required to pry this rather persistent piece of jewelry from her grasp. Next, we find a taxi gliding along the motorway, our heroines nestled within. Nars, quite understandably, fretted, questioning Choi's sudden dash to the medical center, but Choi merely dismissed it as a run-of-the-mill tummy rumble, definitely not a parasitic possession. Of course, Choi stayed absently out the window, exhibiting an alarming degree of tranquility for a person currently hosting a bona fide biological squatter in her digestive tract. Her mind, ever efficient, had already pivoted to the next pressing issue, their residential arrangements. Nar, now a masterclass in full-throttle pandemonium, shrieked a resounding negation directly into Choi's startled visage. It appeared Choi had just floated an idea that Nar was, unequivocally, absolutely not endorsing, probably involving synchronized swimming with sharks. The debate rapidly escalated into a fiery exchange, with Choi asserting that her rent contribution resolved all issues, a notion Nar vehemently rejected. She bellowed that their current abode was already ludicrously cramped for a duo, let alone one person with an existential crisis and another with a mysterious stomach occupant. Choi simply shot her a smug, impish glance, followed by a deceptively simple question. She unequivocally had a master plan brewing that Nar, bless her heart, hadn't quite decoded yet, likely involving something wildly impractical. Nar appeared utterly flummoxed as Choi nonchalantly proposed they simply relocate to a more spacious dwelling if a lack of room truly presented an obstacle. Quite a daring proclamation, coming from someone who, just moments prior, was apparently operating on a strict ramen and tapora budget. Nar continued her vocal protests, even conceding that the prospect of her more expansive living area held a certain allure. She was valiantly attempting to embody the voice of sensibility, while Choi merely lounged, wearing an expression so delightfully roguish it practically had its own theme music. Choi then delivered a rather chilling suggestion, essentially telling Nar to expire on the spot, a tad extreme even for her. Nar promptly shrieked back, demanding an explanation for such morbid banter. Even when Choi later extended an invitation for Nar to simply cohabit with her, the response remained an emphatically unyielding refusal. Choi's countenance suddenly grew grave, as she pledged to depart the moment her finances were suitably plumped. One ironclad certainty remained, however, she was unequivocally never, under any circumstances, returning to the rather haunted residence of her late romantic partner. The discourse then shifted towards the always delicate subject of coinage, granting us a delightful glimpse of the girls in adorable chibi form. Choi proposed uniting their monetary resources, but Nar swiftly extinguished that notion with an impressively unequivocal, full stop nope, delivered with the finality of her judge's gavel. Nar then posed the truly pressing query, how exactly was Choi planning to accumulate any capital after dramatically resigning from the guild just yesterday? Choi's response was deceptively simple, she'd merely secure a humble part-time gig, although her expression suggested this was a rather generous interpretation of humble. Nar appeared on the verge of experiencing a full-blown cardiac event, shrieking and questioning Choi's sanity. She possessed intimate knowledge of precisely how perilously unwholesome those so-called dog fights actually were, probably involving more than just enthusiastic canines. Choi simply offered a smug little smirk, then informed Nar she'd even conjure up some cash for her as well. She advised her to wager on her victory with an unsettling degree of self-assurance, a confidence level Nar found decidedly less than comforting, like a clown offering tax advice. The screen went utterly black, then the words "a dog fight" appeared in bold white. This was a rather unsettling transition into the dimly lit, morally questionable depths of the hunter world, like turning off a light and finding a monster. Our perspective shifted to the arena itself, a rather grimy, subterranean cage-fighting pit encircled by a boisterous, less undistinguished throng. Yes, this was precisely the illicit path Choi had so casually mentioned, presumably with flashing neon arrows. The narrator clarified that a dog fight, despite its misleading nomenclature, involved absolutely no actual combat between canines. It was something significantly more savage, believe it or not. Within the cage, two exceptionally brawny men were thoroughly pummeling one another. It was soon apparent that these contests involved pitting awakened individuals against each other, purely for a brutal form of public amusement. The regulations were surprisingly uncomplicated. Combatants of C rank or lower duked it out until a victorious champion was gloriously proclaimed right there in the ring. It was an exceptionally savage means of earning a paycheck, but the financial rewards were, shall we say, utterly colossal. The exposition concluded by plainly labeling this whole sordid affair for what it demonstrably was. No fancy euphemisms needed. Just plain illegal combat gambling. Folks laid down their cash on the likely victor, and the establishment, as always, scooped up a rather massive portion. Inside the cab once more, Mara was performing rapid mental calculations, concluding that Choi was, in fact, no longer a mere C-ranker. She fretted that concealing her genuine classification to participate in these brutal rings amounted to nothing less than outright fraudulent behavior, a serious breach of bureaucratic ethics. Choi simply dismissed the concern with a cunning smirk, casually noting that her official credentials still unequivocally listed her as a C-ranker. She was, evidently, absolutely delighted to exploit that particularly convenient bureaucratic loophole to her immense advantage, like finding a cheat code for life. The tight shot of her smirk confirmed her full embrace of the dark side, perhaps with a dramatic theme song. She then posed a rather astute question, wondering if a little extra forward could truly worsen things when the entire operation was already inherently unlawful, a point of logic so flawless it deserved a trophy. Choi reclined into the taxi's embrace, exuding an aura of utter nonchalance, while Mar simply regarded her with an utterly blank, bewildered stare. Nara grudgingly mumbled that it was indeed factual, conceding she had definitively surrendered the debate to her wonderfully unhinged new housemate. Nara was still in the taxi, seemingly second-guessing this entire illegal gambling adventure, possibly yearning for a quiet night in. She cast Choi a lengthy, silent glare that spoke volumes about her profound, escalating concern, without the need for a single, frantic utterance. Choi offers a devious grin and nods along, appearing to accept whatever legal boundaries Nara set to ensure they avoid a cozy stay in a jail cell. Mara flips her script the second she smells profit, checking if the cash reward stays spicy as the risks climb, proving she is totally addicted to the wager. Choi giggles quietly at the view while Mara hops on the bandwagon, making it terrifying how she pivoted from fearing prison to chasing massive stacks of cheddar. They pull up to a bland shack resembling a staple warehouse, prompting Nara to doubt if this vanilla storefront is truly the fabled home of brutal underground brawls. Choi mentions her younger sibling tipped her off, leaving Nara stunned and reconsidering how much she actually knows about her mysterious partner while making a very funny face. Choi gets serious and demands they enter, though Nara remains a nervous wreck, terrified they are just barging into a neighborhood pharmacy like total buffoons. The camera focuses on Choi's footwear as a tiny bell tinkles, providing a surprisingly wholesome soundtrack for a venue dedicated to breaking bones and illegal betting. An elderly lady sits there knitting sweaters, looking like a lovable martyr, yet everyone knows the sweet ones are usually the most lethal threats in this universe. Choi strolls to the front desk and casually notes she is seeking a specific item, staying relaxed while anticipating the grandmotherly figure to reveal her hidden claws. Without missing a stitch, the woman glances up to inquire about their needs, creating a vibe so heavy you could slice it with a dull butter knife. Choi produces a sleek black hunter identification card, making the woman freeze her needles instantly as the pleasantries vanish and the genuine business talk finally begins. This license lists her as a basic rank sea tanker named Choi, appearing quite ordinary on paper despite the fact her secret power levels are absolutely cracked. The elder cautions her to avoid injury and remain with a standard team, having watched many cocky rookies vanish into the shadows, though destiny clearly hates good advice. Choi beams with pride while explaining she ditched her squad yesterday, trading the boring safety of office hunting for a path that actually pays the big bucks. She claims she is simply fed up and needs a vacation, earning a judging stare from the lady who clearly thinks she is just another delusional brat. The woman looks disgusted and labels her a spoiled brat for whining about life, wondering what she could possibly find so exhausting about her easy career. Choi maintains a perfectly vacant and friendly expression while Mara appears to be undergoing a full-blown medical crisis in the corner. Even as a senior citizen roasts her to a crisp, Choi just stands there smiling like a happy golden retriever. The elder squints through her spectacles to analyze the girl, hunting for a specific spark and trying to see the monster hiding behind that blithe human costume. She bluntly asks if Choi has ever ended a life, causing a silence so awkward that even Nar forgets how to speak for a moment. A crimson glint in Choi's eye betrays the truth despite her quiet lips, confirming the old lady successfully spotted the murderous vibe simmering inside her. Choi giggles nervously and denies everything with a hand wave, but the granny isn't buying it, telling them to scram because this isn't a playground for kids. Choi refuses to budge and leans over the tabletop, letting her sweet demeanor melt away to reveal a much scarier and more intense version of herself. She flashes a smile that is both gorgeous and nightmare-inducing, demanding to know the entry requirements since she is done pretending to be a nice lady. The shopkeeper grins back in approval of this new vibe, having discovered the genuine warrior they require to spice up things down in the fighting pits. The lady curls her finger to summon Choi for a secret hubble, signaling that the guardian is finally ready to grant them access to the back. Shushing the girl, she warns that loudmouths end up in ditches here, where keeping your trap shut is the only way to stay alive. Choi relaxes with a smug expression after passing the audition, wearing a face that screams she already conquered the ring before the first bell even rang. The grandma returns to her cranky merchant persona, grumbling that future visits require hard cash while she tinkers with a dusty old credit card swiper. A receipt pops out of the device and the lady winks at them, confirming the deal is done and the gateway to the chaos is unlocked. She gestures toward a shadowy rear passage, advising they proceed directly forward. Choi and Nar commence their journey into the void, abandoning the ordinary realm. Choi moves a curtain of beads, offering a glimpse into the murky cavern. It feels as if they are entering a predator's mouth, with only one girl actually pumped. Nar is having a massive freak-out regarding the ticket price, questioning if their finances can take the hit. She's definitely more scared of poverty than ghosts. Choi keeps her pace, mentioning it is irrelevant because she plans to haul in a mountain of cash. Her ego is either majestic or purely delusional. They step into a gargantuan hidden stadium filled with hollering spectators. The energy's frantic, fueled by a thirst for violence and ruined credit scores. Within the ring, two shirtless dudes are tenderizing each other like human steaks. Nar suddenly regrets not bringing her life savings to place a sneaky wager. Choi claims a seat in the stands, but Nar has pulled a disappearing act. Choi scans the frantic mob, wondering where her flighty roommate bolted off to. Her scarlet eyes flicker across the ocean of sweating faces, attempting to locate her companion. You can sense the bafflement beginning to brew in her skull. We see Nar at the betting window, gliding over a fat pile of bills with fierce intensity. She is either a legendary wingman or just extremely broke. Nar returns to the bench and Choi greets her with a piercing scowl. She is obviously ticked off about whatever secret business Nar was just handling. Choi is death staring her, blood vessels bulging on her temple while her eyes practically spark. Nar is stuck in the confused victim stage of the fight. Nar starts yelling, demanding to know the reason for that scary face and her supposed crimes. She is baffled why her enthusiasm is getting burned by a nightmare expression. Choi snaps that she just dropped over $1 million on the entry fee because Nar played mime. Basically Choi funded the duo and her bank account is weeping. Nar shouts back, asking who actually has spare cash in this garbage economy. She fires back at Choi, mentioning the rental deposit from her former apartment. They are in a total cartoonish scrap now, Nar wailing that her landlord actually owns her soul and the bank owns her house. They are arguing about penury in a murder pit. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through their loud bickering, asking if they are newcomers. Choi looks up, her eyes wide as she realizes they have been caught. A lanky fellow with fiery red hair and a dark leather jacket towers over them, looking like a protagonist. He is certainly not just some random gambler. He gives a swoop, pockets work and asks to sit beside Choi. This guy is either a future comrade or the next person Choi sends to the hospital. Choi gives a negligent shrug, signaling she finds his presence less interesting than watching grass grow. She remains glued to the combat, ignoring his vibe. The redhead leans in, acting curious about which brawl the ladies are backing with their cash. He seems friendly, but he is clearly testing their mettle. The announcer shouts for the first warrior, the desert, part d'Asura. He is a scarred brute who looks like he eats gravel for breakfast and loves bone snapping. His rival is the tanky Shimbaryon, the bold, muscular guy who looks like he could survive a head-on collision with a bus without even blinking. Choi drops a massive bombshell, telling him she is not here for gambling but for blood. Nara looks anxious, knowing Choi's involvement usually levels the building. Choi stares at him, her vision sharpening as she tries to decipher his true motives. She repeats his inquiry, clearly doubting the stranger's actual power level. A tight shot of Choi's eye narrowing reveals she suspects he is masking his true potential. She wonders if he already scanned her rank during their talk. Choi attempts to use her scanning skill on the ginger stranger, but the display only shows rows of question marks. This dude is a total cipher, which is never good. She looks legitimately stunned that her special ability is failing her. If she cannot see his levels, he is either her equal or vastly superior. The reality finally clicks. This guy is likely in a rank hunter or perhaps even higher. It makes no sense for such a titan to haunt the C-rank hull. The red-headed guy just sits there, peering disinterested and slightly annoyed. He's probably thinking the same thing about Choi, wondering why she's here in a dump. He points out the obvious, noting that the FIDA level here is capped at C rank. He asks why she is entering, basically calling her out for surfing. A close inspection of his eyes reveals the host definitely whiffed on checking her hunting credentials. He totally sees through her phony C-tier deception. He directly probes if she is a charlatan who signed up under false pretenses, but Choi just offers a chilly glare, obviously displeased at having her little con exposed. Choi shoots back that he is the weirdo shamelessly spying on other people's standings, instructing him to just focus on the upcoming brawl and leave her affairs alone. Mara quickly steps in to vouch for Choi, assuring the gentleman that their paperwork is completely above board, playing the oblivious innocent while Choi remains stone-faced. The fellow with the bright hair simply exhales with a slight grin, remarking, "Sure thing," clearly not purchasing their story for even a fleeting millisecond. Nara is genuinely starting to lose her cool now, suggesting that if his brain is clouded by spirits, he should just watch silently, warning him against picking needless scraps. Poor Nara is pointing directly at the crimson-haired chap, branding him an aging, balding fellow right to his face, while Choi struggles mightily to keep from dissolving into laughter over the jump. In Nara's vivid mental theater, she pictures a ruddy-nosed old drunk who represents nothing more than low-class riffraff, her imagination reel is stretching to explain her aggravation. Choi attempts a correction, pointing out the gentleman is clearly peers with them in age, but Nara refuses to budge, loudly insisting he is undeniably an elderly man. Choi finally cracks and lets out a burst of amusement, noting that his head of hair is impressively lush, as Nara fumes in the background, resembling a miniature fury demon. The red-haired person actually starts chuckling too, finding Nara's bewilderment quite amusing, while Nara just looks subtly perplexed as to the source of the merriment. Choi's giggles fade as she speculates whether he deployed some rare artifact to mask his true status or level, sensing something amiss beyond Nara's poor temperament. The diminutive, scarlet-dressed gentleman continues his peals of laughter, thoroughly relishing the ruckus the ladies have stirred up in his immediate vicinity. The resounding clang of the bell announces the grand commencement of the feature attraction, sending the collective roar of the audience soaring skyward. The duel between the arid land's supreme controller and the ocean's fierce tempest ignites, both combatants appearing eager to rip each other limb from limb inside the enclosure. Nara beams brightly, thrilled the spectacle is finally underway, likely already envisioning a sweet reward coming from her wager. The red-haired man advises Nara to keep it down if she doesn't fancy an eviction, prompting Nara to fume back that her financial stake demands she cheer to her heart's content. The red-haired chap elucidates that this venue is saturated with lower-tier fighters incapable of recognizing a high-ranker's visage, implying only Choi can truly perceive him. We observe a status update for Park Deoksu, pegged at the E level, looking significantly more menacing than his classification suggests, a typical ruse in these illicit contests. This challenger, Chimbayan, holds a D ranking, so mathematically he should have the edge, but in this squared circle, rank is often just a suggestion, like gospel. Choi remains arms crossed while observing the fighters, asserting that class supersedes all, understanding the chasm in power between a D and an E is usually insurmountable. Nara is excessively confident, telling Choi that's precisely why she backed the D-rank contender, expecting a guaranteed, effortless win full of cash. The fight erupts into savagery, with the E-rank contender absorbing a brutal knee to the midsection, the shockwave rippling through his whole frame, as Nara immediately bellows for a swift knockout. The E-lister, Deoksu, is taking a severe beating, his face now a canvas of crimson as he absorbs relentless strikes, clearly looking like a complete rout in favor of the D-level bruiser. Nara starts losing it, hysterically pleading for him to rise as her anticipated winnings seem poised to vanish into another patron's coffers. The punishing groundwork continues without mercy, with the D-rank warrior showering Deoksu with successive impacts, while Choi observes with detached silence, tracking the underdog's every move intently. Abruptly, the E-level pugilist lets out a sound of agony and sinks his teeth into the adversary's arm, sending gore flying as he jettisons decorum for sheer survival. The crimson-haired spectator casually predicts the E-rank fighter will prevail, causing Nara to erupt in protest, demanding he cease uttering such foreboding nonsense. Unaware of the imminent turnabout, the E-ranker has dramatically flipped the script, pinning the D-rank down and driving his skull repeatedly into the floor, which Choi notes is ruthlessly pragmatic for closing the rank disparity. Only text N. Nar, still clutching at straws, raves at Choi about how a D-ranker simply must clinch this victory, desperately wishing her wild guess of her 300-hit combo would actually materialize. With a triumphant flourish, the referee raises Duxu's arm, declaring him the victor. This colossal upset has the audience going bonkers, but for Nar, it signifies the utter obliteration of her financial hopes. Nar's consciousness is practically staging a breakout as she stares blankly into the abyss, a pathetic whimper about her dwindling cash escaping her lips, her opulent dreams now officially in the dumpster. Now in full-blown hysterics, Mara wails about her wager, envisioning a background scene of dollar bills with tiny wings flapping away, her spirit thoroughly crushed. The ginger chap offers a smug grin, remarking that she really should have heeded his advice, leaving Nara quivering, miserable blob on the floor. Choi erupts in laughter, deeming the whole kerfuffle a riot and clearly reveling in the sight of Nara's shattered ego more than the actual scrap itself. Nara latches onto Choi's attire, shrieking that she gave her word the D-ranker would triumph, desperately seeking a scapegoat for her abysmal luck at the betting table. Gripping Choi's shirt, Nara subs about her vanished riches, while Choi remains a silent statue, her initial amusement beginning to curdle into something far more sinister. A menacing crimson glow ignites in Choi's eyes as she fixes Nara with a chilling stare, inquiring about her current actions with a voice so frigid it could solidify the air. Nara's pupils dilate in alarm as the stark realization dawns. She significantly overstepped. The light-hearted Choi has vanished, replaced by a hardened survivor of the perilous dungeons. Nara promptly retreats, stammering that she momentarily lost her faculties, then quickly pivots, inquiring about Choi's impending combat, hoping to sidestep a potentially violent reckoning. Choi simply turns and saunters off, casually announcing she's had a change of heart, leaving a utterly befuddled Nara in her wake, bewildered by the abrupt departure. Mara scrambles after her, hollering about Choi's promise to facilitate her wealth accumulation, to which Choi dryly retorts that she should be grateful she didn't administer a more vigorous spanking. Nar privately speculates that Choi likely bolted upon noticing the rather dubious nature of those artifacts, concluding that Choi is far more judicious than her outward persona suggests. The red-haired gentleman also ambles off, hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets, evidently done with the day's entertainment. He calls out to Choi with a sardonic grin, suggesting she possesses a moral compass after all and is perhaps abstaining from the bout to avoid any unsporting conduct. Choi pauses and glances back, Nara lurking apprehensively nearby, while Choi is already concocting her next gambit involving this enigmatic A-rank individual. The red-haired fellow advises her against squandering her high rank in such a venue, suggesting she find a proper guild instead, a helpful offer tinged with his own hidden agenda. Choi inquires about his presence, unwilling to permit him to posture as virtuous when he's also loitering in an illicit underground fighting ring. A close-up on Choi's eyes reveals her accusation, he's employing illicit trinkets to mask his true power, essentially informing him that his deceit has been uncovered. He merely shrugs, classifying it as a casual pastime, even admitting he feigned ignorance of her own shady dealings, proving he's as cunning as Choi. Choi leans closer, her tone lowering as she declares her need for access to the distribution networks, finally revealing her true objective, and at that moment, everything shifted. Locking eyes with him, she boldly states her desire for that particular item, specifically the gear he's using to conceal his formidable capabilities. He responds with a wry smile, questioning if she intends to embark on a criminal career, flatly stating he has no intention of divulging any information, effectively ending the conversation. Choi labels him awfully rigid, exhaling a puff of air, clearly irked by his refusal to cooperate. Suddenly, both their heads snap up, a sharp vocalization erupting between them, signaling an unexpected event in the arena that has even these two veterans momentarily flustered. A raid. A squad of armored enforcers and law enforcement storms the venue, bellowing about an illegal betting bust, plunging the room into pandemonium as everyone scrambles to escape. The red-haired man lets out an exasperated sigh, appearing more irritated than frightened, remarking that being apprehended would be a nuisance and proposing an immediate departure. He extends a hand, grabbing Choi's wrist and pulling her along, leaving a bewildered Nar trailing behind as he takes charge of their evacuation. Glancing back at Chor, his expression unusually serious, he presents her with a stark ultimatum, come with me if you want to survive. Displaying a sinister blood-tinted beam while clenching his forearm, the girl vows to include him in her arrest, apparently enjoying this newfound upper hand. The lady anchors her fist onto Kim Donju's limb using a serious hold, indicating she refuses to release the fellow until her specific desires are completely fulfilled. Wrestling in a goofy miniature fashion, the man panics while demanding release, whereas she cackles like a demon, swearing eternal attachment despite any threat of mortality. Reality returns with our hero seething because a hatted tracker snitched, and the lady acts like a helpless maiden, requesting that police detain the surrounding creep. A humble, boring shack hidden within the foliage appears as evening falls, looking deceptively serene right before it inevitably transforms into a massive fireball. Spontaneous combustion occurs as the lodge becomes a titanic blaze, hurling debris in every direction while the dwelling disintegrates into nothingness. Amidst the haze and heat, the duo can be seen diving towards security, resembling a cinematic stunt sequence while they narrowly avoid the detonation. One guy faceplants whereas his partner sticks her descent to begin sprinting, outrunning a monumental blast which redesigns the scenery into a charcoal paradise. Leading the way, the female glances at the bewildered man with a playful smirk, questioning the ethics of demolition while he commands her silence. The man marches into the dense brush, ignoring her as his companion questions if his ultimate career revolves around becoming a master of high-stakes arson. With a devious grin, the girl reveals her hidden agenda involving a property valuation, suggesting she might also purchase any shiny trinkets discovered along the way. Both partners transform into translucent streaks while racing through timber, their velocity highlighted by artistic lines. As the girl probes for status levels he refuses to disclose. Our hero offers blunt reasoning, suggesting she elevate her status if she feels envious, leaving his partner looking like a baffled caricature at his casual arrogance. The Timbaland falls silent temporarily, featuring nothing but the ragged inhalations of an exhausted athlete, while gloomy indigo shades intensify the oppressive mood. The girl slumps against a trunk while huffing and drying her face, discovering that tailing her partner constitutes a brutal aerobic session despite her upgraded attributes. From afar, the pair navigates the shadows while she mentally insults his velocity, certain that he is way too powerful for a standard elite warrior. Suddenly halting, the warrior peers backward while ocular orbits shimmer like searchlights, signaling he found the objective and feels prepared for an immediate raid. Our guide proclaims success regarding their arrival at her glade, whereas his companion eventually appears gasping for oxygen to survey the endpoint. The girl's pupils dilate while emitting a puzzled chirp, because the visual evidence before her definitely contradicts the image of her standard valuation parlor. Both traverse a vaporous trail surrounded by twisted timber, with the atmosphere becoming increasingly unsettling, transitioning from a commercial zone into a spectral woodland. Poking the transparent air, the man triggers worry vibrations that expose a hidden gateway protected by some extremely pricey and elaborate optical sorcery. The leader provides one last caution, stating that once indoors, using his actual identity is strictly prohibited, though she remains doubtful regarding his alleged celebrity status. The youth formally presents himself as Kim Dronzer, sneering that she likely remains the only warrior nationwide ignorant of his fame, exhibiting a doctorate in narcissism. Offering a mischievous smirk while accepting his regulations, the lady archives his identity for potential blackmail before the duo encounters a total logic-defying event. Incandescent cosmic beams burst around the foyer while the pair enters, prompting the girl to seek his chronological data, which he delivers as merely 26. Discovering their matching birth years usually sparks either legendary feuds or disastrous teamwork, just as the glow vanishes to show the secret bizarre entrance. The true scope emerges, a gargantuan and rowdy subterranean trade hub buried within cabins, resembling a covert metropolis for mercenaries and shady bandits. Working past booths packed with parchments and enchanted baubles, Jigorks, pondering what lunatics spent their weekends excavating such a massive underground mall. Our guide explains that warriors handle these tasks during their off hours, highlighting the unrefined underbelly of their supposedly heroic and shiny career path. This chap mentions that the local population consists solely of folks with prior rap sheets or those who committed mischief right after they woke up, basically making the spot a posh retreat for the market's shady overlords. Sure, picking up on his encyclopedic knowledge of this locale, playfully inquires how he manages to know so much dirt. He tries to brush it off with a lame excuse about previously wandering these very streets, but Choi isn't fooled, bluntly suggesting he's just a former lawbreaker himself. Choi playfully jabs a finger at him, wondering aloud if someone of his caliber is actually running his own little club, trying hard to poke through his cool facade to see the real deal. We cave slightly, admitting he's merely affiliated with one, but when she presses for the official title, he slams the door on that inquiry instantly. A tight shot of his mouth reveals a maddeningly self-satisfied smirk as he simply states the name is classified, clearly relishing the role of the enigmatic figure in their exchange. They finally settle in with a seasoned female appraiser surrounded by dusty treasures and heavy coffers, and though the lady looks like she's seen it all, even she appears slightly bewildered by what Choi presents. Choi extends her hand, the infamous parasite ring pulsing with an unsettling, sickly green aura, prompting the appraiser to lean close and demand where on earth this bizarre trinket originated. Choi keeps her story deliberately vague, claiming she snagged it inside some dungeon, and adds that it's permanently attached, hoping this expert can offer some much-needed enlightenment. The appraiser arches a skeptical brow, noting that an item being absolutely unremovable seems highly dubious, admitting this specific type of binding property is completely new territory for her. Donju observes from the periphery as the lady confesses this is a genuine first-time encounter, making the enigma surrounding the ring thicken like old gravy. Choi maintains a silent vigil, gazing at the appraiser with an expressionless mask, betraying her internal disappointment that even the shadowy expert is drawing a complete blank. A quick glimpse into Choi's inner monologue flashes briefly upon the screen. She mentally notes that this expert also can't crack the code, making her suspect the ring might be far more exceptional and perhaps significantly more perilous than initially suspected. The elderly expert requests permission to attempt a manual removal, which Choi readily grants, thinking if brute force fails, perhaps a professional touch might succeed where she failed. The appraiser grabs Choi's hand and tugs with considerable vigor, putting serious effort into the task, yet the ring appears completely welded to the skin, refusing to budge. Suddenly, a violent surge of crimson energy explodes outward from the ring, sending a literal shockwave through the room as the jewelry actively fights back against being detached. The poor woman is violently flung backward, emitting a startled squeak as she nearly tumbles from her seat, confirming the ring has an apparent will of its own and definitely prefers its current location. Choi merely lets out a weary sigh, remarking that the exact same stubbornness occurred last night when she tried solo, leaving the stunned appraiser to marvel and declare it the most peculiar object she has ever encountered. Deciding a different path is necessary, the lady requests the item's designation, thinking if removal is impossible, perhaps a database lookup might yield some crucial intelligence. A close-up on Choi's face shows her a moment of hesitation, knowing the Monica parasite sounds terribly ominous, but realizing she desperately needs the consultation to progress. She opts for the cautious route, telling the expert the system merely displays the label unknown for now. She's certainly not about to broadcast the true title of her top-tier, the X-rank parasitic artifact to a stranger just yet. The old lady sighs again, conceding the item is well beyond her expertise, to the point where she won't even bill Choi for the failed attempt, which is a sure sign you stumbled upon something truly legendary. Choi looks downward, her features shadowed by a cloud of mounting frustration and deep-seated anxiety, as her promising avenue for ring removal has just evaporated into thin air. She rises to depart, offering thanks for the wasted time, but just as she's turning away, her gaze snags on a piece of merchandise nearby, causing a dramatic shift in her demeanor. Choi locks eyes with a specific, small piece of ornamentation, her eyes widening considerably. She's uncovered something she hadn't even consciously been searching for. It turns out to be a humble, gold needle-style earring, resting delicately upon a bed of plush velvet. Despite its unassuming appearance, within the dangerous realm inhabited by hunters, appearances are consistently the biggest fibbers. The notification alert materializes, showcasing a spooky shadow stud, which functions by masking her numbers from anyone except those sitting 3 tiers above her level. Choi grabs the jewelry, her crimson peepers catching the metallic glimmer, realizing this fancy bauble is the ultimate solution for keeping her beefy A-rank status totally secret. A wicked grin spreads across her face, as she imagines those elite S-rank chumps failing to peek through her veil, effectively turning her into a total phantom. Choi is beaming like a lottery winner, staring at the bling with pure joy, proving that a bit of retail indulgence can fix any emotional damage from a bad review. The elderly merchant signals $300 with a finger, snidely commenting that a weakling like Choi has nothing worth hiding, though the granny is hilariously clueless. In a tiny adorable drawing, Choi wonders if plastic is accepted, since her bank account is essentially a desert, yet she absolutely must own the shiny loot. Kim Donju exhales a heavy breath, demands the trinket, and offers to cover the tab, effectively accepting his temporary role as her grumpy financial sponsor. Choi fastens the accessory and throws a cheeky smirk toward the audience, appearing completely transformed, or at least her digital profile will look like a total lie. Strolling off, Choi questions if her level is visible, but Donju confirms it is gone, mentioning that her A-rank vibe is now invisible to everyone below the God-tier S ranks. Donju mentions the cloaking fails against those scary S+ monsters, then jokes that meeting such a legend is impossible, which is definitely the classic setup for disaster. He adopts a stoic expression while suggesting anything is possible, showing a level of chill regarding elite hunters that would give a sane person a panic attack. Choi freezes a different Kisk with sparkling eyes, mesmerized by some gadget, sprinting ahead so fast that Donju is left choking on her retail frenzied dust. Donju grunts in frustration while keeping a watchful eye on her, appearing bothered yet loyal, making them look like a truly bizarre duo of adventures. As the duo is starting to click, Choi crouches low to the pavement, pondering whether to seek another evaluator, or if doing so would merely trigger an avalanche of hazardous gossip about her status. This girl grips her belly area. That annoying internal story is still causing drama, making her realize she cannot ignore the issue, even though the alternative path feels like a suicide mission. Her lids fly up when a brilliant plan strikes her brain, marked by a visual cue as she identifies the precise destination required for her salvation. An image of that secret dungeon portal flashes internally, convincing her that the cursed jewelry's birthplace holds the secret to finally removing the damn thing. The text notes that merely 11 secret instances exist globally, with a fresh one popping up in Korea, making it a freakishly rare spot for any hunter. The global chart highlights these elusive zones, revealing that a couple of them actually showed up twice, which adds an extra layer of spooky mystery to things. Choi fiddles with her finger trap, recalling that secret layers do not vanish but simply reboot, implying the hellhole that broke her life is still waiting for her. She decides to raid every crawlspace she can find to locate the starting point, intending to dump the jewelry back where it's born like a bad return. Choi groans about the massive hurdle of needing a guild membership to enter, as the prospect of joining another squad following the Heen Chan disaster feels nauseating. A tight shot of Kim Donju's gaze reveals him monitoring her vibes, clearly picking up on her stress and probably cooking up a scheme of his own. He initiates another round of haggling over a piece of crap valued at 300, bouncing between 200 and 230 while the lady labels him a dirty thief. Donju stares at his empty leather pouch miserably as the lady suggests he should just quit the game, their funny argument proving they are basically old friends. The senior citizen relaxes and mutters for him to get lost. Echi is obviously staying in business, fully aware that Donju is far too stubborn to quit. Donju's eyes sharpen into a piercing stare, dropping the comedy routine to transform back into the lethal warrior who first appeared on the scene. The guy submits a payment for 300 while grinning at the woman, questioning her satisfaction now that he surrendered the full cost to finish the deal. The guy gestures a farewell, touting towards the elderly lady once more. She hollers back, demanding he cease using that label as they retreat into the murky shadows of the escape corridor. Breathing fresh air again, the mind pivots, questioning whether her identity is truly Hyen Choi. She looks baffled, curious why he suddenly abandoned her funny nicknames. He reveals a handsome yet menacing grin, confessing a weird obsession with gathering shiny trinkets. He sheds his fake persona, finally exposing his creepy fascination with her. That fellow demands straight away whether the woman covets the object, pointing at the jewelry. She notes the stubborn ban is permanently stuck, making his generous proposal pretty much useless. The villain snatches her wrist with a crushing hold, startling her. He claims solutions always exist, sporting an expression that screams serial killer rather than pal. Vibes turn pitch black as crimson energy swirls. He murmurs about simply severing the entire digit. This transformation from helpful bro to homicidal maniac was impressively fast. She refuses to flinch, returning his stare with a terrifying glare. The girl mocks his disgusting pastime, showing absolutely zero fear toward his violent posturing. He glares at the finger bling, observing the suspicious lack of fresh monster portals lately. He runs the numbers, concluding things just do not add up. He hovers near her ear with spooky, shaded eyes, whispering a query about her visiting a secret lair. Silence falls as he accurately guesses her biggest secret. The lady clenches her jaw, muttering colorful insults. She believed she was playing 4D chess, but instead, she stumbled straight into a hungry shark tank. Everything fades to white as she realizes the grandmotherly figure lured her here with purpose. It appears the elder was a traitor's accomplice. Worst shopping trip ever. The man looms above her like a massive skyscraper, emitting a crushing azure aura. He discovered she was masking immense energy, and he appears thoroughly displeased. A tight shot of the ginger lab reveals a pure antagonist aesthetic with darkened features. He finds her minor camouflage impressive, though it failed to prevent her entrapment. She buckles under his heavy presence, fingers quivering against the dirt. She realizes a mere single rank gap should not feel this deadly, suspecting he is a total fraud. Unexpectedly, memories of the horrific bug-infested dungeon haunt her where monsters ripped her flesh. The bloody light and many peeping eyes remind her of her rock bottom. Her gaze is wild and veiny while revisiting her mental scars. She decides that contrasted with that hellish afternoon, this jerk's intimidation tactics are just mild annoyances. The girl bellows a deep, throat-dripping roar capable of reviving corpses. She rejects her damnful status, choosing to absolutely demolish the structural integrity of this building. He appears completely stunned when a tidal wave of cobalt magic explodes in his grill. He underestimated the frail girl's ability to throw such a noisy tantrum. She triggers her vocal ability, launching a magical cyclone through the area. The guy gets tossed like a rag bull, while poor Nar gets swept up in the chaos. The ginger dude holds his skull in sheer pain, peering bells for days. He screams about the illegality of using high-level skills in public spaces like a lunatic. The blast is so violent it shreds the tiles, scattering stone fragments. The companion hides like a frightened puppy while the heroine continues cranking her output to 11. He fights to see through the magical tempest toweling around him. He reflects on how commoners usually bow to elites. Yet this girl is built completely differently. She looks totally unhinged, locks dancing in the wind and pupils burning with beastly rage. She lacks the typical self-preservation of others, fueled instead by concentrated pettiness. A bizarre image of blades slicing across a cosmic backdrop appears, representing her logic being snipped away. She has transcended being a mere warrior into something chaotic. The viewpoint reverts back towards the concealed entrance, pondering whether such evolution appeared biological versus forced. The riddle regarding the jewelry plus those mind-warping traits expands. Tranquility returns once the debris lands, leading both fighters sucking wind. She remains standing while he simply garks, likely reconsidering every single path he ever took. Choi flashed a grin so dangerously beautiful it could stop traffic, then casually called him a scoundrel and dared him to simply take it. She was practically begging him to make a move, and frankly, I wouldn't have risked it. Suddenly, the entire display bleached stark white, leaving behind only a solitary textural line. She's currently brimming with a profound conviction, having discovered her true calling, which, oddly enough, seems to involve a rather significant amount of good old-fashioned mayhem. Just then, the palpable tension completely evaporated as Dronzer raised his hands with a disarmingly charming smile, claiming the joke had spiraled too far, attempting to rewrite history as if he hadn't just threatened to relieve her of her digit moments before. The narrator mused that if anyone could actually rediscover the elusive hidden dungeon, it would undeniably be this particular woman, a wild card nobody in the entire hunter world ever saw coming. Back in the familiar warehouse, Dronzer meticulously laid out his brilliant scheme. He understood her need to unravel the ring's secrets, and he had conclusively decided on the singular, foolproof approach. To make the glorious vision a reality, Dronzer proposed a grand partnership, suggesting they embark on the perilous quest for the hidden dungeon together, while Choi merely favored him with a silent, piercing stare, probably debating whether to actually trust him or just unleash another round of yelling. Cutting back to the apartment, Nara lay completely sprawled on the bed, radiating an aura of profound melancholy, pouting dramatically and refusing all sustenance, likely still mourning her vanished 300,000,001 like a lost puppy. Choi strolled in, wielding a comically oversized bag of provisions, attempting to coax Nar with a silly joke, but Nar simply grumbled indignantly from beneath her pillows, apparently convinced the entire world had ended just because her bank account was empty. Sure, ever the motivator, threatened to devour every last crumb herself, which miraculously jolted Nar upright, though she remained incredibly miffed, wondering aloud if joke ball was truly the top priority while they were practically squatting. Nar suddenly transformed into a tiny, furious tornado, shaking Choi and vehemently screaming about being abandoned at the arena, undergoing a full-blown emotional meltdown as Choi calmly stood there, grocery bag still dangling. From an exterior vantage point, the apartment reverberated with the girl's lively squabbling echoing into the night. Mara valiantly attempted to maintain her anger, but it's surprisingly difficult when delectable food is sitting right under your nose. And just like that, Choi was nonchalantly gnawing on a truly enormous hunk of meat, looking utterly unconcerned, then casually inquired if Nar had settled down yet, implicitly understanding that her good meal is the ultimate ceasefire agreement. Nar, cheeks bulging like a chipmunk hoarding nuts for winter, admitted through a tearful sniffle that she was, indeed, perfectly fine now. It was genuinely hilarious how swiftly her indignation crumbled once the glorious meat made its appearance. Nar then pivoted to a serious tone for a brief moment, asking how they would manage their living expenses now that the illicit arena was defunct, even proposing they begin preparing for a genuinely legitimate guild job side by side. Choi just kept right on chewing, nonchalantly declaring her intention to rediscover the hidden dungeon and warning Nar she'd be keeping late hours for a bit, acting as though she was merely picking up extra shifts at a late-night convenience store. Nar let out a truly stunned gasp, then demanded to know exactly how she planned on accomplishing such a feat, genuinely concerned for her friend's mental well-being, and honestly, who could blame her? In an adorable chibi panel, Nar wisely pointed out that Choi was currently unaffiliated, rendering entry into a high-level dungeon practically impossible. She was attempting to be the logical voice of reason, but Choi's mind was already light years ahead. Choi simply smiled, then casually dropped the absolute bombshell that Kim Donju had offered his assistance, leaving Nar hanging with a spectacularly bewildered expression as Choi serenely continued to enjoy her delicious meal. Nar completely froze, her eyes widening like saucers as she stammered if Choi meant the S-rank Kim Donju, recognizing the name but still failing to connect the dots to the suspiciously familiar old man from earlier. Sure, utterly baffled, questioned how Nar could possibly recognize the illustrious name yet completely miss the actual guy who had been sitting mere inches from her, her face practically screaming, "Are you blind? Or just exceptionally oblivious?" Chibai Nar shrieked that Choi was an absolute fabricator, questioning why on earth an S-rank hunter would ever grace a grimy back alley brawl. She was utterly convinced the fellow from before was just some random old geezer, and Choi was spinning tall tales. Nar dramatically whipped out her phone, utterly determined to present Choi with the undeniable, noble visage of the real Kim Donju, utterly oblivious that she was about to receive a truly epic dose of reality. The phone displayed an absolutely legendary photograph of Donju standing triumphantly atop a colossal, plain boss monster. Nar continued to vehemently declare the age difference was glaringly obvious and there was simply no conceivable way it was him. Then, the genuinely cool shot of the actual Kim Donju glancing over his shoulder appeared, and Nar finally had the terrifying realization that the man she had so confidently labeled a balding old geezer was, in fact, a bona fide superstar from the Payhawk Guild. Nar slammed her hands onto the table with a resounding thud, her face rapidly transforming into a brilliant shade of crimson embarrassment. The monumental realization that she had just openly insulted one of the world's most powerful hunters hit her like a runaway freight train. She was quite literally losing her composure, sputtering incoherently that it couldn't be true and wondering how he could possibly exist. Her entire perception of reality now irrevocably turned upside down. She suddenly recalled hearing whispers that he employed various items to alter his appearance, then let out a monstrous, soul-shattering scream. Honestly, I probably wish for instant teleportation to another dimension too if I had called an S-rank balding right to his face. Mara floated in a shimmering, purple cloud of pure, unadulterated despair while Choi simply kept on eating, casually reassuring her that everything was fine and he genuinely didn't care. Sure, it seems, is the ultimate chill roommate, even when her best friend is having an existential meltdown. Mara remains a trembling mess, far too jittery to request a spot in the elite squad today, while Choi wonders aloud if Payhawk is actually worth the hype before a massive reality check hits her. Unleashing her inner obsessed admirer, Nar shrieks that this guild represents the absolute zenith of monster hunting, insisting that joining their ranks means waving goodbye to empty bank accounts and poverty forever. A heroic shadow looms against a lunar backdrop, as Nar clarifies that this specific organization hoards a whopping 3 of the nation's only 8 S-rank warriors under their golden banner. The Grand Azure serves as the group's official emblem. She adds that a legendary figure among the world's only 2 SS-rated individuals established it, essentially making this the superpowered superhero team-up of their violent profession. Visuals depict a formidable sorceress conjuring glowing sigils alongside other top-tier killers, proving that Payhawk is less of a simple club and more of a terrifying industrial juggernaut. Their colossal futuristic spire dominates the skyline, with Nar bragging that the group wields enough political and social weight to challenge the sovereignty of an entire sovereign country. Pivoting to a comedic scene, we find a miniature Choi gnawing on a bone like a stray pup, ignoring Nar's warning that entry odds are 1 in 1,000 while questioning if the place even serves decent snacks. Completely unswayed by tales of legendary glory, Choi offers a casual shrug and suggests her friend focus on lunch, as her personal to-do list definitely excludes chasing high-ranking popularity contests. Time passes and Choi stands poised for violence within a verdant woodland, having finally ditched the gag sphere to concentrate on the serious work of monster extermination. Her gaze shifts toward Donju, who stares back with a baffled expression, obviously attempting to decode the bizarre thoughts swirling around inside her mysterious brain. When Choi confesses she finds his membership in that famous guild somewhat impressive, Donju looks shocked she unmasked him despite his desperate attempts to play the stealthy mystery man. Donju questions why she decided to haul an oversized timber buckler on her spine, reminding her that this was supposed to be a scouting trip rather than a full-scale assault on a dragon. Small Donju simply smirks, promising she will see the truth once they arrive. Reverting to his cryptic persona, he leads Choi further into the dangerous unknown. The pair treks through the thick brush, with Choi screaming for some actual tactical information, creating a hilarious contrast between the silent edgelord and the frustrated brawler. Pausing briefly, Choi notices a sudden change in his demeanor, realizing the man is actually preparing to share a rare piece of genuine wisdom for a change. He spins around with a chillingly grim face, cautioning her to keep her eyes peeled because these unauthorized zones are far deadlier than standard raids, so thinking this will be a breeze is a total I'm to blunder. An utterly pathetic F-class reptilian grunt begins shrieking at the top of its lungs, blissfully unaware that it is merely a pathetic appetizer for the powerhouse protagonist arriving shortly. With a heavy thud, the scaly weakling is squashed into the mud, and the digital interface identifies it as a basic bottom-tier creature, nothing more than a minor annoyance for someone of Choi's caliber. Looking thoroughly unimpressed, Choi wipes some gore from her palms without even breathing hard, mocking his earlier warnings since this entire subterranean trek feels like a casual stroll through a garden. He scoffs at her stupidity for taking his lecture seriously, clarifying that these illicit holes usually peak at D rank, which prompts an irritated Choi to ask if locating these pathetic zones is the key to finding the real prizes. While slicing through another reptile with zero effort, he notes that secret chambers often sprout from these low-level areas, showing his obsessive nature for checking every corner regardless of the lore. Growing strangely irritable, he complains that her giant shield is an eyesore and should be tucked away, teasing her for pretending to be a high ranker while she snaps back with a polite request for him to shut his trap. Without warning, the giant emerald talon crashes into the earth and rattles the scenery, with a thunderous impact signaling that something far more dangerous than a weakling is emerging from the shadows. An E-class reptilian commander arrives for battle, but the two hunters simply lounge on a nearby precipice, observing the snarling creature with all the urgency of bored teenagers at a cinema. He glances at her and asks if they should keep exploring or just put this boss out of its misery, treating a supposedly elite monster as if it were a slightly annoying fly that needs swatting. Making a contemplative noise, she fixes her crimson gaze on the beast below, her expression suggesting that some clever or perhaps chaotic scheme is currently fermenting in her mind. The Scala General tilts its head up and grunts in confusion upon spotting the pair, soon to discover that its position at the top of the local food chain has been violently revoked. Ignoring the need for reply, Choi dives from the heights with a thunderous downward swing, transforming into a streak of metallic fury aimed directly at the creature's vulnerable throat. The brawl ends before anyone can blink, as the big bad loses its noggin in a swift slice, causing Danju to mope about the hidden portal being elsewhere. Choi trots away from the messy crime scene, pawing the beastly dome behind her like a weird suitcase, while reminding her buddy that her schedule is packed. The tight shot reveals the parasitic band radiating an evil azure shimmer on her digit, proving this horned jewelry is the primary motive for her desperate quest. Her mental gears grind as she concludes they must teleport to another monster lair pronto, refusing to quit until the origin of her eternal life is revealed. Out of nowhere, a memory strikes of her giant bug hollering right in her mug, sporting ruby peepers and serrated fangs that would scare a tax collector. The younger Choi is seen struggling to maintain her defensive stance, her magenta force field cracking under the strain, marking the moment her destiny went into the toilet. Within her mind, she yelps for Hun-chan to assist her because her strength is fading, regretting the massive blunder of relying on the untrustworthy dude. The guy places a palm on her arm, though it feels like ice rather than support, as he murmurs her name with a chilling tone that screams red flag. The traitor shows his dark side, staring at her with hollow sockets while suggesting she perish so he can live, effectively tossing his lady under the metaphorical bus. A creepy zoom view captures his twisted grin, revealing he genuinely loves the idea of ditching her to the predators just to save his own pathetic hide. He releases his grip and retreats while she begins to tumble, finalizing their breakup by abandoning her to be eaten by 1,000 hungry critters. She plummets into the dark, weeping as her reality shatters into pieces, finding the emotional stab in the back far sharper than any literal monster talons. Dropping into a black pit filled with fiery orbs, she hears his parting shot about paying her rent, confirming that the man is a total jerk of epic proportions. Choi lunges upward in her sheets with a panicked holler, realizing it was merely a bad dream but still panting like she just finished a marathon. She inhales sharply, damp with perspiration while peering into the gloom, her crimson pupils signaling that her supernatural abilities never take a coffee break. She gazes at her shaky fingers before squeezing them tight, whispering that what is deceased should stay that way, attempting to bury those traumatic clips. Resting on the mattress corner, she gets grumpy that her former killer is trespassing in her subconscious, unable to shake the ghost of her murderer. She glances at Nara's soaring logs peacefully, feeling a wave of saltiness that some folks enjoy sweet dreams while she remains stuck in a psychological dungeon. Her mood sours while observing her housemate, suspecting the girl is only playing nice to avoid death, fueling her growing belief that people generally suck. She assumes her roommate will ditch her eventually, following the trend of every other person she knew, leaving her faith in humanity at her solid zero. Standing tall in the pale moonbeams like a classic antagonist, she ponders if she should just offer a companion now, but decides to postpone the murder. Working to the gala, she checks the cold box while obsessing over the stomach worm, plotting a bloody eviction for the unwanted guests living inside her. While chilling by the refrigerator, she swears that removing the curse ban will be her retirement from monster hunting, hoping for a life without constant peril. Liquid fills her cup as her mental rant concludes, making everyone curious about what wild schemes she has cooked up for when she finally goes solo. The vibe flips to a chaotic dawn as Choi throws on clothes while screeching about the clock, doing a total turnaround from her edgy midnight brooding. Nar dashes for the exit wearing professional attire for a meeting with the Wajin Guild, while Choi sips her jarver and enjoys the frantic show. Nar rages about her failed wake-up call, but Choi simply gulps her drink and offers a lift, appearing far more neighborly than her homicidal self last night. Nar stares as if her friend has sprouted an extra noggin, reminding her that she lacks a vehicle and is currently too frazzled for any comedy. Out of the blue, a fancy dark sedan rolls into view and Nar looks stunned, baffled that such a high-end whip is parked in their humble neck of the woods. The glass slides down to show Kim Donju behind the wheel, waiting at the girl with a smile that effectively stops her pulse from the sheer shock. Nar squeals like a startled mouse and fumbles her words, wondering why a top-tier god like him is slumming it here. Her brain is officially melting into a puddle of terror. Choi suggests Nar drop the formalities because Donju is just a peer, but the guy immediately shuts that down by questioning her authority to set the rules, real milking that snobby elite hunter vibe. Nar is mentally shrieking, certain her funeral is tomorrow thanks to her past rudeness, and she is silently begging for mercy in hopes he won't erase her from existence. The camera zooms in on Nar making a sad little squeak as her low-level mind completely short-circuits from the sheer pressure of standing next to a living legend. Nar just collapses, her spirit drifting away while her ghostly self pleads for survival, since she has clearly reached her maximum quota for drama today. Tiny Choi casually observes the unconscious body, while Tiny Donju decides Choi has hilarious taste in pals, proving they both care way too little about her mental breakdown. The scene shifts to a sleek dark ride gliding along the road, which is honestly the most stylish way for high-level hunters to travel in comfort. Back in the vehicle, Nar is conscious but looks like she's mourning her own death, while Joy hunts for a spot to dump her for the job meeting. Donju questions which group she is trying to join, and Nar weakly mumbles Hwajun while he flexes that effortless one-handed driving technique like a total pro. Joy points out that the Hwajun boss just beat a secret zone, causing their numbers to skyrocket, showing she is definitely reading the daily hunter tablets. Donju's expression turns frosty as he admits he hates the team and their vibe, pending at some spicy drama with those rivals that is only starting to brew. Donju asks Joy if their friendship has reached the finger-stealing stage yet, to which she dryly replies they are just working together, but he insists he is carrying this whole operation. Donju parks at the portal entrance where suited goons are standing by, greeting him with deep bows that prove he is basically the king of the shady underworld. Donju skips the small talk to demand an update on the zone, and the guards confirm the coast is clear for them to enter whenever they please. Joy gets suspicious and asks about these random thugs, but Donju sighs and explains they are just staff running this shady operation, because even outlaws need a management team. Donju calls Joy a dummy for thinking a black market dungeon would be unmanaged, teasingly saying she is toast and wondering if he should call the cops on her for loitering. With a cocky smile, he notes that her arrest would be just as messy as his, then snidely tells her to go hang out with the Hwajun boss if she is so scared. Joy has had enough of his yapping and tells him to pipe down so they can enter, hoping to grab her loot fast and leave this guy in her rearview mirror forever. Donju keeps a totally blank face while Mar has a meltdown behind him, and it is obvious he is secretly enjoying her mental collapse. The guard gets too personal so Donju barks at him to back off, ordering the amateurs to stay on the porch and play a lookout while the real experts do the dirty work inside. Donju rubs his neck in irritation as the underlings giggle at him, muttering about their bad sense of humor while clearly just wanting to finish this annoying task and go home. The tight shot of Donju reveals the comedy hour is over. His gaze has sharpened into a lethal stare as he finally clicks into his elite warrior mindset. The scene jumps to Choi pacing in the woods, looking annoyed at the delay and wondering why the guys are moving like snails when she just wants to finish this hunt. All at once, her ring starts thumping with a creepy crimson glow, clearly vibrating in response to the local energy and looking like a total disaster waiting to happen. Choi winces and grabs her hand, baffled by the sudden development, as the jewelry starts glitching out right when she needs it to behave the most. We see the band again and it is shining like a miniature sun, suggesting that whatever monster is brewing inside her soul is getting tired of waiting around. Choi gazes at the radiant stone in horror, trying to convince herself it is just a hallucination, even though fingers generally do not turn into glowing neon glow sticks for no reason. Recalling last night's bizarre nightmare, she actually contemplates chopping the digit off, which feels a bit dramatic but is probably better than becoming a human nest for some eldritch beast. Choi breaks her trance and begins hollering at Donju for his tardiness, dumping her anxiety on him while he just absorbs the verbal abuse with zero emotion. Donju marches forward and completely blanks her freakout, looking like an absolute legend while Choi stays behind fuming like a teapot about to explode. After chilling out, Choi figures she is still clueless about the creepy piece of jewelry, even if she evicted the uninvited worm, her physical state might remain permanently trashed for good. The bright flash jumps us ahead 30 days into the future. Apparently, hunting for that secret basement has turned into a never-ending homework assignment. We land in a gravity-defying sky park filled with giant boulders hovering in the air. This neighborhood clearly caters to high-tier masochists seeking certain death. A fleet of mutant, triple-eyed pigeons clutters the horizon, screaming like toddlers. These overgrown turkeys could probably bench press a military vehicle with their toes. A huge feathered plane plummets toward Choi, extending its jagged foot knives. She stands perfectly still, wearing the bored expression of a tired retail worker. All hell breaks loose when Choi fights back, sparks flying against wet feathers. It is a disgusting, risky street fight inside a drifting cosmic trash heap. She whips out a huge, shiny yellow blade wade that slices the atmosphere. Her movements are much sharper and beefier than her clumsy attempts last month. Turning into a vibrating blender of carnage, she purees those aving creeps into red mist. She is officially a high-ranking menace to society at this point. Watching from the sidelines, Dronzer flicks the bird away like a mosquito. Noticing her spicy attitude, he realizes her panic is making her play like a total noob. With a heavy groan, Dronzer concludes that finding the secret cellar is a total bust today. He yells for her to quit and go home for some snacks and a nap. We see a tight shot of her eyeball, which is beaming bright crimson with murderous intent. She hears absolutely nothing, lost in the source of the slaughter. Giving him the silent treatment, she sprints ahead to murder more stuff. Dronzer just lingers in the front, observing her slide down a slippery slope. Out of nowhere, Dronzer snags both of her wrists, holding her steady with a very punchable grin. He wonders why she is acting so weird, successfully asserting his dominance over the situation. Choi is completely fuming, her pupils shining like nuclear reactors during a heated stare-down. She stalls, wondering if he is looking for a beatdown, threatening to nuke the entire floating rock into oblivion. Grabbing her blouse, her palm shakes as she tries to maintain her cool. The psychological weight of this death hole is cracking her edgy protagonist mask. She decides to stop holding back, letting cyan electricity dance across her skin. The polite girl is gone, and she's ready to let her freak flag fly. Launching herself backward like a rocket, she spears across the blue horizon. It seems she is desperately trying to outrun her own baggage and previous mistakes. Crashing into a giant hole of rubble and dirt, she stares at her palms in absolute disbelief. Her own explosive strength is honestly scaring her more than the birds did. Peering through her tangled locks, her gaze burns with a creepy, empty pale glow. She resembles a vengeful phantom rather than a person with a social life. Looking closer, her pupils fade back to a sharp ruby color, leaking pure terror. She is finally snapping out of her violent trance and seeing reality again. Drenched in nervous perspiration, she pants, questioning what just happened. She is truly horrified by the sheer force she leaked while outside of her designated combat zone. Glancing back, Dronzer mentions she looks like hot garbage, telling her to nap while he manages the boss fight. He acts nonchalant, but he is totally monitoring her every move. The ginger dude wanders toward the drifting rocks, abandoning Choi on the lawn. He strolls with the swagger of a man who never loses a fight. Rasping her skull, she breathes like she just ran a marathon as the rush finally fades. Her frantic wheezing indicates she is only one bad day away from an asylum. The entire frame focuses on a single internal question, asking what on earth she just performed. She realizes her behavior is getting as chaotic and unpredictable as a caffeinated toddler. Biting her lip, she gazes into the horizon with massive skepticism. She wonders if her visiting that secret basement is a smart plan or just a creative way to die. Working off, the narrator mentions her physical shell feels weirder every second. It seems that parasitic Joy is attempting to stage a very hostile takeover of her entire soul. Staring at the jinxed accessory, she sees it throbbing with a spooky, rhythmic glow. She questions her next move, knowing the biological timer is ticking toward a monstrous birth. We switch to the flat during the midnight hours. A brief oasis of quiet. Choi mumbles a lethargic hello to Nar as she approaches the entrance. Entering with a sack of snacks, Choi instantly spells trouble in the air. She asks Nar why she looks so miserable, like someone just deleted her favorite save. Nar slumped onto the sofa, a living, breathing testament to utter exhaustion, dark circles under her eyes practically demanding her own postcode. Her job search, it seemed, was performing with all the grace and success of her one-legged cat attempting Parker, having once more ended in a resounding, miserable no. Nara let out a mournful wail, lamenting the sheer impossibility of securing employment in this cruel age, and Shore, with a weary sigh, confessed her own grand total of 0 breakthroughs. Essentially, they were just a pair of financially challenged adventurers, walling in a gloom-filled lounge, truly embodying the entire struggle. Chur, ever the primatist, promptly clunked down the bags of provisions, declaring that they should simply commence stuffing their faces. After all, a truly horrendous day often found its most reliable antidote in the form of a magnificent, carb-heavy culinary intervention. Nara's spirits lifted ever so slightly, her gaze locking onto the bag as she inquired about its mysterious contents. It truly was astonishing, the miraculous speed with which existential dread could vanish at the mere whisper of an unexpected, gratis meal. Choi unveiled the evening's culinary centerpiece, a peculiar dish of joke ball, adding that her supply of suju was also readily available. Apparently, that potent rice liquor served as the essential, culturally proved survival kit for drowning one's woes. With a resounding clatter, Nara forcefully plunked down a shot glass, letting loose a primal yell of pure exasperation. Clearly, she had now officially graduated into the irate, inebriated phase of her ongoing employment catastrophe. Genuine tears began to well in Nara's eyes, her voice rising as she bellowed about the sheer impossibility of securing a decent position. She squarely blamed her utterly unremarkable, painfully generic buffer class for guilds universally shunning her applications. Her tirade continued, a magnificent symphony of despair, labeling her existence utterly wretched and wishing a plague upon the very moment she had inconveniently manifested as a mere buffer. Shore, for her part, simply remained a stoic presence, allowing her companion to unleash the torrent of pent-up indignation. Nara finally collapsed onto the tabletop, completely drained of all energy. Choi let out a weary exhale, muttering that she absolutely needed to locate that elusive hidden dungeon by morning, as their financial reserves were rapidly approaching a critical, irreversible meltdown. Nara slowly lifted her head, her face etched with profound sorrow, simply articulating a fervent desire for increased power. She was utterly fed up with perpetually being the designated weakest link, eternally subjected to everyone's dismissive gazes. Choi offered a perfectly stone-faced stare, inquiring why Nara couldn't simply vanquish some beasts and accumulate attributes like a normal person. Nara retorted that such a feat would require roughly a century, given that buffers were not precisely renowned for their individual monster-slaying prowess. The miniature version of Choi merely gave an unconcerned shrug, calmly declaring that her options seemed utterly depleted, a statement so frigid it could freeze a polar bear's tears. Nara promptly emitted a piercing shriek, accusing her friend of heartless barbarity for merely pointing out the undeniable. A profoundly earnest, almost weepy expression settled upon Nara's features as she fixed her gaze on Choi. The light-hearted verbal sparring had abruptly ceased, indicating that their conversation was about to descend into significantly more profound territory. Nara, at last, posed the query that had been relentlessly tormenting her curious mind. She demanded to know precisely how Choi had managed to become so formidable, aware that her friend possessed none of this potency just a lunar cycle prior, and she craved the elusive answer. Nara speculated that this sudden surge in might must surely stem from some artifact Choi had acquired within the mysterious hidden dungeon. She was overtly seeking an instantaneous route to strength, fervently hoping a mere enchanted trinket could likewise unravel all her myriad predicaments. The tight shot of Choi's features betrayed a distinct air of deep consternation. Nara, ever optimistic, floated the notion of accompanying Choi on her next hidden dungeon expedition, though Choi's grimace subtly broadcasted that this was an utterly catastrophically awful proposal. A palpable gloom descended upon Choi as her thoughts drifted to her present, peculiar circumstances. She mused with palpable bitterness about how truly idyllic Nara's existence must appear, grasping that her friend remained blissfully unaware of the sheer, horrifying ordeal endured to acquire this so-called fortune. Nara continued her monologue, gushing that if she, like Chur, could simply gain immense power from a solitary enchanted artifact, securing a guild position would be utterly trivial. She was, in essence, glamorizing Choi's personal horror story, a truly perilous pastime, and it was precisely at this juncture that the entire dynamic shifted. Nara inquired, with a truly palpable envy, why the universe couldn't bestow upon her the same generous fortune. This was the precise instant when the very fabric of their camaraderie began to experience an alarming degree of tension. The ironic descriptor, Luffy, inextricably linked with a swarm of mantises, played across Choi's mental landscape as her mind recoiled into the abyss of sheer terror. Nara's seemingly innocuous phrasing had undoubtedly struck a profoundly raw nerve. A chilling, visceral flashback then erupted, revealing Choi utterly engulfed by those colossal, burning monstrosities. On-screen text materialized as the creatures rended her flesh, elucidating how she was incapable of even finding death, only an incessant, horrific exploitation. The harrowing memory displayed Choi's ravaged form, being consumed piece by agonizing piece. This, then, was the brutal truth of her supposed good fortune, an unending, nightmarish loop of perpetual feasting and agonizing resurrection. Her inner voice surged with a fierce, aggressive energy, articulating that her formidable power arose purely from the desperate imperative to simply endure. She was absolutely seething that Nara was prattling on, utterly oblivious to the horrifying realities. Returning to the immediate moment, Choi's pupils shimmered with a dangerous, malevolent crimson hue as she fixed an intense, burning gaze upon Nara. The entire atmosphere within the apartment had instantly transformed, shifting from a convivial meal between companions to the chilling suspense of a predator meticulously observing its next unfortunate quarry. A truly sinister, utterly chilling thought bubble manifested, silently pondering whether it might be more efficient to simply eliminate her at this very instant. Choi was undeniably relinquishing her hold on human empathy, deceiving her friend's cheerful unawareness as a profound, personal affront. Nara, meanwhile, remained utterly unaware, wistfully sighing about the depleted Saju supply and the immense wealth she could accrue if only she weren't perpetually dismissed. She possessed not the slightest inkling that she had just narrowly escaped immediate, digital erasure by mere fractions of a second. Choi then chatted the oppressive quiet with a chilling query, demanding to know if Nara genuinely considered her exceptionally fortunate. Nara, caught entirely flat-footed, responded with an utterly bewildered, inarticulate noise. Choi rose to her feet and refilled her glass, her gaze now raised within slits brimming with unadulterated malice. She informed Nara that she must have completely shed any vestige of conscience to utter such utterly preposterous drivel. Nara's expression morphed into one of abject terror, beads of perspiration tracing paths down her face as she frantically attempted to retract her statements. She stammered out incoherent apologies, desperately clarifying her intentions, at last fully perceiving the imminent peril. Choi leaned in close, her mouth twisting into a truly unnerving smirk that definitely didn't extend to her eyes, then inquired exactly what Nara intended by trying to corner her with just a silent stare. Nara plunged into full-blown panic, her eyes bugging out like she'd just seen a ghost at a tea party, frantically pleading with Choi to believe her drunken brain simply had a momentary glitch, which is the universal excuse for please don't murder me. Nara suddenly recognized her grave error, realizing Choi had barely escaped the dreadful dungeon with her life, finally grasping she had been profoundly insensitive to someone who had clearly survived a traumatic ordeal. With her face obscured by shadows, Nara desperately whispered an apology, wondering what escape plan she could possibly hatch now, understanding that the immense power disparity between them made Choi a truly terrifying individual to cross. Nara clutched her chest dramatically, her expression a contorted mask of pure regret, knowing she had really botched things this time and probably wondering if her roommate was about to evict her, or perhaps something even more dreadful. Choi simply fixed her with a gaze so cold and expressionless it could freeze a volcano, the room's heavy silence practically amplifying the frantic drum solo Nara's heart was performing. Choi exhaled a long, weary sigh and gently closed her eyes, deciding to overlook the incident for now, musing that it was, after all, only natural for someone as utterly clueless as Nar to be a little bit nosy, even if it was incredibly annoying. She sternly instructed Nar to never utter such ridiculous nonsense ever again, prompting Nar to bobble her head like an over-caffeinated dashboard ornament, shouting her understanding while looking dangerously close to tears of sheer relief. The duo then returned to their meal, engulfed by an utterly suffocating silence, the forgotten joke ball still sitting innocently on the table, yet the entire atmosphere had been utterly and irrevocably destroyed. Choi gazed into her drink, her expression softening into something far more contemplative and mournful, on the verge of unveiling a profound truth Nara was absolutely not prepared to hear. Like a surprise math test on a Friday, she softly spoke Nara's name, effortlessly capturing her friend's attention, and Nara cautiously looked back, her response a nervous little squeak, bracing herself for what she fully expected to be the continuation of her lengthy lecture. Choi clarified that she had nearly met her untimely demise within that dungeon, but, conveniently, also discovered the powerful ring at precisely the same moment, finally divulging the clandestine origins of her extraordinary abilities. Nars, ever the astute observer, posed the entirely predictable follow-up question, wondering aloud if Choi's very survival was attributed solely to the ring, still firmly convinced it functioned as some sort of magical, death-defying free pass. Choi's demeanor darkened once more, her single red eye pulsating ominously as she disclosed that the ring possessed no such convenient, instant escape from peril powers, preparing to thoroughly demolish Nara's rose-tinted fantasies about acquiring easy strength. The screen dramatically flashed pure white, unveiling a singular, brutal, and utterly inescapable truth, confirming there existed precisely one method to enhance one's core statistics, and everyone, including the audience, instinctively knew it wouldn't be anything Nara would remotely enjoy. Choi leaned slightly forward and calmly declared that the ultimate secret was simply to eliminate an incomprehensible multitude of adversaries, a number so vast it defied counting, a brutal, relentless grind most ordinary individuals would certainly not endure. Nara froze in absolute astonishment, her eyes widening like saucers, as she stammered a question in profound disbelief, utterly unable to process the staggering concept of personally slaying such an astronomical number of monstrous creatures alone. Choi simply stared at Nara with an entirely blank, unreadable expression, while Nara continued frantically attempting to process the baffling logic, demanding to know what exactly failed to add up in this entirely perplexing situation. Nara then presented a highly practical, logistical query, questioning how a dedicated tank, designed primarily for absorbing damage, could possibly dispatch so many mantises by herself, a truly valid point considering tanks are typically built for defense, not for orchestrating mass extermination. Nara astutely pointed out that Choi had emerged from the dungeon not long after the portal's closure, casting serious doubt on how Choi could have possibly inflated her statistics to such an astonishing degree within such an incredibly brief timeframe. Choi slowly reached for a piece of food, her hand appearing unnervingly pale in the ambient light, maintaining a chilling silence for a prolonged moment before finally dropping the actual, mind-blowing bombshell concerning the bizarre mechanics of time within hidden dungeons. Nara began to visibly sweat, her voice trembling uncontrollably as she anxiously inquired precisely how long Choi had truly been trapped inside, finally realizing that the seemingly short duration was, in fact, an elaborate and cruel deception. Choi simply lowered her gaze to her plate and nonchalantly stated that she had perished an awful lot, delivering the grim revelation with the casualness of someone recounting a particularly dull dream, which made the entire statement infinitely more unsettling. The harrowing flashback returned, showcasing an insurmountable mountain of Mandy's monsters piled suffocatingly on top of her, as she revealed she had died thousands of times, nor, perhaps even tens of thousands, truly illustrating the unimaginable depth of her suffering. The ensuing images were utterly gruesome, depicting Choi screaming in agony as her limbs were systematically ripped from her body and her head was repeatedly severed. Yet, thanks to the curse ring, she kept regenerating and enduring the horror again and again. She openly confessed that throughout that ceaseless torment, she had genuinely wished for death, clarifying it was no glorious power-up montage, but rather an agonizing, seemingly eternal session of pure, unadulterated torture. Choi slowly turned towards Nara, her glowing red eyes fixed intently, and chillingly explained that she merely died an extraordinary amount and subsequently killed an extraordinary amount in return, concluding with a simple, stark declaration that this was precisely how she transformed into her current self. Back within the brutal flashback, we witnessed the youthful, utterly terrified Choi buried beneath the grotesque monsters, remembering feeling an overwhelming bitterness, for she had never desired strength at the devastating expense of her very sanity. The close-up shot focused on her dying face, streaked with both tears and blood, a horrifying tableau, as she simply couldn't comprehend why she was forced to endure such an extreme level of both physical and mental agony, all for just a rare item. Choi finally unveiled the last, crucial piece of the intricate puzzle, revealing that once she had ultimately conquered the dungeon and emerged, the outside world's clock had not advanced a single tick, meaning that to everyone else, she had merely vanished for a few minutes, though for her, it had been an eternity of unrelenting hell, grinning like a villain who just won a prize. She wraps up her tragic tale, explaining that this nightmare was her gym. It is the gold standard for why you should never pray for power unless you want a side of trauma. Left alone in the shadows, Nara looks like she just saw a ghost eating a puppy, her pupils shaking in total panic. The realization hits that her old pal is gone, replaced by a creature that could probably kill her with a wink. Choi spills the beans on her secret workout, which involved murdering every beast that tried to use her as a snack. She wears a peaceful grin that suggests her brain has checked out of reality and moved to a very dark neighborhood. The logic of that secret pit is a total mess, since decades of agony happened while the clock outside didn't even tick once. Nara stands there like a broken mannequin, processing how her roomie became a grandma in a blink. Nara wears a face of absolute dread as she realizes how lonely the pit was, witnessing the wreckage of her friend. The girl she knew is basically a phantom, swapped for a warrior who was baked in a furnace of pure misery. The narrative gets incredibly grim when considering her solitude, leading to the big query about her power level. Nara finally asks how a mediocre meat shield managed to evolve into a working tactical nuke without any help. Waterworks are in full swing as Nara turns into a sobbing pile of remorse. Feeling like the world's biggest jerk, she recalls calling Choi fortunate, which is like telling someone who was literally eaten for a month that they had a lovely little spa day. The tight shot of Nara shows her chin wobbling like jelly, finally grasping that she was totally oblivious to the carnage. The air gets heavy enough to crush a soda can while they both sit there in awkward, painful silence. Nara stares at the table, her voice vibrating with fear as she confesses that the story is way too intense to process. The level of suffering Choi went through is basically a foreign language to anyone with a normal life. Choi offers a response colder than a freezer, saying comprehension isn't actually required for the plot to move forward. She is totally checked out, advising Nara to just swallow the facts and stop being such a drama queen. Rising from her seat, Nara hovers over the furniture to stare directly into those spooky eyes. Hunting for the truth, she begs to know why Choi wasted her time rescuing a loser like her after surviving a literal apocalypse. A creepy memory pops up showing Nara paralyzed like a scared rabbit while the exit slams shut, leaving her friend behind. That specific moment of cowardice has been nibbling on her conscience like a hungry rat for way too long. Choi just gazes back with a face as readable as a brick wall, letting the thick atmosphere simmer for a bit. Her crimson eyes are glowing with a vibe that screams nobody is home regarding her former personality. Out of nowhere, Choi huffs a little laugh and begins to grin like she just heard a mediocre joke at a funeral. Watching her find Nara's mental collapse amusing is definitely going to require some serious therapy sessions later. Choi starts cackling like she just auditioned for a role as a crazy antagonist, leaving Nara absolutely baffled by the shift. The vibe goes from tragic drama to Joker-style comedy in about 2 seconds flat, making things very weird. Dabbing a straight tear, she clarifies that Nara's survival wasn't actually a priority or based on merit. It was basically a coin toss, showing that she views human existence with the same level of interest as a dusty rug. Nara collapses back into her chair, hanging her head as the brutal reality of her insignificance sinks into her brain. She finally gets that to this new version of Choi, she's about as important as a pet hamster. Murmuring a quiet sorry, her eyes turn into leaky faucets once more as she tries to atone for everything. She apologizes for the door, the dumb luck remark, and the unfairness of her own safety during the disaster. The side view of Choi reveals her staying as quiet as a tombstone, offering 0-1 for a pardon. She just lets that apology linger in the room like the smell of burnt popcorn, refusing to acknowledge the sentiment. Nara is now a puddle of emotions, her face turning into a cartoonish mask of pure misery during her meltdown. Choi just glares at the display and asks if the leaking face is necessary, sounding like a cranky landlord. Nara barks back that she is definitely not weeping, desperately clutching at her pride while soaked in her own salt water. It is a tiny bit of comedy in a chat that otherwise feels like a funeral for a soul. The scenery changes to a peaceful patch of woods where foliage is lazily floating through the breeze. The cinematic shift tells us the therapy session is over and it is time to get back to professional monster hunting. Observe Dronzer resting quite comfortably, appearing exhausted while he relaxes inside a heap of gory monster scraps from his latest brawl. Showing his chill time actually yields better results than others trying their best. The giant beast barrels through the bushes with neon eyes, looking ready to turn someone into a pancake. Dronzer does not even flinch, treating the boss creature like an annoying mosquito that is barely worth his attention. Choi peeks over her shoulder, her face showing a blend of being nosy and being cautious. She is observing Dronzer in action, probably trying to figure out if her current boy toy is actually a working nuke. Dronzer is chilling on the corpse of the dead boss, glancing down at Choi with a lazy grin. He asks if anyone has ever said sorry to her, circling back to the drama she just left behind. Choi gazes across a massive field soaked in sunlight, her thoughts wandering back to when she was just a tiny kid. It is a brief window into her existence before the towers and plant beasts ruined everything for everyone. The girl answers, "Doh," her eyes turning into cold flint, as the lady admits she once believed that entire existence was just one long apology, proving her self-worth was historically in the gutter. Retrospective scenes illustrate Choi bolting frantically toward the ceiling labyrinth gate, grasping for a hand that never appeared. This harrowing memory emphasizes the double crossing that initially pushed her psyche into the abyss. Nara pops up in a memory, wailing at the threshold as it crashed shut. The single instance actually kept her breathing, since she genuinely attempted to halt the catastrophe despite her ultimate failure. We view a tight shot of Nara's mug as she begs pardon. It repeats the lounge sentiment, yet we finally grasp why that regret carried more weight than a lead balloon for the pair. Back in the present, Choi looks totally floored, remarking that a confession of guilt from a person like Nara was never on her bingo card. She admits Nara was not the culprit who owed amends, proving she still possesses a few functioning brain cells. The girl flashes a tiny, sincere-ish grin, pondering how it felt like she was finally perceived by another human being. She reckons this emotion is quite a novelty, revealing a slight fracture in her frozen personality shell. Donju simply observes her with a pensive look, propping his noggin up with a palm. He is one smart cookie, and he can definitely see that Choi is undergoing some serious psychological transformations. Choi inquires why he constantly bullies Nar, so Donju merely grins, conceding he was nabbed red-handed. He acts like it is just banter. Oh, he is surely poking at Choi's patience to see what happens. Donju stands at a futuristic number pad, typing digits for posh flat. He reflects on how Choi avoided a meltdown over missing the secret cave, questioning if Nar's aura is rubbing off on her like a weird rash. He rests against the brickwork, eyebrows scrunched while contemplating his next moves. He considers dragging a larger crew into the pits soon, but he dreads the possibility of being spotted by some truly sketchy characters. Donju emits a groan of agony and grabs his locks. He's obviously overcomplicating life, which is relatable for a guy juggling shady treasure hunts and a lady friend who likes to stab things. Instantly, the dame with a short blonde cut and glowing blue eyes manifests behind him, appearing totally nightmare-inducing. Donju shrieks, questioning why a giant ape is in the house, a gutsy choice of words for a dude about to get his claw cleaned. Donju grumbles with annoyance, perspiration sliding down his mug. He recognizes this intruder perfectly and realizes his afternoon is about to turn into a total dumpster fire. Behold the sibling. She stands there looking shredded in her sleeveless shirt, scolding him for skipping shifts while she traveled for work. She caught wind of his antics during her commute and is extremely ticked off. Donju attempts to act nonchalant, reclining on the sofa and bragging about hitting the underground bazaar for fresh gear. He tries dodging her stare, but his trembling hands give away his internal panic. The sister perches on the sofa rim, staring straight through his soul with a very untrusting glower. The awkwardness in the apartment is dense enough to carve with a heavy claymore. She demands to know if he was scouting secret caves during her absence. She has effectively trapped him in a corner, leaving Donju without a decent escape plan or a smoke bomb. She folds her limbs, her face turning frosty while awaiting a response. She understands her kin way too well, and the boy is an absolute garbage liar when the heat is on. Donju blurts out a grumpy rejection, insisting he did no such thing. He is acting super defensive, which is essentially a giant billboard screaming that he did precisely what she suspects. She lands a light and quick punch to his gut, knocking all the air out of his lungs. She's fuming that he had the gall to use such colorful language with his own sister. Donju is holding his Bella, hollering and denying he cussed. He is getting absolutely wrecked by his sis, and it is honestly quite comical watching a top-tier hunter get treated like a disobedient toddler. She labels him a tiny punk and prepares to launch another fist. Her velocity is ridiculous, suggesting that being compared to a primate might be flattering for her power level. She rushes forward with a massive smirk, obviously having the time of her life. She is treating Donju like a human squeeze toy to vent all the annoyance from her travels. She screams at him to respect his elders while connecting with another heavy strike. She is teaching him a painful lesson in etiquette while likely cracking a couple of his bones. The scenes transform into a chaotic sphere of movement while they scuffle around the lounge. It is pure family mayhem, featuring blasts of power and shouting in every direction. Donju successfully grabs her forearm, his expression full of irritation as he attempts to halt the beating. He bellows that he was being serious, finally managing to speak through the chaos. The sibling halts, her gaze sharpening as she insists on knowing his actual activities. She's hunting for the genuine excuse for his recent disappearances from the grid. Donju pulls a sneaky, confident smirk before dropping the bombshell. He claims to be dating, and internally apologizes to Choi for dragging her into his sister-related shenanigans. The sister's eye expands to dinner plate size at the news of him dating, totally flabbergasted. She apparently considers a romantic relationship for her brother more fantastical than discovering a secret dungeon entrance. She seizes his collar, shaking him violently and screaming about his mental state. She's completely stumped by how someone with his horrible attitude could possibly attract another human being. Donju looks completely fed up with her antics, questioning whether she should really say such things to her own brother. He's strategically deploying the wounded feelings tactic for maximum distraction. The sister releases her grip and immediately starts laughing, convinced it's just a preposterous lie to get out of trouble. She demands to know where he supposedly crossed paths with this mysterious person. Donju informs her that he attended a dogfight last month and coincidentally spotted her there. He's concocting a tale that sounds just plausible enough to survive his sister's intense scrutiny. The tight shot reveals his completely serious expression. He declares she is his type, a rather gutsy declaration to make about someone who enjoys eating monsters as a snack. We cut to Choi in the arena looking icy and detached. Her thoughts from that time indicate she was wondering what was wrong with him, confirming this romance is entirely delusional on Donju's part. Donju extends the fabrication, claiming they chatted briefly and are now an item. He's digging himself into a massive hole, and I am highly anticipating Choi's eventual reaction to this mess. The sister glances around the vacant, upscale apartment and sighs heavily. She then asks if this mystery girl is imaginary, which serves as a devastating insult to her brother's non-existent social life. She adopts a grave expression and inquires about the girl's potential danger level. As a high-ranking hunter herself, her concern for her brother's safety outweighs her interest in his dating status. Donju informs her that Choi is merely an unaffiliated C-rank hunter who recently retired to relax. He's describing Choi as a normal, laid-back person, a statement that might be the most absurd joke in the entire story. The sister reflects for a moment, observing that the girl could spend her break meeting him. Donju quickly clarifies it's just a fling, attempting to keep a lid on any future assumptions. Donju leans back, looking quite pleased with his masterful storytelling. He then starts contemplating how busy his life truly is. He remains blissfully ignorant that his small fabrication is on the verge of spiraling completely out of hand. The sister immediately starts in again, asking if he genuinely has time for romance and why he avoids his job. She's absolutely relentless, proving that an S-rank sister is the final, unbeatable opponent in any life simulation. Dronzer shouts back that she is being overly critical and promises he will indeed get to work. He's reaching the breaking point of the lecture, his face flushing with irritation. She cautions him to proceed with care, since the guild leader is eagerly waiting his next error. This implies there are significant political struggles happening within their organization. Dronzer taps his chin, contemplating whether to perhaps stay out of sight for a while. He knows he is engaging in a high-risk scenario with Choi inside the hidden dungeons. A small chibi drawing depicts both of them slumped on the sofa, sighing deeply. Dronzer explains the only reason she's nagging is because they are currently lacking dungeon party members. We transition to a dungeon setting, where a huge roar echoes through the corridors. A swarm of demonic creatures charges ahead, and a frantic voice commands everyone to remain in place. The blonde man clutching a sword yells for the team to hold for his signal. He attempts to act as leader, but it's painfully obvious he's about to lose all control over the unfolding disaster. Dronzer and his sister are in the thick of the combat, peering totally unconcerned. The sister gasps slightly when Dronzer charges ahead, demonstrating a clear disregard for the leader's signal. Dronzer rushes in with a huge, savage grin, yelling that he will be victorious today. He's treating this life and death dungeon raid as nothing more than a casual match against his sister. A huge splatter of crimson fluid covers the floor as he absolutely annihilates a monster with one strike. These siblings are clearly operating on a completely separate tier from everyone else in their group. The sister leaps right over him, grinning widely as she warns him not to get ahead of himself. She is equally enthusiastic about the slaughter, turning the raid into a private sibling contest. The remaining members of the party just stand there in disbelief, appearing completely ineffective. They are thinking about the importance of following dungeon instructions, but the siblings clearly have no respect for protocol. The monster featuring spiky green balls for eyes is immediately sliced into tiny fragments. The siblings are moving with such incredible speed that the rest of the team can't even see them attack. The sister bursts into laughter when Dronzer gets launched backward from a monster's blow. She finds his predicament utterly hilarious, referring to his sword as a pathetic toothpick. The leader and another girl lie collapsed on the ground, clearly beaten and exhausted. They groan in agony, realizing they have only survived this far because the siblings are doing all the hard work. The highlights reel captures these siblings ruining every social gathering they join, and the voiceover clarifies that colleagues eventually blacklisted these working disasters. Returning to the current moment, the sister wonders if a competent soul exists for their roster, since they desperately require a meat shield capable of enduring their madness. Dronzer proposes bamboozling a naive rookie into their ranks, though his doubtful expression suggests he thinks finding such a gullible sacrifice is nearly impossible. The sibling suspects a beginner will perish instantly under their care, leading Dronzer to moan as he realizes they are essentially the social pariahs of the guild. Dronzer mutters that he might search for someone with zero enthusiasm, clearly already plotting how to throw poor Choi under the bus for their benefit. Grinning wickedly, the sister mentions his rumored girlfriend as a potential recruit, having identified the ideal lamb for the slaughter among his romantic interests. Dronzer appears completely floored by the suggestion, suddenly grasping that his fake dating story just marked Choi as the primary target for his sister's insanity. He yells in panic about her mental state and choice of victim, but his sister remains baffled, noting that a hunter should expect a little danger. Flashing a hungry smile, she proposes a romantic excursion to a monster den, viewing it as a superb trial for her future relative's combat abilities. In a tight shot, she winks and tells him to ignore her presence, insisting she has no interest in their PDA as long as things die. Her gaze expands with a frightening, eerie radiance, confirming she definitely inherited the majority of the family madness as her desire for carnage begins to leak. She remarks that the mere thought is intoxicating, pondering the body count she can rack up, proving she definitely shares the unhinged genetic code with Dronzer. Dronzer recoils in genuine terror while questioning her creepy expression, demonstrating that even a top-tier warrior is helpless against a sibling's terrifying mental collapse. She hurls inquiries about Choi's residence, dietary habits, and potential wedding dates, basically picking out flower arrangements while Dronzer fights for his very life. Staring in total horror, Dronzer understands he has unleashed a beast beyond his mastery, whispering regrets while his face contorts into a portrait of pure misery. The captions confirm the obvious, this human tank is officially bonkers, leaving Dronzer ensnared in his deception while Choi faces a truly lethal social engagement. Nara lingers beneath the stars in front of her complex, breathing heavily because she is terrified of entering after the massive secret Choi recently revealed. Isolated on the silent road, she watches the ground with deep uncertainty, lamenting that she never expected to feel like a trespasser in her own residence. Nara's thoughts spiral as she recalls Choi's ghastly tale of endless death and resurrection, finally feeling the crushing burden of such a miserable, repetitive existence, which fuels her deep guilt over the previous cruel words she uttered. The tension is palpable, and Nara is clueless about how to interact with Choi post-dinner, perpetually worrying about behaving naturally around a literal living legend. Battling her anxiety, Nara punches in the security digits, remembering that Choi relies on her for shelter, striving to remain supportive of her incredibly powerful roommate. Nara shuffles down the corridor, vowing to improve her attitude to compensate for past rudeness, appearing completely spent after enduring the most exhausting evening imaginable. Nara nearly suffers a heart attack when Choi abruptly peeks from around a corner, forcing a startled shriek that likely alerted every tenant in the building. Choi seems bizarrely upbeat, giggling about her anticipation for Nara's return, while Mar stands frozen with a pounding chest, questioning the sudden burst of energy. Choi delivers a fresh shock with a massive grin, announcing her departure, digesting those monster-hunting outings with Dronzer yielding results remarkably fast. Staring in total confusion, Nara finds it hard to process the news, as she was just pitying Choi's situation before the sudden celebratory announcement. The momentary glimpse of Choi's inner turmoil reveals a summer face, as her quiet exhales suggest a mountain of hidden agony beneath her cheerful facade. Reclined on her mattress, Choi examines her hand with annoyance over the mysterious ring, terrified by the unpredictable physical transformations currently hijacking her anatomy. She reflects on the brutal strength she displayed within the abyss, peering as a literal shadow demon, fearing the inevitable moment her condition evolves again. She glared at the ring while awkwardly clutching her chopsticks, blaming the cursed trinket for every single thing spiraling into chaos. It was her power source, sure, but also the relentless architect of her nightly terrors. Choi instantly knew a public meltdown would be an absolute catastrophe, so she clung to her beloved bluefish plushie like a life raft, desperately seeking comfort as her brain conjured every worst-case scenario imaginable. Clenching her chest, she pondered her daily rhythm, slowly realizing the pesky parasite seemed to throw its wildest parties precisely when she was trying to get some rest, which now made her cozy little apartment feel suspiciously like a very stylish, inescapable jail cell. Nara quietly munched on her rice, utterly oblivious to the dark, chaotic thoughts swirling in Choi's head. Just a perfectly normal roommate accidentally caught in the crosshairs of her supernatural crisis. Choi tried to feign excitement about moving out to protect Nar, while Nar simply gave her bowl the most deadpan stare imaginable. She thought it was extreme, yet after everything, couldn't really argue with a bit of extra space. Nars, ever the primatist, inquired if Choi had actually located a new spot yet. Choi confessed she hadn't found one, estimating she'd need a couple of weeks just to begin the arduous house hunt. Nara looked genuinely impressed by the delicious feast, towering Choi with compliments on her culinary prowess, genuinely amazed she conjured such a magnificent spread all by herself. Chibai Choi and Nar beamed, happily shoveling food into their mouths, with Choi proudly boasting she could whip up practically anything if given the ingredients, showing a flash of her old, pre-dungeon personality. Choi admitted she'd been quite concerned about her cooking skills being rusty, given her recent lack of kitchen adventures. She certainly looked far more relaxed and grounded here than she ever did in the dreadful dungeon. Nar conjured a hilarious mental image of herself dramatically telling Hunshin to drop dead, "You absolute trash heap," while spitting out food, proving her daydreams were entirely dedicated to petty revenge. Nar suddenly started choking on her meal, prompting Choi to spring into action, advising her to slow down. In true best friend fashion, Nar immediately blamed Choi for the near-death experience, the classic roommate move. Nar grumbled to herself as she continued eating, but her phone vibrated loudly on the table, signaling that someone was trying to reach her at the absolute least convenient moment. She picked up the device with a curious glance, wondering who dared disturb her precious dinner. The screen's blue glow reflected in her eyes as she prepared to check the mysterious message. Nara's eyes went comically wide in absolute disbelief the moment she read the notification. Whatever flashed on her screen was clearly an epic, life-altering plot twist. Nara let out a loud, disbelieving squawk, practically vaulting out of her seat, which made Choi, still holding her chopsticks midair, look up and ask what was wrong, genuinely startled by the sudden eruption. Tears of sheer joy welled up in Nara's eyes as she excitedly announced passing the first round of the recruitment test, trembling with excitement, finally catching a much-needed break in her grueling job search. Nara screamed with unbridled joy, thanking the entire universe for granting her a shot at the prestigious Paiyo Guild, while Chibai Choi, equally stunned, leaned in to confirm the amazing news for herself. Chibai Nara was practically prostrating herself before a tiny angel icon, desperately praying to also clear the second round. Choi, trying to bring her back to reality, inquired about the date of the next challenge. Nara explained the second test was in just 3 days, involving a full-on training camp and a terrifying dungeon raid. She was utterly petrified but incredibly determined, knowing this was her big shot at joining the elite. The celebration was officially initiated as Nara enthusiastically proposed some wild, late-night drinking. Choi was absolutely on board, joining the Sudra Fiesta, ready to drink until they dropped, or at least wobbled. Their hilariously drunken cheers, a commitment to the party, echoed through the normally quiet neighborhood. It was the most delightfully normal they'd felt in weeks, even if heavily fueled by questionable amounts of alcohol. Nara lay sprawled in bed, sporting a goofy, boozy grin, completely enveloped in her newfound happiness, feeling like an absolute champion and mumbling about the undeniable greatness of life. Nara slurred a sleepy goodnight, still giggling, thoroughly inebriated, while Choi simply observed from her own bed, chuckling at how ridiculously lightweight her roommate had proven to be. Choi snuggled into her pillow, letting out a blissful sigh at its luxurious softness after a grueling month of intense training, wishing Nara good night as she finally allowed herself to relax within their room's safety. Nara had officially embarked on a deep, Sudra-induced slumber, leaving the room quiet and still, as the lingering tension from those harrowing dungeon raids finally seemed to have evaporated for the night. Just as Choi was about to succumb to sleep, something subtle snagged her attention. She let out a soft sound of curiosity, sensing a distinct, almost tangible shift in the room's atmosphere. Nara mumbled a question in her sleep, her underlying anxiety about the impending test seeping through even while she was completely unconscious, asking if she would genuinely succeed. Choi playfully asked if Nar was merely fishing for some compliments, to which Nar, even while mostly asleep, instantly snapped back an emphatic absolutely not, creating a funny little moment of nighttime banter. Nar rolled over, pouting dramatically and blushing furiously as she grumbled quietly to herself, acting utterly offended even though it was clear she deeply appreciated Choi's comforting presence. The girl makes a sound like a broken toaster since she never expected her associate would actually provide the genuine guidance she requested. Flashing a grin that is rarer than a snowstorm in July, the veteran claims that the previous trials were the hardest part, essentially saying the rest is cake. Paralyzed by the unexpected sincerity, the young lady stares with dinner-plate eyes, feeling deeply touched by the sudden motivational speech. The tiny smirk finally emerges on her face while she mumbles a thank you, feeling far more confident now that she has some backup. The miniature version of the mentor chuckles at the girl for secretly wanting those compliments, causing the flustered teen to dive under her blankets. While getting comfortable, the woman's mobile starts buzzing like an angry hornet on the nightstand, leading to a confused groan at the midnight notification. As her friend snores away, the warrior reaches for her vibrating device in the shadows, making this late-night chat feel like a top-secret operation. A famous warrior named Kim Donju sent this digital request for her to enter his prestigious team, representing a once-in-a-lifetime career move. Glancing at the screen with a devious expression, she is not exactly cheering, but she finds the guy's persistent stalking to be quite hilarious. A brief giggle erupts because this proposal arrived at a hilarious moment, plus it is obvious she decided on a rejection long ago. After hurling her phone onto the pillow, she rolls over to sleep and tells him to find a secret monster lair instead of her boring guild office. In another part of town, the recruiter lets out a miserable sigh while holding his head, clearly annoyed that his big offer was ignored. Out of nowhere, a stylish lady wearing shades appears and initiates a formal greeting that hints at some very serious upcoming drama. Caught completely by surprise by the sudden arrival of the muscular sibling, the girl makes a strange noise while wondering how she was discovered. The older sister towers over the pair and mentions rumors about a mysterious partner, while the brother looks like he wants to dissolve into the floor. With an eye glowing like a crimson laser, she scans the room and prepares for trouble, questioning why the scary lady is targeting her. The man desperately tries to muzzle his own sibling before she spills any secrets, while the target watches his panic with total bewilderment. Lowering her glasses with a sassy smirk, the woman tells them to stop the drama because she only wanted to see the famous rookie in person, although her eyes hint a hidden agenda. The lady admits that the recruit is a celebrity for ghosting the planet's top organization, then clarifies that she is present for a professional scouting meeting. Extending a palm in a welcoming motion, the top-tier combatant delivers her ultimate guild invitation while the surrounding atmosphere becomes incredibly strained. Don Kim turns on the charm, offering her hand in a professional recruitment deal while asking if the girl is ready to join the elite. Moving closer with a hearty smirk, the veteran describes a contract only a crazy person would decline, mentioning bonuses that commoners only fantasize about. The older sibling notes how a nameless low-level fighter entering this prestigious circle is a statistical anomaly, trying to convince the girl she hit the jackpot. Portraying the work as a luxury vacation, she says the girl only needs to clear caves while her brother acts as a human meat shield. Getting uncomfortably close with greedy eyes, she delivers the final blow by mentioning that the job will make her incredibly wealthy. Without flinching once, the girl gazes back with an icy expression and delivers a harsh refusal that immediately suffocates the room's energy. The recruiter's mental gears completely grind to a halt while she shrieks, as she was positive that the promise of gold would work. The man grins from the rear, privately agreeing that refusing the deal was smart, and he clearly enjoys seeing his arrogant sibling finally lose. Now in a complete state of hysteria, the lady flails about and demands a reason, wondering if her target even recognizes her legendary organization. Currently enduring a total psychological meltdown, the famous woman babbles about her reputation since being ignored feels like a physical injury to her ego. Hovering close, she insists that Choi just spelled a pyramid scheme and declined out of caution, because her pride refuses to believe anyone would willingly dodge her greatness. Choi keeps a poker face while noting she recognizes the legendary Wonder Twins. Meanwhile, a tiny cartoon version of Yeon Kim weeps in the corner, baffled by the cold shoulder. Donju eventually intervenes by palming his sister's skull to stifle her noise, complaining about the second-hand embarrassment he clearly endures every single day. He begins hauling her off, announcing that curfew has arrived, desperately attempting to flee the area before the cringe levels reach a point of no return. Choi remains in the background as Donju barks at his kin to pull herself together, perfectly showcasing the unhinged energy of a typical brother and sister feud. We see the stats for the Kim pair, Don and Donju, both top-tier warriors, which only highlights how epic it is that Choi just swiped left on them. Action clips roll as the news dubs them the Holy Grail relatives, since hitting the genetic jackpot for two elite fighters in one household is statistically impossible. Choi blinks with a completely blank stare while mental symbols of confusion hover, eventually inquiring about the logic behind them, seeking her out specifically. Don Kim collapses into a sobbing mess, admitting her recruitment pool is dry, proving the real miracle is how her prickly attitude has successfully repelled every other adventurer. She rolls around cackling like a maniac as the observers watch from afar, noting the tectonic rift between her elite combat rank and her absolute lack of sanity. Donju dangles her by her collar, assuring Choi that their failed recruitment drive is fine, offering a lazy salute and a goodbye while dragging his blubbering sibling off. Don Kim continues to shriek at maximum volume, warning Choi that if she refuses the team invite, she must strictly keep her hands off her precious brother. Dronzer retorts by questioning her mental health, pointing out that this whole meeting was her bright idea, as their petty squabbling hits an all-time high. The camera focuses on Choi's footwear as she strolls away, while Mar asks if that circus was what she alluded to, finally putting the pieces together. Dronzer keeps barking at his sister, advising Choi to ignore the ramblings of this primate, clearly having reached his absolute limit with her theatrical nonsense. Choi glances over her shoulder with a devious grin to inform Dronzer she finds him unpleasant, leaving him looking physically wounded while his sister stands frozen in shock. Choi chuckles at the sight of Dronzer's offended expression, causing him to roar about his tarnished reputation while Yeon Kim spectates the comedy with massive pupils. Lights vanish instantly as Choi's iris ignites into a menacing crimson hue, detecting a presence in the atmosphere that makes these two doofs look like harmless kittens. Her face hardens while she ponders the source of this eerie sensation. Meanwhile the siblings continue their comedy routine, oblivious to the fact that the mood turned lethal. Dronzer spots Choi gazing at nothingness and asks what the attraction is, maintaining his relaxed posture while Choi has clearly entered a different dimension of focus. He peers at her and inquires if she is sensing a buzz, suggesting he might feel the magical ripples, though he lacks her level of extreme paranoia. Choi's pupils widen in horror upon witnessing a colossal wave of power, realizing a catastrophe is about to unfold directly above their unsuspecting heads. She yells for them to turn around as a gargantuan blast of azure and ivory brilliance detonates right in the center of the pavement. An enormous pale fissure rips through the heavens like a shattered mirror, prompting Choi to scream for a hasty retreat as the asphalt begins to crumble. The group bolts into a dead run, with Dronzer expressing awe at her foresight, though Choi just barks that she has no answers and they should simply accelerate. Electric bolts dance out from the rift to pulverize a local structure into fine powder, signaling that this isn't a standard beast raid but a reality-breaking hull. The giant violet orb of power swells outward, raising matter upon contact, effectively swallowing the entire roadway into a bottomless nothingness. Glass explodes and masonry disintegrates when the concussive force strikes, resulting in a scene of total and instantaneous annihilation. The massive plum-colored whirlpool manifests in the clouds, churning with malevolent forces, resembling a portal to the underworld debuting in the heart of the metropolis. The magnitude of the calamity becomes clear as the three warriors appear as mere insects compared to the vastness of the obsidian and amethyst void. Dronzer stares behind him with pure terror, seeing that hungry whirlpool swallowing the scenery whole, while Choi looks equally traumatized, knowing they almost became cosmic dust just moments ago. The camera zooms into Choi's massive, violet-hued peepers, and she whimpers in total shock, finally grasping the ridiculous scale of the monster hole that just popped into reality. That swirling lavender toilet bowl turns out to be a terrifying dungeon portal, radiating bad vibes and confirming it is definitely the massive payday they were hunting. Cops swarm the area like bees, unrolling yellow tape and shrieking at the public to scram, creating a beautiful symphony of madness while attempting to corral the frantic civilians. Choi and Dronzer loiter in the wreckage, with Choi grumbling that every single layer they track down ends up completely trashed, marking a truly pathetic day for their scavenger hunt. Dronzer glares at the gateway and wonders aloud when they get to dive inside, clearly eager to hurl himself back into the jaws of certain death immediately. Choi flashes a shady, arrogant grin and agrees, pointing out that fresh dungeons are basically free real estate since licenses are not required for these finders keepers death traps. Dronzer observes his sister locked in a shouting match with a lady cop, getting informed they are grounded until some paperwork clears, which is obviously grinding his gears. Yeon Kim squares up against a stern-faced lawman named Ae Kain-son, and you can practically smell the spicy hatred between the adventurer and the badge. We the official, Ae Kain-son, a high-ranking class support unit for the local task force, who acknowledges Dronzer in a way that suggests they have some awkward history. The cop roasts Dronzer by asking if he screwed up yet again, prompting Yeon Kim to screech that they discovered this pit first and it is totally rigged against them. Dronzer whines about the annoying wait time, but the officer coldly explains that respecting the red tape ensures survival, proving she will not budge for any entitled demigod today. Yeon Kim flips her lid, screaming about the sluttish bureaucracy and the risk of her dungeon explosion, but the officer just deadpans a reply that such a disaster is impossible. The fresh face with luscious curly locks bounces over, celebrating that her teammate is arriving to start the festival of violence, though the cop immediately rains on her parade. Say hello to the rookie, Nam Yeon, and a rank medic from the Pike Squad, who offers a bubbly grin while saying sorry for missing the initial mayhem. Yeon Kim looks baffled, questioning why Yeon is flying solo without a heavy meat shield, realizing their team setup is an absolute tactical nightmare of epic proportions. The medic chirps that the tankers bailed because they assumed the powerhouse S-classes could handle the heat alone, leaving Yeon Kim completely enraged at her absent bodyguards. Yeon Kim pivots toward Shore, pleading for her to fill the empty slot since tanks are extinct, treating her like a savior before noticing the girl has potentially evaporated. Dronzer and Yeon Kim harmonize in a terrified screech, searching for the missing Choi who has pulled a ninja move, leaving Dronzer looking like a stunned marshmallow on screen. A zoomed-out view captures the trio scanning the deserted pavement. As it turns out, Choi ghosted them exactly when her presence was actually required for their survival. The concluding image displays a giant pillar of violet energy blasting from the swirl toward the heavens, signaling that the dungeon crawl is beginning regardless of their incompetence. The crew huddles near the glowing exit and freaks out collectively, unable to process that Choi possessed enough reckless insanity to stroll into that lavender death whirl entirely alone. Dronzer watches with a face full of confusion, honestly doubting Choi's sanity while realizing that for supposed fruitcake, she seems to have a surprisingly solid game plan. The medic attempts to soothe Donju's nerves, but he rejects the comfort, fearing the boss will literally execute him for permitting a random unranked civilian to wander into danger. Yeonkim hits her breaking point, howling that she will blitz the entrance without permission, sporting an expression that suggests she is about to become a massive headache. Yeonkim suffers a complete emotional collapse, while Donju observes with total cringe, labeling her a freak although it appears that being a nutcase is a genetic trait. Yeonkim bolts like a caffeinated cheater, yelling about joining the fight, while Donju makes a pathetic noise seeing his sibling toss the rulebook aside to hunt Choi. Donju dives and tackles Yeonkim, restraining her flailing limbs as she shrieks at him to release her, accusing him of wanting to die when he is just trying to maintain order. Donju mashes his teeth together, informing his sister that she is the true lunatic, realizing he is trapped with psychos while his tolerance for nonsense has finally evaporated. Donju freezes for a heartbeat, a wave of clarity washing over him, as he begins connecting the dots and absolutely hates the terrifying image that is starting to emerge. Donju is basically wrestling Yeonkim into the mud while Officer Sun wanders over to inspect the scuffle. She asks if that was real and Choi slipping into the abyss, making the man let out a weary groan of agreement. That official glances sideways while mulling over the intel. She resembles a detective in some war film, clearly weirded out that a pathetic tank is behaving like some legendary solo warrior. Looming over his sibling, the boy questions why the cop is suddenly obsessed with Choi. The lady offers a vague brush off about it being unimportant, which definitely translates to I am definitely onto something fishy. Watching through the shimmering entrance, the guy realizes his friend is acting weirder by the second. He understands they are banned from entering for now, and this forced patience is absolutely destroying his soul. That lady realizes that a joint entry is a terrible idea regardless of official clearance. If Choi starts flexing like an elite champion despite her low grade, the big secret will explode in their faces. A funny little mental image shows a tiny Choi wearing jail stripes behind iron bars. The inspector understands that revealing the truth means the girl gets busted for lying about her rank and thrown into the slammer. The man turns away while sweating quite nervously, reflecting on what a massive pain in the neck his companion has become. He finally understands that protecting her identity is basically a grueling full-time career. Some science nerd jumps out of a vehicle to scream that the scan data is ready. Yeonkim bounces with excitement, wondering if she can finally dive in and begin the monster mashing session. The dude wearing spectacles stares at his paper with a doomed expression. He breaks the news that the difficulty level has surged to a high tier, which is way beyond their initial safety projections. He mentions that the magical energy readings from the cave are absolutely insane. It is a textbook warning that the portal is about to burst and vomit terrifying beasts all over the neighborhood. A cute little cartoon healer appears looking totally panicked because the creature population is likely tripled. This mission just shifted from a simple walk in the park to a full-blown nightmare movie. The girl starts losing her sanity while shouting at the suits about wasting too much time. She brings up a tragedy from nearly a decade ago to bully those officials into taking action. That woman gets way too close to Donju, barking that he should shut his mouth unless he plans to be useful. She has officially run out of manners and is about to kick the door down herself. His skin flushes a deep shade of crimson when the gravity of the situation hits him. The man disregards every regulation now because his sole focus involves keeping her safe. The guy bolts toward the entrance like a track star, screaming that he is leading the charge. The rest of the group is left yelling at his back as he decides to handle things personally. The scene shifts to the interior where a giant glowing violet whirlpool marks the entry. It is a creepy and quiet perspective of the threshold that the girl just stepped across. Her heavy footwear makes a snapping sound upon the parched lawn while she wonders. The girl mutters regarding this location being garbage, obviously feeling let down by the lack of a greeting party. Venturing further into the trees, the explorer observes that the area is suspiciously empty. She anticipated a grand arena filled with beasts but instead she just got a very dull camping spot. Focusing tight upon her face while her pupil dilates with shock, the girl finally catches a glimpse of an object far away which concludes such boredom. Peeking through a gap within foliage, the fighter notices certain dusty old rock structures. This provides an initial hint that such locations hold more secrets than mere bark or soil. The girl makes a pondering noise while working toward those giant stone columns. She is being careful but remains fascinated by whatever weirdos decided to construct such big monuments. Positioned among the gigantic pillars, Choi remarks that the scenery looks prehistoric. She thinks finding these relics is cool even if it typically signifies a terrifying boss is lurking around the corner. She ponders the fate of the original architects, assuming they were probably human. She then realizes no one will explain it because the local monsters have zero conversational skills. The fighter stops for a second, questioning how she even located this hidden spot. She begins to guess that her creepy parasite ring is granting her some supernatural radar for finding trouble. The girl glances upward with a smug grin, announcing that she has been anticipating this moment. It looks like the big bad she wanted to fight has finally emerged from hiding. Dropping down from the clouds is a humongous eyeball with wings. This creature is a total freak of nature, glaring at the girl with its one enormous and creepy pupil. The woman just makes a face like she smelled something rotten and labels the beast hideous. She teases it by asking if those wings are a burden, displaying absolutely no terror toward the flying freak. The beast beats its massive plumes, generating a miniature hurricane. It is clearly winding up for strike, but the girl just stays rooted to the spot without flinching. The flying eyeball plunges toward Choi like a heat-seeking rocket. It is zooming through the air with crazy velocity, hell-bent on flattening the tiny human into a pancake. From a short distance, the creature's iris looks terrifying, directing every bit of its hatred toward the intruder. This gross visual emphasizes just how bizarre such dungeon overlords truly are. That monstrous entity unleashed a barrage of violet energy beams, pulverizing the earth all around Choi in an extravagant display of magical demolition that truly redesigned the terrain. Choi moved with the grace of a professional acrobat, expertly weaving and vaulting between the searing light blasts, a mere phantom of motion against the sheer pandemonium. She planted her feet with a resounding thud, sending detritus scattering everywhere as she recalibrated herself, having weathered the initial tempest and now prepared for her grand rebuttal. The creature's optic gleamed with an abrupt realization, the mental alarm blaring as it processed Choi's perfect evasion, slowly grasping that its intended snack was a rather formidable adversary. Choi rocketed skyward, her clenched fist locked onto the behemoth's eye, playfully inquiring if its scriptwriters had run out of material, clearly eager to conclude this spectacle. She shrieked for the hideous brute to expire as she plummeted for the decisive blow, her hair wildly flaring and her features twisted into a deliciously deranged, sanguinary smirk. Her assault connected with devastating force, eliciting a geyser of crimson from the beast, the deafening impact proclaiming she had not merely struck it, but utterly disintegrated it. The gargantuan fiend emitted a piercing, ear-splitting shriek as it was propelled into an uncontrolled aerial spiral, leaving Choi suspended aloft, coolly assessing her fresh masterpiece. Choi clapped her hands over her ears, grumbling about the appalling din, openly annoyed that the monster could wail so agonizingly without the decency of possessing a mouth, a truly valid complaint. The colossal remains of the winged oculoterror slammed into the ground with a spine-jarring crash, a mushroom cloud of dust and sanguine mist signaling the end of the opening act. Choi touched down effortlessly, offering a smug remark about the newfound tranquility, looking remarkably cheerful despite being ankle-deep in a rather substantial pool of monster ichor. The colossal beast remained on the ground, delivering a feeble, last-gasp tremor, seemingly clinging to a flicker of vitality, though certainly not for any extended curtain call. Choi gazed down at the twitching thing, genuinely astonished it clung to life after such a hit, then seeing it possessed unexpected tenacity, a revelation that only amplified her eagerness. Choi let loose a mocking chortle, lamenting the supposed tragedy that they had all perished in one fell swoop, clearly disappointed that the much-anticipated challenge evaporated so rapidly. She spun away from the fragmented wreckage, pondering the peculiar absence of her supporting cast, and started questioning where the remainder of its unpleasant ensemble might be lurking. Abruptly, the deafening shriek resonated from the overhead clouds, forcing Choi to pause, her early boredom vanishing as her expression sharpened into a keen, predatorial smirk. She bellowed, "Here we go again," understanding that the initial creature had merely served as an ovalid dramatic alarm clock for its cronies. Genuinely thrilled the true skirmish was finally brewing. The veritable legion of winged ocular monstrosities began their descent from the heavens, resembling a literal deluge of downy plumage and sinister eyeballs, while Choi simply gorked upward as if it were her birthday. Choi let out a little giggle, declaring, "Oh my," noting there were significantly more than she had anticipated, genuinely delighted by the prospect of being hilariously outmatched. The avian terrors began to encircle her, their expansive wings generating an unsettling, whistling symphony in the atmosphere, drawing ever closer from every direction, poised to overwhelm their solitary prey. Choi stood squarely in the ravaged arena, utterly surrounded by scores of those repulsive bird-like abominations, sarcastically inquiring if they intended a collective assault on her, all by her lonesome. The entire aerial horde unleashed a torrential downpour of energy beams, transforming the battlefield into a pulsating, deadly rave-like show, a colossal magical assault designed to obliterate everything in its path. Choi became a streak of motion, blurring through the shattered landscape, evading each beam with surgical exactitude, demonstrating an impossible nimbleness for someone built like a brick outhouse. She executed a perfect power slide, kicking up a dramatic cloud of grit as she geared up for her offensive, fully prepared to convert this defensive ballet into a full-scale massacre. Choi unsheathed her blade and cackled at the airborne creatures, openly ridiculing their abyssal marksmanship, entirely unfazed by the hundreds of glaring eyes scrutinizing her every twitch. She burst into a full-throttle dash, manifesting as a brilliant streak of cerulean and slate across the visual field, closing the distance to the closest monster before it even had time to reconsider its life choices. Close up, she observed that after their initial grand assault, these winged nuisances required several dozen seconds for system reboot, thus pinpointing their crucial vulnerability, which she intended to exploit ruthlessly. Choi unleashed a savage horizontal sweep, cleaving directly through the colossal center of her monster's gigantic ocular orb, crimson fluid gushing across the scene as she delivered the swarm's first decisive blow. She transformed into a whirling dervish of destruction, carving through the air and methodically dismembering the monsters in every direction, the visual field becoming a chaotic canvas of feathers and arterial spray. Feathery detritus gently drifted through the atmosphere as Choi dispatched another unfortunate cluster of adversaries, the veritable natural disaster in motion, leaving a wake of utter devastation. Her crimson-stained hands earned a grumble, a dramatic Cyrilla, over the absolute inconvenience of dispatching foes with only her bare fists and that singular, only sword. Choi gracefully reset, quipping a cheerful, "Well, look what the cat dragged in." Again, she truly seemed poised for an all-night extravaganza, her energy reserves apparently limitless. A shimmering blue system display materialized, announcing a stat boost. She was quite literally power-leveling herself on the spot, as if actively clearing a bug-ridden game zone. Drowned in a sudden deluge of stat increase alerts, Choi momentarily blinked, wondering aloud if this was a new, very aggressive form of pop-up spam, then grasped her ridiculous power surge, Solitary amidst the devastation, she watched the last few terrified beasts scramble for the heavens, having successfully tidied up the entire sector, leaving only shattered columns and unfortunate remains. Choi mused aloud, pondering if her statistics were skyrocketing thanks to these chaps being far superior to her usual low-tier grind, finally grasping the peculiar calculus of this world's might. The sprawling panorama revealed the ruined landscape, now thoroughly adorned with winged-eye corpses. Choi standing smack in the middle, the petite, undisputed sovereign of glorious carnage. Choi emitted a soft, almost contemplative hum, her gaze fixed far away, clearly plotting her next course of action, which would undoubtedly involve even greater, delightful mayhem than before. The closing image revealed Choi, flick with gore, wearing a wild, toothy grin that screamed pure, unadulterated joy. She quietly affirmed she had plenty more to give, her crimson campaign far from concluded. Namyo-non, the designated healer, appeared utterly appalled, watching Donju vanish into the dungeon depths. Clinging to her staff and perspiring profusely, she despaired, how am I supposed to solo this mess? The task force officer advised her to calm down, ensuring access was imminent, but Yo-non remained unconvinced, her expression suggesting a full-blown existential crisis was seconds away. Another figure approached, making Yo-non jump slightly. She offered a bewildered noise, then recognized Kim Yoon, that sister, whose strength could probably bench press a small village. Kim Yoon, bafflingly, was actually blushing, hands clasped together like a fan watching a particularly swoon-worthy romance. She utterly, mistakenly, believed Donju's dive was for love, asking if it wasn't just dreamy. Her face transformed with startling speed as a dark shadow crossed it, declaring she would just watch. Her eyes promised murder, while the officer frantically tried to prevent her next rule infraction, confirming things were indeed about to escalate. Dismissing all objections, she simply bolted into the horizon, cackling about the impending hilarity. Clearly, she lived for anarchy and considered government permission mere advisory, if even that. Officer Ae Kain's son was rapidly losing her grip, shrieking that it's not ready yet. While Yon performed apologetic bows. This was full-blown crisis management, as their heaviest hitters decided on total insubordination. Yon Kim vanished in a blink, jobbing Sia over her shoulder as she bounded off. She shamelessly dumped all responsibility on Donju, insisting she was simply an unwitting participant in this whole delightful mess. Deep within the dungeon, the swift, brutal impact was shown close up, revealing the unmistakable evidence of her thorough pummeling, clearly indicating someone was experiencing a rather awful afternoon. Sure, in full-on berserker glory, was engulfed by a legion of those bizarre aven-eyed beasts. She shredded them like tissue paper, while a constant flurry of stat boost alerts announced her instant level progression. Covered in crimson and brandishing a wild, wide-eyed smile that could outshine any slasher movie antagonist, she declared she hadn't felt so utterly vibrant in ages. Mayhem was definitely her mindfulness practice. The sky, quite literally, began to shower down deceased monsters, a clear sign of Troy's escalating frenzy. As her power soared, the creatures plummeted earthward, utterly powerless to halt her. Amidst a landscape carpeted with white feathers and monster remains, Choi stood, a shadowy, almost angelic harbinger of doom. She felt an intoxicating surge within, definitely not Marner, but pure, unadulterated bloodlust. She bowed her head, her flowing hair veiling her face as she geared up for the subsequent onslaught. The silent command, proceed, was her own wicked blessing to fully embrace her most primal, destructive impulses. A searing, menacing red glow ignited in her eye, revealing a fleeting lapse in humanity. Her singular, burning thought was a simple, greedy not enough. Her craving for further destruction remained utterly unquenched. She cast her gaze upwards at a colossal winged-eye monstrosity, a true behemoth that made the ruin seem quaint. Her silent message to the beast, sorry, but you're just not quite enough to sate my bloodthirst. Choi transformed into a furious streak, launching herself directly at the colossal creature, the vibrant energy afterglow in her wake, covering the immense distance in a literal heartbeat. She struck with the precision of a high-velocity projectile, the impact unleashing physical shockwaves. Even as she connected, her voice thundered, demand more. Give me more. Choi sat triumphantly atop the monster's skull, gazing down as if she'd just claimed a brand new, slightly squishy throne. She was greedily demanding additional power, utterly consumed by her quest to max out every statistic. With bare hands, she commenced tearing feathers and wings from the creature, a truly nauseating symphony of rending flesh confirming her utter lack of restraint. She was quite literally disassembling it, live, and frankly, the follow-up act defies belief. Leaning over the creature's ruined form, she inquired with unnerving serenity, is this truly the final one? Her genuine disappointment at potentially exhausting her supply of things to obliterate was palpable. After a thorough scan of the demolished landscape, she nonchalantly wondered if the universe had any more practice dummies in store, clearly operating on the belief that she hadn't yet collected enough virtual experience points to truly shine. Her sanity seemed to have taken an extended vacation, possibly to a dimension where enough was merely a suggestion. With a climactic, ear-splitting shriek, the creature dramatically dissolved into thin air, its once pristine white plumage now a canvas splattered with crimson, the definitive, albeit gory, review of its subtly unequal sparring session. Choi sported a smile so unsettling it could curdle milk, actually instructing the expiring beast to elevate its wailing volume, having thoroughly embraced her new calling as the apex terror, clearly enjoying the monster's discomfort a little too much. perched victoriously upon a grisly mound of vanquished creatures. Choi theatrically informed the remaining beasts that their comrades would surely rush to their aid. The line so deliciously evil it seemed out of place for someone who used to just hold a shield and shout, "Hey, over here." Amidst the utterly chaotic aftermath, her hair dramatically billowed in the breeze as she coolly surveyed the scene, completely unperturbed by the rather generous splatter of viscera, simply pausing for a quick lungful of air before the grand arrival of the next act. With a voice devoid of warmth, she issued a direct order for an entity to manifest, obviously interpreting this entire perilous survival ordeal as nothing more than a particularly tedious video game quest, and her personal leaderboard ranking was definitely not up to snuff. She directed a weary gaze at the holographic display, sighing with theatrical disappointment while grumbling about her personal attributes not meeting her lofty expectations, then speculated whether the lower-than-average locust count in this particular dungeon was responsible for her perceived lack of progress. Her pupils suddenly dilated to dinner plate size, followed by an oddly puzzled murmur, as she registered an entirely novel presence wafting through the atmosphere, suggesting her heartfelt wish for an even grander collection of targets was about to manifest. Glancing upwards, she spotted an entire squadron of those peculiar winged optical organs descending from the heavens, a sight that inexplicably filled her with delight, declaring it to be perfectly predictable, as the world was clearly still overflowing with delightful creatures just begging for a good culling. The shot tightened on Choi's sneakers, now beautifully redecorated with crimson splashes, as she geared up for a full charge. The stark, almost comical contrast between her everyday attire and the absolute carnage she was consistently creating was truly something to behold. She launched herself forward like a misdirected ballistic missile, letting loose an enthusiastic, "Let's begin," with a truly unsettling amount of zeal, directly hurtling into the monstrous horde, seemingly convinced she was about to embark on the absolute greatest adventure of her existence. The sheer immensity of the unfolding conflict became apparent as she dashed headlong towards a colossal, obsidian rock formation hovering ominously in the heavens. The omnipresent monsters, despite their numbers, were obviously just convenient, squishy speed bumps to her. Choi abruptly halted her momentum for an infinitesimal moment, letting out a decidedly surprised little noise as her eyes darted upwards. An absolutely monumental something or other was now casting a giant, foreboding shadow across the entire ancient ruin, and it made those previous bird-brain monsters look like pigeons. The titanic, craggy stone projectile was free-falling directly towards her from the heavens. With a magnificent, split-second maneuver, she gracefully evaded the plummeting behemoth, effortlessly demonstrating the impressive benefits of her freshly upgraded agility statistics as the stony wreckage pulverized the earth. The mysterious plummeting object was unmasked as either a gargantuan stone spike or, more terrifyingly, just a single talon from something even more monumental. The subsequent cataclysmic impact sent rocks scattering like panicked mice, and Chor, by some miracle, avoided becoming a permanent part of the newly rearranged landscape. Yet another one of those truly gigantic winged ocular aberrations drifted down from the hazy clouds, its singular, enormous pupil glaring intensely at Chor. This particular specimen was evidently the main event, dwarfing its fellow monstrous swarm members as if they were merely decorative lorn gnomes. The enormous monster was quite literally vaporized in a spectacular ballet of fiery destruction and a geyser of blood. A truly thunderous, panel-shattering boom reverberated across the scene, leaving no doubt that something extraordinarily potent had just delivered a rather decisive blow. Choi spun around, her expression a mask of utter astonishment, as the colossal entity she was just about to engage simply ceased to exist in a puff of smoke. She herself was completely drenched in sanguine spray, but her shock seemed to stem far more from the unexpected interruption than from the sheer volume of bodily fluids now adorning her. A mysterious figure, cloaked in dark fabric, was shown dramatically lamenting the total annihilation of their cherished monster hunters. They seemed utterly heartbroken to witness their monstrous pets being so unceremoniously wiped from existence like bad internet cookies. A single, immaculately white sneaker elegantly stepped into frame, with Choi lingering subtly in the background. Clearly, Enro, or the self-important challenger had just joined the fray, their ego definitely as polished as their expensive footwear. Kim Donju had officially made his dramatic debut. He stood there, hands casually tucked into his pockets, using an almost unbearable level of suave confidence, then gently admonishing Choi for fabricating a considerable, crimson splash disaster. Choi instantly exploded in a furious tirade, demanding he cease his ill-timed interruptions. He merely held her gaze, coolly remarking that her volume was quite excessive, entirely extinguishing her glorious battle-induced euphoria. Donju's expression hardened considerably, as he sternly cautioned her that continued deployment of such potent combat abilities outside of officially sanctioned incursions would undoubtedly land her in a rather uncomfortable correctional facility. Chor, clearly bristling and thoroughly disinclined for a didactic monologue, simply retorted with an exasperated, death-grudging affirmation. Donju's eyes widened comically at the towering heap of high-tier monster cadavers, his chin practically attempting to burrow into the earth in sheer disbelief. He spluttered a question, inquiring if she truly only possessed a B ranking, while Chor, with utterly stone-faced nonchalance, simply replied that she hadn't quite grasped the creatures were even considered formidable opponents. Donju executed a flawless, exasperated facepalm, absolutely dumbfounded by Choi's remarkable lack of self-perception. He had finally grasped that the feeble tank he was aiding was, in fact, an absolute powerhouse who genuinely didn't understand her own devastating strength. A miniature, bobble-headed Donju suddenly materialized, briskly advising Choi to permit him to manage the impending confrontation with officialdom, dryly reminding her that he had already performed a single, successful intervention on her behalf early that day. The bewildered, equally diminutive Choi simply offered a puzzled query. There, but asterisk how asterisk come, which, in all honesty, perfectly encapsulated a collective feeling. The scene tightened on their footwear, standing incongruously amidst the shattered debris. Dronzer rather pointedly labeled her a parasite for her evident reliance on his aid, but sure, always practical and completely unbothered, simply asked what specific actions she should undertake next to remain conveniently unjailed. Dronzer's brilliant, if slightly convoluted, plan involved Choi convincingly faking a capture, specifically as a low-rank Class C adventurer ensnared by the rampaging monsters. He sagely pointed out that for a B-rank dungeon of this magnitude, a truly authentic-looking rescue effort would likely necessitate a believable duration of roughly 3 days. He immediately commenced a meticulous inventory of the various monster remains, already mentally strategizing about what incredible gear he might fashion from their impressive, still attached wings. He then quite casually reminded Choi that their prompt departure was essential, as they absolutely needed to be present to vociferously encourage Payak for his very important, imminent assessment. Dronzer tosses her a towel and advises her to scrub up quickly, because she looks exactly like a serial killer at the scene of the crime. He nervously asks if they should scope out the area before they are officially busted. Choi starts cleaning up, noting how surprisingly easy it is to wipe off the bloodstains. Dronzer casually drops the fact that Officer Son Aikayan has been asking about her, and wonders if she's done something wrong. Dronzer looks increasingly uneasy, asking about the self-defense Choi mentioned earlier. He's starting to realize that her definition of protecting oneself might involve a significantly higher level of finality than most people's. Choi flashes back to her abandonment, then flashes a bone-chilling smile. She calmly explains that her boyfriend left her to die in a monster's lair, so she merely returned the favor in kind. Chibai Chor, with an adorable face, boasts that she was the only one left standing because she eliminated everyone else. Chibai Dronzer is sweating profusely, frantically asking if anyone else knows about this confession. Dronzer facepalms dramatically, letting out a sarcastic sob about how incredibly proud he is of her. He grabs her head, making her shriek in pain, which perfectly captures their classic sibling rivalry. Dronzer shouts that he couldn't possibly dislike her more. He reveals their dating facade was just a ruse to prevent his sister from finding out he was hunting for a secret dungeon. The terrifying sister, Don Kim, stands directly behind them, having heard every single word. With shadowed eyes, she slowly repeats the words self-defense and hidden dungeon, signifying the immediate end of both of their lives. A close-up shot shows a hand grabbing a head with a sharp impact sound. The entire atmosphere shifts instantly from lighthearted comedy to straight-up horror in a single panel. Choi makes her escape into a bright field of light, leaving the chaos behind her. It looks like she is attempting a graceful exit from the stage before the real violence begins. The sister, Don Kim, looks truly terrifying, her eyes glowing with sinister light through her messy blonde hair. She is not happy about the lies, and someone is about to pay a very high price. She slams Donju's head straight into the stone floor with a devastating impact. The ground actually craters around his skull, proving that sibling love truly is a contact sport. Donju lies face down in the rubble, a single blood drop hitting the ground as he manages a pained, fake smile. He attempts to pretend this is a normal Tuesday, but his sister is far from finished. Don Kim looms over him like a final boss, staring at Choi with a gaze capable of melting solid steel. She demands to know precisely what Donju was talking about earlier regarding those hidden dungeons. A close-up reveals her unhinged expression as she gives Choi an ultimatum, demanding an explanation. It is clear that any lie will result in Choi's head becoming the next one to meet the pavement. Cameras flash incessantly as everyone waits for the dramatic arrival of the H-Wagen Guild Master. The hype among the reporters for this highly anticipated entrance has gone through the roof. Reporters swarm around Park Gi-hun, asking how it feels to be the first person in Korea to conquer a hidden dungeon. He soaks up the glory as the cameras continue to flash relentlessly around him. The secret dungeon. Those three little words have sent shockwaves throughout the entire hunter world, disrupting the established order completely. The crowd is frantic for details, clamoring to learn about the treasures and unique artifacts discovered inside. Gi-hun remains perfectly composed and impassive in the eye of the meteor storm. The central mystery still remains. Where did this thing originate, and why did it materialize so suddenly without warning? The close-up focuses on the ground as reporters continue to bellow for information. One figure stands tall as the immense pressure from the meteor escalates rapidly around them. Park Gi-hun glances downward, his gaze shadowed and expression intense. He is undeniably holding back much more information than he's revealing to the cameras. However, one detail remains beyond all doubt. The press conference has degenerated into complete chaos, with microphones being aggressively thrust into his face from every angle. Everyone wants a piece of the man who supposedly achieved the impossible. The artifacts recovered from that place are truly extraordinary. Someone screams at the top of their lungs, demanding to know if he truly slaughtered everyone. She's absolutely serious, and her face is contorted with pure, unfiltered rage. While the reporters remain obsessed with the artifacts, the general mood shifts rapidly from celebratory excitement to a tense confrontation. A chilling split screen shows Park Gi-hun's eyes staring back, indicating his deeply detached nature. He is cold, calculated, and clearly does not enjoy being interrogated in such an aggressive manner. Our towering Kaman, with a high and radiating pure, unadulterated luminescence, seemed primed for some serious mischief. He simply pondered aloud if his intentions were not glaringly clear, just moments before the pyrotechnics commenced. Then, the swift, indecipherable streak zipped past, indicating an individual moving at frankly ludicrous velocities. The main event had begun, much to the news crew's dismay, proving this would be far from a casual chat. Our pale-haired antagonist, sporting a truly unsettling grin, Arthur politely addressed Gi-hun as a scoundrel. Pi then, quite directly, informed him that his previous transgressions warranted a rather permanent cessation of existence. Gi-hun's hand formed a rigid ball, the stare unwavering upon his adversary, as the atmosphere thickened to a palpable, pre-cataclysmic density. A single misstep, and someone would be facing a rather abrupt career change. Suddenly, the vicinity was engulfed in an overwhelming eruption of brilliance and pulverized masonry. The raw force on display utterly eclipsed what anyone had foolishly anticipated for a mundane meteor briefing. News correspondents, now performing Olympic-level sprints, shrieked for every living soul to evacuate immediately. They had just deduced they were mere collateral damage in an unscheduled, utterly lethal, S-rank pugilistic exhibition. Amidst the pulverized wreckage, a figure lay crumpled, looking less like a person and more like a discarded toy among the fractured paving. The immediate fallout from that encounter painted a decidedly bleak picture. Park Kai-hoon remained upright within the billowing haze, seemingly immune to the widespread ruination. Clearly a creature of immense power, the dramatic backlighting only amplified his villainous silhouette. He was demonstrably weeping, a mixture of perspiration and anguish streaking his features as he questioned his own actions. Apparently, he projected the image of a casualty, rather than the formidable victor he truly was. Survival, apparently, was a privilege not extended to the less robust, or rather chilling doctrine that handily elucidates the substantial collection of cadavers he probably accumulated. Now openly blubbering, he pondered whether his departure from the Hwajan Guild was a catalyst for all this. The gnawing pangs of regret were evidently consuming him, rather contrary to his earlier, robust survival of the fittest discourse. Kai-hoon, as if attempting to delete reality, shut his eyes tight against the universe and his past decisions. He assured himself he was free to ponder anything, yet the resulting stillness screamed louder than any chaos. And so, the matter was settled. He had stoically embraced his predetermined course, even if it meant his inner moral compass was currently experiencing a rather painful self-immolation. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Yeon-kim continued to unceremoniously introduce Donju's face to the local topsoil. She was vociferously requesting an immediate debriefing on the current debacle, and her technique was decidedly lacking in tenderness. Sure, taking a safe step back, observed the familial squabble playing out, with Donju clearly on the losing end of the power dynamic. She was likely pondering the life choices that led her to babysit during a dungeon raid. Choi offered a rather pointed glare, contemplating whether the S-rank designation truly encompassed such a vast spectrum of might. It was dawning on her that Donju, next to his sister's sheer destructive capability, was effectively a featherweight contender. Yeon-kim, sporting an expression of utter revulsion, branded her very own sibling a perpetrator of homicide. She seized with fury, leaving Donju no option but to accept his ignominious fate firmly pressed into the earth. Sure, in a delightful display of inner amusement, was privately grinning at the sheer injustice of Donju being labeled a killer. She found the delicious irony simply uproarious, especially considering her personal resume in dungeon dwelling. She mused that for an S-rank, witnessing mortality within a dungeon ought to be as common as breakfast. Yeon-kim's histrionics struck her as profoundly peculiar and excessively theatrical for someone so seasoned in the art of monster hunting. Yeon-kim maintained her iron grip, keeping Donju firmly cemented to the dungeon ground, her fingers tangled in his rather disheveled crimson locks. She resembled a territorial beast protecting its freshly acquired snack, leaving Donju utterly powerless. Sure, flashing a rather mischievous smirk, then informed Yeon-kim that her death in the dungeon surely had some underlying rationale. She was, to put it mildly, prodding a hibernating grizzly, clearly reveling in the brewing mayhem. The camera zoomed in on Yeon-kim's single eye, now swiveling to fix Choi with an unmistakably murderous glare. She then emitted a genuinely bone-chilling guttural noise, the kind that typically renders casual conversation impossible for ordinary mortals. Yeon-kim then applied even more pressure, grinding Donju's face deeper into the rocky fissures of the dungeon floor. She inquired, her tone practically oozing with menace, exactly how he intended to disentangle himself from this particular predicament. She loomed above him, a disheveled cascade of hair framing a face absolutely contorted with unadulterated fury. Donju, meanwhile, merely emitted muffled complaints beneath her grip, undoubtedly daydreaming of a tranquil beach vacation. Donju, daring a quick one-eyed squint, privately concluded that his sister was currently experiencing monumental levels of fixation. His expression screamed epic blunder, and he seemed perfectly aware of his colossal miscalculation. Choi and Yeon-kim found themselves in an unspoken, intense staring contest, with poor Donju inconveniently wedged in their perilous crossfire. The very atmosphere practically crackled with palpable, visual, murderous aspirations. Choi's crimson eye ignited, betraying a burgeoning curiosity regarding Yeon-kim's actual power level. She was meticulously assessing her rival, seeking a vulnerable point to introduce her freshly acquired abilities to the world. In an instant, the very earth beneath Yeon-kim's soles began to fracture and ascend, bowing to the sheer force of her marner. She was clearly unleashing an utterly colossal amount of potency, and the surrounding scenery was footing the bill. Yeon-kim then erupted from the debris, her form shimmering with vibrant azure power, a living beacon of impending chaos. She appeared utterly prepared to embark upon a indiscriminate spree of annihilation. Our heroine, rather dramatically, found herself posing confusedly within the very hole she'd just excavated. Then she questioned what had happened, only to discover her elusive quarry had vanished entirely within the resulting dust storm. gazing bewilderedly at the vacant cavity where Dronzer had previously been. Her wide eyes registered pure astonishment, realizing he had, in fact, pulled quite the disappearing act and successfully vanished. Kim, a picture of absolute fury, gritted her teeth and shrieked about Kim Donju's sheer audacity in making a swift exit, vowing she would undoubtedly ensure he settled the bill for that particular indignity very soon. A slight, rustling whisper emanated from the shifting debris as Donju executed his hasty departure through the ancient ruins, proving himself unexpectedly agile, definitely swifter than appearances suggested, especially when his very existence hung precariously in the balance. Elsewhere, Donju was discovered, quite ungracefully, gasping for air on his hands and knees, while Chur, utterly unfazed, simply loomed above him, inquiring why he insisted on perching on individuals in such a manner, declaring the entire spectacle dreadfully mortifying. Chur, with a remarkably cheerful grin, offered a comment about him resembling something freshly unearthed from a burial plot, prompting Donju to curtly demand her silence, evidently not amused by witty banter right after experiencing a rather undignified face-first landing. Donju gestured pointedly back towards his sibling, cautioning Choi against inciting his sister's wrath in such a manner, flatly asserting her undeniable mental instability, while Chur, hilariously, continued to merely exist peacefully in the periphery, utterly unbothered. Chur, encroaching slightly too intimately, delivered a comically exaggerated, almost chiba-like, chomp onto Donju's hand with her notably pointed, shark-like teeth, eliciting a pained shriek from him as she innocently inquired precisely whom he was labeling as deranged. Kim observed their little interaction with an icily composed gaze, her features now shadowed and intensely grave once more, as she commanded Donju to distance himself from that particular individual without delay, an unsettling sense of peril washing over her. Kim continued her lengthy dissertation, questioning his judgment in associating with someone seemingly indifferent to mortal peril within a dungeon's confines, and from her rather discerning viewpoint, Choi truly appeared the more unhinged individual for relentlessly pursuing concealed dungeons. The camera zoomed in on Kim's striking profile as she pondered aloud if Choi might, perhaps, be employing him for some ulterior motive, utterly convinced that Choi represented a perilous and calculating schemer exploiting her innocent younger sibling. Donju attempted to inject a dose of reality into her perspective, addressing her respectfully as Nooner while begging for a mere moment to clarify, then finally confessing that he, in fact, had been the one to solicit Choi's assistance in their quest for the elusive hidden dungeon. Kim averted her gaze, her stern expression momentarily thawing for the briefest of instants before resolutely hardening once more, informing him she had no desire to hear any further explanations, her opinion concerning that particular young lady being quite firmly cemented. She launched into a passionate tirade, demanding if he truly grasped the sheer number of adventurers who had tragically perished in their relentless pursuit of such concealed artifacts, clearly having witnessed grim realities, and absolutely refused to permit her brother to repeat such fatal errors driven by avarice. Her stare, rather like a laser beam, burned with intensity as she emphatically urged him to regain his senses, assuring him countless alternative routes existed for cultivating power beyond the treacherous allure of hidden dungeons, truly embodying the role of the responsible elder sibling with extraordinary dedication. A tight close-up focused on Donju's mouth, which remained firmly shut beneath the weight of her intense scrutiny. His mind, however, busily replaying memories of how he, quite ironically, had been instrumental in Choi's initial transformation into the formidable individual she now represented. Choi observed Donju from the side, her inner musings pondering if any genuine alternative method truly existed for growth, other than the conventional enhancement of statistics, maintaining a considerable degree of doubt regarding all this rather vague torque of another path. Choi's crimson eyes remained intently fixed upon Kim, a quiet inquiry forming within her mind as to whether these were the particular lessons imparted by Nar, recalling that Kim had originally been an S-rank, and she began, rather diligently, to piece together the puzzle of her instruction. A dramatic close-up revealed Kim's striking purple eye as it dramatically widened, complete with a rather ominous, shark-like visual cue, indicating that something Choi either did or uttered had successfully pushed her quite over the edge, and she was seconds from completely losing her composure. Kim, having apparently exhausted her verbal communication options, initiated a grand, sweeping motion with her weapon, generating a truly colossal blue arc and unleashing a lethally potent shockwave through the very atmosphere, clearly opting for a somewhat vigorous, physical discussion to conclude the matter. A tremendous, visually striking blue sound effect materialized the moment her formidable magical assault made direct contact with its intended victim, the sheer, unadulterated power behind it seeming utterly preposterous for what was, at its core, merely a disagreement between siblings. Choi found herself propelled backwards from the sheer force of the collision, her hair dramatically flailing about as a rather concerning amount of crimson fluid splattered across the visual field. Indeed, having absorbed a direct blow from an S-rank individual, her current condition appeared quite dire. Donju observed the whole scene in utterly profound disbelief, his fiery red eyes dilated widely as he shrieked in unadulterated terror, evidently having not truly anticipated his sister would genuinely escalate things to such a brutal degree and inflict serious injury upon Choi. Kim loomed ominously above the incapacitated Choi, her formidable sword poised threateningly for further action, while Donju, quite understandably, whimpered in the background, the sister dramatically bellowing Choi's name, prepared to administer the decisive final strike. Kim gazed downwards with an expression of utter disdain, dismissively labeling Choi as merely a C-rank individual displaying a rather inflated sense of self-importance within the dungeon's confines, thus emphatically clarifying their respective positions within the prevailing power structure. Meanwhile, Beyond the immediate drama, the colossal, vibrant purple dungeon vortex continued its menacing rotation above the sprawling city skyline, its very presence signaling an escalating danger, as the precious moments dwindled rapidly for the unfortunate hunters trapped within. Back at the bustling headquarters, Nam Yon presented a picture of complete exhaustion, glistening perspiration trickling from her weary face, her trembling hands clutching her staff, emitting faint, shuddering sounds, quite obviously past her breaking point due to the immense pressure. Officer Ae Kaim-sung nervously gnawed on her digit, anxiously pondering the imminent arrival of their authorization, as the palpable tension outside the dungeon seemed to almost rival the frantic, life-or-death drama unfolding within its perilous depths. Yon was audibly gasping for breath, mentally convinced she was suffocating, as she desperately inquired about the long-awaited raid authorization, unequivocally demonstrating she had officially arrived at her absolute emotional and physical breaking threshold. Office of Song Ae Kain found herself approached by a diligent, though probably equally stressed, polyp, all while Yon persisted in her rather spectacular background meltdown, confirming that the entire logistical framework for the impending raid was, at this precise moment, an utter and complete disaster. Officer Son's face, a portrait of steely resolve, lit up as the long-awaited dispatch arrived. She proudly declared the raid's official go-ahead had been granted, signaling that their monster-mashing operation was now fully cleared for takeoff. Donju carefully supported the civil her choice, his expression revealing a seldom witnessed depth of actual concern. The sister, Don Kim, however, stood above them, the veritable queen of callousness, icily instructing them to abandon their injured comrade and simply conquer the dungeon, rather than fretting over one unfortunate incident. Donju's gaze shot up at his sibling, utterly dumbfounded, his voice trembling as he demanded to know the meaning behind her chilling dismissal of Choi's critical state. He was finally grasping the true, horrifying extent of her heartless disposition. Don Kim's gaze, colder than a polar bear's picnic, pierced him as she declared that any hunter fragile enough to perish from one solitary blow would simply be culled from the global herd eventually, regardless. She scoffed at the very notion of frail individuals, like Chor, daring to pursue concealed dungeons, as if they were entitled to the strength found within. As Donju's eyes remained fixed upon the profusely bleeding, inert figure of the young woman in his embrace, the sister relentlessly expounded on the stark, unforgiving actualities of their universe. He could merely articulate a stupefied inquiry, the sheer barbarity of her reasoning gradually cementing itself within his awareness. The broader view revealed the summer trio, practically wading through the monstrous detritus left by Choi's solo-slaying spree. Donju bravely or foolishly declared her pronouncements incredibly severe, but Yon Kim simply dismissed his objection with a casual shrug, asserting she was merely relaying the unvarnished truth. Yon Kim closed the distance, her demeanor oozing an almost leonine, commanding presence, effectively informing Donju that access to the power and reputation he coveted rested solely within her grasp. She then probed, with unsettling calm, if he genuinely comprehended his standing and the immense service he owed her. Donju's visage was cast in deep shadow as he deeply considered his sister's overarching control throughout his entire lifespan. He recollected, with stark, unyielding precision, that she functioned as the sole catalyst for attaining his present formidable might, a recollection that now weighed upon him with an unparalleled oppressiveness. A tight shot on Donju's compressed stare revealed his silent, internal acceptance of the stark validity in her statements. He privately conceded that her savagely pragmatic outlook was the precise impetus that eventually compelled him to sever ties with the Hwajun Guild, making a clean break. A jarring flashback abruptly hurled us a dozen years into the past, specifically to Career's inaugural, cataclysmic dungeon breach. The urban landscape had devolved into a searing, monster-infested inferno, with the accompanying commentary revealing the authorities were utterly swamped and utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Imposing script against a foreboding, obsidian backdrop laid bare the mind-bubbling human price extracted by the colossal fiasco. The body count from the opening breach soared to a truly dreadful sum of 10,000 individuals, a numerical tragedy almost beyond comprehension. We observe a youthful Yon Kim and Donju reverently kneeling at her summer memorial, practically engulfed by a floral Everest of remembrance. The unfeeling on-screen text grimly corroborated the intimate calamity. Their own parents were tragically counted among the deceased. The accompanying voiceover elucidated that with the demise of their guardians, the adolescent Yon Kim found herself abruptly thrust into the unenviable position of household matriarch. A youthful, weeping Donju sought her gaze for some glimmer of optimism, plaintively inquiring what their next move would be. The youthful Yon Kim stood clad in her summer attire, her face a mask of utter emptiness. The on-screen caption observed, with stark clarity, that she was pathetically underage to bear such a profoundly life-shaping sorrow all by herself. A tight shot of her 16-year-old visage at the memorial service depicted a girl who looked utterly shell-shocked. The singular instant marked the abrupt cessation of her formative years and the genesis of her relentless preoccupation with raw power. The accompanying commentary detailed the planet's swift metamorphosis, which instigated immediately upon the sudden advent of those who awoke. Communal interests rapidly diverged, moving away from grieving for the fallen and directly into extolling the advent of fresh, superpowered saviors. A quick montage depicted a youthful Yon Kim absolutely mobbed by ravenous journalists and blinding camera flashes. They hurled queries regarding her freshly acquired S-rank designation and intimate details of her existence, clearly illustrating how she was instantly objectified by the masses. Media bulletins ecstatically heralded the arrival of Career's unprecedented fourth S-rank individual, Donan Kim. Even as she was undergoing intense hunter instruction, every prominent guild was already embroiled in a cutthroat struggle to secure her coveted signature initially. The general populace's focus dramatically realigned, turning from the misfortunes of former times and toward the bright prospects ahead. Yeonkim rapidly transformed into an icon representing optimism and immense capability for. The meteor's intense scrutiny subsequently pivoted towards her junior sibling, Denju. Individuals commenced fervent conjecture, wondering if the extraordinary phenomenon might recur, and whether he, too, would manifest as an elite-level monster slayer. A pair of onlookers conversed about the siblings with rapacious grins, having already labeled them the prodigy pair. Their primary concern revolved around the grandiose display of their abilities, rather than the well-being of the young individuals themselves. The on-screen narrative elaborated on how the mass's fixation originated with the elder sister, inexorably extending its grasp to her junior sibling. Donju was thus being meticulously prepared for exceptional accomplishments before he even remotely grasped their significance. A rapid forward jump in time showcased Donju as an adolescent, casually engaging in soccer at his academic institution. Demonstrating his innate athleticism, he effortlessly outmaneuvered his fellow students, already betraying hints of his concealed capabilities. The fellow player enthusiastically yelled as Donju propelled himself towards the net, urging him to unleash the strike. For a fleeting instant, he appeared to be merely an ordinary, contented youngster, unaware of his burgeoning destiny. Donju uncorked a kick and out with such an utterly bizarre velocity that a tremendous concussive boom reverberated through the atmosphere. He had unequivocally overestimated the sheer potency required for a basic, friendly match of football. The spherical projectile was depicted firmly lodged deep within a craggy stone partition, having completely bypassed its intended target. His fellow students could only gape in utterly speechless astonishment at the roar, undeniable devastation. The adolescent Donju peered at the fragmented barrier with utter incredulity. Desperation trickled down his visage as a chilling comprehension dawned that something profound had altered within his very being. The comrade then exclaimed in utter wonder, observing that the projectile was genuinely embedded within the solid structure. The stark, unvarnished truth landed with a thud as the accompanying voiceover divulged that he, too, had undergone an awakening, albeit merely at her C-rank classification. From the get-go, it was crystal clear that his sister's epic renown utterly eclipsed his own rather forgettable standing, making him feel like the understudy in a one-person show. Our story rewinded to a heated spat, Donju practically screaming at his sibling for bailing on the H-Rajan Guild, looking like a teapot about to whistle as he absolutely insisted on understanding her colossal Fran blunder. He questioned her reasoning for swapping allegiance to the Pahayat Guild, but Yeonkim, cool as a cucumber, just regarded his entire dramatic eruption as the pitiful wails of a toddler in need of her nap. Ignoring his tirade completely, she casually presented him with a tiny container, instructing him to consume its contents, leaving Donju utterly bewildered, wondering aloud what exactly this mysterious present could be as he eyed it with suspicion. Inside the little package gleamed a radiant, multifaceted crimson maelstone, causing Donju's jaw to practically hit the floor as he sputtered why in the world she was bestowing upon him such an astronomically precious item. Yeonkim offered a gentle smile, divulging that this scarce gem could supercharge his abilities upon ingestion, but quickly added a stern caution to guard this astonishing tidbit with his life, keeping it utterly clandestine from the world. Donju dithered, genuinely wondering if appropriating such a magnificent treasure for personal use was truly permissible. The sister, however, waved away his concerns, vowing she'd acquired this very item with his sole advancement in mind. Then, the tight shot on Yeonkim's seemingly cheerful lips revealed her appending a rather frosty stipulation to her generous offering. She pledged an endless supply of these potent gems, well, as many as she could procure, yet there was a catch, naturally, a non-negotiable cost. She declared her intent to continuously power up his progression until he ultimately attained S-rank standing, a pronouncement that left Donju utterly dumbfounded, fully aware such an objective bordered on the mythical for a born C-tier individual. Donju's patience wore thin, exasperatedly querying why she even bothered with this entire charade and just how much longer he was supposed to keep his authentic capabilities under wraps. He thoroughly exhausted his tolerance for serving as her covert experiment, perpetually dwelling beneath her immense reputation. Yeonkim's pleasant expression contorted into a cunning, almost predatory smirk as she unveiled her updated master scheme. Her demand was clear: he must commence rigorous training and undertake legitimate assignments, declaring this an absolutely unyielding prerequisite for remaining a member of Payhawk. No refunds. She clarified that these exceedingly scarce mana stones emerged exclusively from clandestine catacombs under their guild's tight dominion. This enhanced progression, therefore, needed to be a closely guarded secret, preventing the wider public from ever catching on to their ingenious method of bending the rules. She artfully paraded the tantalizing prospect of S-rank prestige right before his gaze, instantly inquiring if such an elevation wouldn't be utterly fabulous. In essence, she skillfully leveraged his yearning for acclaim and dominance to maintain a firm, controlling grip on him. Donju defiantly spurned the proposition, retorting that he certainly didn't require such nonsense to forge himself into a genuine hunter. He boldly announced his immediate intention to march straight to the officials and disclose his newfound powers. Yeonkim's facade of benevolence shattered, her gaze hardening into slits as she coldly informed him he'd be fatally vulnerable, instantly perishing out in the wild. She maintained she was merely intervening for his own good, given that professional monster slayers truly couldn't indulge in the extravagance of frailty. Then she delivered the most agonizing blow, a truth bomb straight to his gut, proclaiming their mother and father met their end precisely because they lacked sufficient might. She was, without question, mercilessly weaponizing their familial tragedy to keep him firmly under her thumb. The chilling close-up revealed her countenance utterly deranged, her gaze unblinking and wide with a truly frightening fervor. She bellowed at him, asserting he absolutely had to transcend his current limitations and grow mightier if he harbored any fanciful notions of enduring in this treacherous realm. Then she posed an icily detached query, an implied inquiry into his comprehension, while he remained a diminutive, shadowed form in the periphery, peering utterly crushed beneath the oppressive weight of her stark rationale. The tight shot from behind Donju's skull revealed his absolute silence, his very essence being utterly flattened under the enormous burden of her anguish-driven philosophy. He found himself entirely bereft of any retort to her merciless candor. His unspoken thoughts laid bare the utter hopelessness of his predicament. He comprehended with chilling clarity that, irrespective of her moral compass, his very existence hinged on reluctantly submitting to her directives if he wished to remain among the living. The rigorous regimen commenced, proving itself undeniably agonizing. A crimson geyser suddenly burst from his lips, accompanied by a dreadful gurgle, as his physical form valiantly fought to assimilate the sheer potency she relentlessly injected into him. Donju lay crumpled on the ground, desperately gasping for breath while spewing forth gouts of blood. He appeared utterly shattered, the mere husk, courtesy of the incredibly thorful presence his sibling continued to bestow. Don Kim extended a hand downward, resting it upon the shoulder of her utterly decimated, hemorrhaging brother. She exhibited not a shred of compassion for his bodily anguish, her entire concentration fixed solely upon the ultimate outcome. She then lowered herself, gently elevating his chin, her gaze piercing his inflamed, blood-filled eyes with an unnervingly serene contentment. At last, she was meticulously sculpting him into the robust individual she absolutely required him to become. She cradled his visage as tears streamed down his cheeks, a testament to both the raw anguish and profound psychological scarring. It was a grotesquely perverted moment of solace, tendered by the selfsame architect of his torment. Suddenly, the vibrant cerulean system display materialized, proudly announcing his elevation to a B rank. His core attributes, encompassing brawn, brains, endurance, and nimbleness, were all rocketing upwards, accompanied by an endless barrage of statistics-boosted alerts, like a gaming marathon on overdrive. Don Kim wore a frigid, utterly triumphant grin. Her calculated, politely unhinged, venture was unfurling with textbook precision. She enfolded her utterly shattered brother in an embrace, declaring the process a success and emphasizing the necessity of relentless advancement. Clearly, she viewed his very existence as nothing more than an elaborate, high-stakes role-playing game quest for experience points. Donju's gaze fixed upon some indeterminate point, his eyes devoid of all life and spirit, like a vacant storefront mannequin. He mechanically echoed her chilling pronouncements to himself, now convinced that attaining superior strength was an absolute imperative, no matter the sacrifice. He finally succumbed to sheer fatigue, shutting his eyes in utter capitulation. The internal battle against her unyielding directives was unequivocally over, his white flag firmly hoisted. His inner monologue concluded that if he couldn't master this situation, he'd forever be her human leash, having begrudgingly embraced his destiny as her personal gadget in trade for remaining among the living. With the memory montage concluded, reality snapped back, as Don Kim, practically glowing with satisfaction that he finally got it, then coldly proposed they simply abandon their rather bruised Choi to advance with their monster hunting escapade. Dronzer cast his gaze downwards, his face a canvas of gloom and shadows, signaling his unfortunate return to the thankless role of obediently executing her wildly harsh commands. Don Kim spun around, proclaiming it was time to sweep away the smaller fry before the grand confrontation with the main antagonist, adding with a gleam in her eye that she was eager to unleash havoc, given her extended sabbatical from proper dungeon crawling. Standing amidst the shattered debris, Don Kim stretched like a cat preparing for a really aggressive nap, her aura screaming for a crimson carnival, until Donju abruptly cut through the tension, inquiring whether she possessed even the faintest clue why he'd been sniffing around for clandestine labyrinths initially. She whirled back, tossing out a rather flippant queer, wondering aloud if his motivations simply stemmed from falling for the particular young lady's deceptions, clearly still regarding Choi as an irritating pebble in her shoe instead of an actual breathing human being. Donju lowered his gaze, his features contorted with pure indignation, then demanded to know precisely why she was obstructing his path to power through secret dungeons, especially when developing his might was supposedly her lifelong dream, before bluntly accusing her of meddling with a complete stranger. Don Kim's face solidified into an icy mask, as she icily informed him that hidden dungeons were hardly the optimal setting for personal development, then rhetorically inquired what sort of sibling would simply observe their brother sauntering into a glorified, monster-infested blender. Donzer offered a wry, almost clairvoyant grin, observing that her incessant lectures regarding the virtues of power clearly indicated she still perceived him as a fragile sapling incapable of tying his own shoelaces, let alone fending for himself. The broader perspective revealed Donju kneeling protectively beside the profusely bleeding Choi, as he proclaimed in a voice like steel that he was utterly finished giving a single thought to her arbitrary regulations or her perpetually dim assessment of his capabilities. Don Kim cast her gaze downwards, her face a veritable glacier of pure, unblemished frigidity, then informed him with chilling clarity that if he intended to behave in such a fashion, he might as well kindly remove himself from her personal existence and her entire guild membership. Donju returned her glare with a rather impudent smirk, then daringly inquired if she harbored even a shred of concern regarding his potential demise. Finally, unequivocally, throwing down the gauntlet against the genuine affection she purported to possess for him. This blade, the trusty companion, peered dramatically plunged into the unyielding stone floor, accompanied by a resounding thwack, signifying his audacious, absolute declaration of independence from her suffocating dominion. Don Kim's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment as she watched him gear up for what seemed like an actual, Earnest confrontation, then inquired with palpable incredulity if he genuinely intended to waltz into the clandestine dungeon. Danju offered a self-assured, slightly menacing smirk, then torningly wondered aloud if she'd like him to compile a comprehensive, highly detailed debriefing on his exploits upon his triumphant return. Yeonkim finally lost her cool, rapping skyward with her colossal blade held menacingly overhead, having officially shed her sibling role to assume the persona of her furious, battle-hardened warrior poised to unleash immediate devastation. Danju simply regarded her incoming, potentially bone-shattering assault with an expression of profound tranquility, as if contemplating the weather, having evidently sked all fear of her particularly aggressive brand of affection. Yeonkim shrieked as she plummeted earthward, dramatically declaring that if he truly didn't object, we could simply perish right then and there, as the overall outcome would be identical regardless, perfectly willing to introduce him to the afterlife merely to underscore her assessment of his utter feebleness. Danju dramatically smacked his hand against the solid earth, creating a truly spectacular noise. Then, wearing a grin that screamed rebellion, questioned exactly who had suggested he was in the market for a sudden, unexpected demise. An enormous torrent of telluric energy detonated, launching colossal, jagged rock formations from the very bedrock within an earth-shattering roar, effectively shielding Danju and Choi as these stony sentinels ascended to brilliantly block Yeonkim's descending onslaught. Yeonkim, with a casual flick of her wrist, cleaved her formidable blade through the very air, effortlessly bisecting the stone columns like butter, as the entire dungeon chamber reverberated with a cacophonous symphony of colliding sorcery and pulverizing masonry. Yeonkim expertly navigated the cascading rock fragments with astonishing nimbleness, gracefully avoiding the rocky downpour, then heartily dismissed his feeble defensive maneuvers, derisively labeling his earth-based sorcery as utterly worthless garbage. She relentlessly pursued her airborne offensive, effortlessly carving through additional stone with a colossal, cerulean energy blast, the resounding shockwave unequivocally demonstrating her deployment of truly outrageous, unbridled destructive force. Danju, cradling the rather gory Choi amidst the deluge of disintegrating rock, clenched his jaw, internally grumbling that his sibling apparently possessed nothing beyond war-born and zero common sense, and that his only strategy was to simply endure the onslaught. Abruptly, the seemingly incapacitated Choi nonchalantly announced she was perfectly alright, causing Danju to peer at the young lady in his grasp, where he witnessed her beaming ear despite the crimson streaks on her visage, leaving him utterly flummoxed yet still adamant about summoning medical assistance. Danju offered her a completely blank stare, murmuring a disbelieving "sure, you're fine," before a peculiar observation truly caught his attention, prompting a bewildered noise as he grasped that she was, in fact, genuinely unbothered by her rather significant injuries. Choi's face twisted into a rather unsettling, somewhat unhinged grin as she informed him that she was about to stand up, her various lacerations and contusions evidently holding precisely zero significance in her surprisingly pain-free existence. Choi gracefully rose to her feet and stretched languidly, as if just emerging from a particularly invigorating beauty sleep, while a completely dumbfounded Danju could only gape, his thoughts a flurry of question marks, as she casually thanked him for the little break and remarked upon his sister's impressive fury. Danju stood there utterly flustered and bewildered, stammering out inquiries about her well-being, absolutely unable to fathom how a mere C-rank combatant had absorbed an S-rank devastating blow and was now behaving as if she'd just enjoyed a delightful spa treatment. Choi extended her arms behind her head, accompanied by a rather alarming, almost nauseating symphony of cracking joints, before looking utterly revitalized and enthusiastically prepared for yet another round of chaotic fun. Zooming in on Choi's hand, one could spot her casually caressing the ring, a little white line flickering to confirm that even her curse bling was getting hyped for the impending chaos. Sure, sporting a word, blood-splattered, and frankly, utterly unhinged grin, met the furious gaze of Yeonkim, asking with a chillingly cheerful tone if they were finally ready to begin this delightful brawl, signaling the main event was about to kick off. Danju's voice trembled as he called out to Choi, who simply tossed a casual remark back over her shoulder, peering far too chill for someone who had just casually walked away from what could only be described as an S-rank sibling's rather explosive family squabble. Poor Danju was absolutely drenched in sweat, looking as if he'd happily trade his life savings to have the earth simply swallow him whole, stammering out a desperate plea to know how much she overheard, no doubt hoping she missed the part where he likened his sister to a great ape. Sure, blood still gently trickling down her face, beamed at him with an unsettlingly cheerful smile, informing him she hadn't missed a single word, especially the moment he dubbed his sister certifiable, and to be perfectly honest, she found his entire dramatic performance rather delightful. The scene swiftly revisited the argument, highlighting precisely when Danju's vocal cords went rogue, and in the final panel, we looked utterly aghast, the horror dawning as he realized he'd been caught, pants down, with his foot firmly in his mouth. Danju promptly spiraled into a full-blown existential crisis, clutching his head and letting out a primal scream, having officially achieved the Olympic gold medal in the sport of public humiliation. The accompanying text box, bless its blunt honesty, didn't pull any punches, flatly declaring that Kim Danju was utterly mortified, and frankly, my friend, his current predicament was practically a stand-up routine in the making. This impromptu comedy club abruptly closed its doors as colossal, jagged rock fragments began hurtling through the air, signaling the dungeon environment was either incredibly moody, or his sister had simply reached her absolute breaking point. Enormous stone spikes descended from the heavens, resembling a particularly aggressive, geological judgment day, the sheer scale of the devastation confirming that someone, somewhere, was really spending their minor budget with gusto. Danju, with the instincts of her seasoned bodyguard, instantly shifted gears, snatching Choi and pulling her into a protective embrace as the very earth detonated around them. It seems even peak embarrassment couldn't stop him from being a great shield when the chips were down. Yeon Kim was depicted soaring majestically above the pandemonium, surveying the newly formed wreckage with a stern, unforgiving gaze of her deity scorned. She was indeed the architect of this impromptu landscape transformation, and by the looks of it, her construction project had only just begun. Yeon Kim plunged through the atmosphere, her expression etched with a truly formidable resolve, accelerating with such incredible velocity that she transformed into nothing more than her streaky, blonde and white artistic impression of a very angry person. The sweeping panorama revealed the enormous crater where Choi and Donju were effectively cemented, appearing utterly minuscule next to the towering, jagged splinters of earth that had dramatically erupted from the ground to ensnare them. The tight shot of Donju revealed an intensely serious demeanor, his gaze fixed on the impending danger while keeping Choi securely by his side. He was officially over being the punchline, and now, he was genuinely prepared to throw down. Yeon Kim unleashed a colossal, supersonic charge, transforming into a brilliant streak of sapphire luminescence. Clearly, she had abandoned all pretense of restraint, intent on concluding this rather explosive family squabble with nothing but unadulterated, earth-shattering might. The dazzling, intensely blinding energy cleaved its way through the obscuring smoke and scattered debris, followed by a bone-jarring impact sound, confirming that something incredibly sharp and monumentally forceful had just made an unforgettable impression on the dungeon floor. The colossal pillar of pristine white marble exploded upwards from the strike zone, effortlessly vaporizing every surrounding rock formation. Make no mistake, this was no mere practice session, this was an S-rank hunter pulling out all the stops to secure a decisive victory. The luminous afterglow of the strike hung suspended in the air, vividly illustrating the utterly ludicrous path of Yeon Kim's assault. Truly, when that woman got sufficiently riled up, she transformed into an actual, honest-to-goodness, natural disaster. All at once, a scream so utterly spine-tingling it could curdle milk reverberated throughout the dungeon, forcing Yeon Kim to halt mid-stride, her eyes widening in genuine horror as she sickeningly realized the agonizing cry had emanated directly from Donju. Yeon Kim's gaze pierced the dense cloud of pulverized dust, her complexion now ghostly pale with a flood of sudden remorse, utterly terrified that her fiery tantrum might have genuinely inflicted severe, irreversible damage upon her own brother. She bolted through the lingering smoke, desperately scanning for Kim Donju while shouting to know what on earth was going on, her formidable tough sister persona instantly dissolving into pure panic now that she truly believed her brother was in peril. She skidded to an immediate halt as the smoky veil dissipated, her eyes bulging wide and sweat beading profusely down her face, fixated on an anomaly that defied all logic, letting out a truly thunderstruck, incoherent squawk of disbelief. Choi stood there, utterly unmarred, nonchalantly propping herself against a conveniently placed rock, while Donju lay prone beside her, completely knocked out. She appeared astonishingly unperturbed by the minor detail of having just absorbed a direct, S-rank impact. Choi sported a truly unnerving, blood-streaked smirk as she locked eyes with Yeon Kim, then coolly remarked that she was merely contemplating how best to entice Yeon into repeating that impressive trick. She was, quite literally, treating an S-rank's full-power attack as nothing more than her delightful party game. Yeon Kim was practically short-circuiting, her brain sputtering at the realization that such a blow should have been utterly fatal even for an elite high ranker, let alone someone supposedly classified as a mere C rank. She frantically scanned Choi's stats, utterly flummoxed by the impossible phenomenon standing before her. A persistent system window attempted to get a read on Choi, yet all it could ever return was her name, followed by an entire constellation of question marks. Her special earring was functioning flawlessly, ensuring her actual capabilities remained an absolute enigma, even to an elite, top-tier hunter. Yeon Kim was having a full-blown existential crisis on the inside, observing that the sheer aura of pressure emanating from Choi was decidedly not the typical kind of immense power an S-rank normally commanded. She was finally, terrifyingly, coming to grips with the distinct possibility of being completely outmatched. She surmised Choi must be employing some sort of clandestine item to obscure her true statistics, estimating her to be at least an A rank, if not significantly higher. Yeon Kim now regarded the girl with an entirely fresh, and deeply unsettling, blend of extreme caution and profound distrust. Yeon Kim then swung her piercing glare directly towards Donju, demanding to know why on earth he would spin such a ridiculously transparent fib about Choi's actual rank. She absolutely detested being left in the dark, particularly when her own sibling was involved with what appeared to be a genuine, unholy terror. Donju wisely suggested Choi make a hasty exit while the opportunity lingered, but Choi merely offered him an unblinking stare, inquiring about his peculiar suggestion. Apparently, she considered fleeing a vigorous confrontation to be a genuine waste of time. Donju exasperatedly declared this skirmish his sole responsibility, ordering her to abscond from the premises. Choi simply drew a long breath, labeled him a nuisance, and remained utterly unswayed by his theatrical display of valiant posturing. Yeon Kim's eyes frosted over with chilling clarity as it dawned upon her that Choi possessed a distinct motivation for coveting the elusive subterranean labyrinth. She coolly informed her she was already proceeding, mentally primed for an undeniable, high-stakes confrontation. A focused visual of a running shoe making decisive contact with the ground, accompanied by a sharp, percussive report, signaled the immediate commencement of their engagement. The sheer velocity generated a formidable shockwave even before the athlete completed her stride. Choi became a mere streak of motion, lunging towards Yeon Kim with such astonishing velocity that Donju could only bellow her name in utter disbelief. She was closing the gap with the ruthless efficiency of her predator locking onto its unsuspecting quarry. Choi's countenance was contorted into a wildly ecstatic grin as she rapidly approached, provocatively daring Yeon to engage with actual intent. She was, without a shadow of a doubt, thoroughly immersed in the exhilarating rush of battle. Choi unleashed a tremendously forceful blow, yet Yeon Kim effortlessly ensnared it with a solitary hand, her expression a peculiar blend of disinterest and steely concentration. The two found themselves locked in an immediate, intense physical capability assessment. Yeon Kim meticulously analyzed her opponent in real time, deducing the utter improbability of this woman's prior existence. Choi's fundamental attributes were visibly skyrocketing directly before her disbelieving eyes. Choi's irises radiated an ominous crimson glow, a clear indication of her fervent delight in the unfolding combat. Yeon Kim then grasped that Choi's regenerative capacity mended her injuries instantaneously, far surpassing the typical abilities of her standard hunter. Yeon Kim's entire frame trembled from the sheer exertion of physically restraining Choi, her face twisted in a ferocious blend of pure fury and immense strain. The intense power struggle was, against all expectations, beginning to favor the C-rank combatant. The tremendous energy emanating from their colliding magical forces was so profoundly intense that it caused the very atmosphere around them to visibly fracture, accompanied by a resounding audible crack. They were ensnared in an absolute stalemate, neither willing to yield an iota. The tense standoff abruptly culminated in a colossal burst of movement, propelling Choi violently backwards across the arena. The sheer magnitude of the impact lines unequivocally demonstrated that Yeon Kim had finally committed substantial force to her counterattack. The towering column of brilliant white energy then descended precisely upon the location where Choi had landed, initiating a gargantuan detonation. Donju could only shriek Choi's designation, utterly helpless, as he bore witness to the devastating aftermath. Choi was revealed at the very base of her colossal, intricately spiderweb crater, struggling for breath, her chest heaving. Even with her exceptional regeneration, absorbing a direct gravity-based assault from an S-rank individual was clearly exacting a heavy toll. She gazed upward with a bewildered expression, pondering the peculiar nature of the ability that had just struck her. She openly admitted failing to perceive the incoming attack until she was already firmly embedded in the ground. Choi remained seated amidst the devastation, her distinctive purple hair disheveled, her eyes glowing with a primal, tame intensity. She was finally comprehending that her current adversary possessed far more than mere raw statistical power. Suddenly, her facial expression shifted into profound shock. She sensed something immense seizing her from behind, an utterly invisible force that she possessed no means to even perceive, let alone evade. The colossal, spectral claw or an equivalent crushing force was depicted annihilating everything in its trajectory with a thunderous, weighty impact. Yeon Kim was demonstrably employing her gravity manipulation to its absolute maximum potential in this confrontation. Choi was being compressed against the ground, noting with palpable horror that the invisible force could even arbitrarily shift its direction. She was being unceremoniously flung about like an inanimate plaything. A close examination of Choi's visage depicted her clear agony, her eyes wide with desperation as she choked out that she could not draw breath. The immense pressure was quite literally attempting to collapse her chest cavity inward. She lay pinned immovably to the earth, her hand desperately scraping at the solid stone beneath her. She internally mused that it felt as if her entire skeletal structure was being relentlessly dragged straight down into the abyssal depths. The crushing, immense weight was visibly pressing down upon her, with the accompanying narrative indicating it felt precisely as if a colossal mountain were collapsing onto her form. This represented the absolute zenith of power from a top-tier S-rank hunter. Yeon Kim observed the scene from her elevated vantage point with a chillingly composed, slightly disappointed expression. She bluntly informed Choi that she had certainly anticipated a more substantial display from her. She continued her verbal jabs, observing that even those unique dungeon artifacts were hardly noteworthy if this paltry effort represented her utmost capability. She had unequivocally dismissed Choi as any genuine sort of credible threat. Choi, though still immobilized, began to emanate a violently blue, flaring aura. She was gritting her teeth and muttering curses about this accursed thing as her sheer defiant malice started to overpower the crushing gravitational force. She began to slowly push herself upright, accompanying the effort with a terse warning to mind her words. The very ground fractured even further as she endeavored to conquer the unseen weight through an act of sheer, indomitable willpower. Choi was now completely enveloped in vibrant blue energy, bellowing that she simply had to break free from this predicament. Her fundamental capabilities were relentlessly continuing their upward trajectory in direct response to the immense stress. Yeon Kim simply regarded her with a serene, almost detached demeanor, advising Choi to remain subdued, and warning that if she overexerted herself, it would swiftly become far too late for any reprieve. The colossal impact reverberated through the entire scene as something significant occurred within Choi's physical form. The vivid green and white motion lines suggested she had pushed her biological limits to the absolute brink of endurance. A focused visual of her blood-soaked arm and hand clearly revealed the profound cost she was incurring to merely move. Her very musculature and bone were engaged in a desperate, visible struggle against the insidious gravity trap. Yeon Kim's jaw dropped like a cartoon character, absolutely flabbergasted when Choi defied her grievous injuries and simply stood back up. She started wondering aloud if Choi was running on cheat codes, finally grasping the truly bonkers nature of her enemy's abilities. Yeon Kim adopted her usual icy expression and sarcastically encouraged Choi to continue regenerating, inviting her to play this little game. She felt like running an experiment to discover precisely how many resurrections this girl could manage before running out of lives. Donju let out another desperate yell for Choi, but Yeon Kim quickly shut him down, ordering him to stay put. She intended to prevent her brother from witnessing the favor she was about to do for Choi by ending her suffering. Yeon Kim presented a last-ditch offer, suggesting that if Choi agreed to forget about the hidden dungeon, she might allow her to survive. This was clearly just another pathetic attempt to leverage Choi's existence against her brother's actions. The camera cut to a terrifying glimpse of Choi lurking in the darkness, her single red eye burning fiercely like a demonic ember. She absorbed every word of the conversation, her expression contorted by nothing but roar, concentrated fury. Yeon Kim placed a hand on her temple and dismissed Donju's concerns, telling him to forget about everything. She reverted to her old tricks, gently reminding him that She was the one responsible for turning him into a formidable fighter in the first place. She drove her point home hard, explaining that he would have been dead and forgotten ages ago if not for her meticulous instruction. Her goal was clearly to make him feel insignificant and completely reliant on her once more. Yeon Kim stared directly into his soul and bluntly declared him weak, right to his face. She was systematically destroying Donju's self-esteem, hoping to drag him back under her complete control. With a condescending smirk, she challenged him, asking if he truly possessed the strength needed to defeat her. Meanwhile, Donju stayed at the ground, his face a complex mixture of resentment and complete hopelessness. The tense silence was suddenly shattered by a voice asking if Yeon Kim had finished her lengthy monologue. The camera quickly shifted to show Choi standing tall, a malevolent grin creeping across her face, half obscured by the surrounding darkness. Choi let out a short, hollow laugh, finding Yeon Kim's sermon truly side-splitting. She instantly ridiculed Yeon Kim for claiming this behavior was somehow beneficial for Donju, spotting the exact same kind of emotional manipulation she had personally suffered through before. We immediately cut to a disturbing flashback of Choi's manipulative ex, Pyeon-chan, giving her an unsettling smile while claiming he only acted for her own good. The similarity to Yeon Kim's current attempts at control was immediately obvious and deeply disturbing. The memory continued, showing the precise moment Pyeon-chan heartlessly abandoned her inside the dungeon. He left her with the chilling parting words that she would surely perish without his protection. The old trauma surged back into her mind, but rather than breaking her, it ignited her anger like jet fuel. Returning to the present, Choi was enveloped in a sinister, shadowy aura as she told Yeon Kim to spare her the fabrications. She officially declared herself finished with all manipulative individuals for good. Choi turned her gaze to the siblings, her voice dripping with venom as she stated that nobody in their right mind believed that nonsense. With those words, she effectively shattered the psychological hold Yeon Kim had over the entire situation. Choi's face twisted into a grin of manic glee as she exposed Yeon Kim for exactly who she was, someone who simply wanted to control everyone around her. She added that Yeon Kim was arguably the single worst person to ever give lectures on morality. Choi looked directly at Donju and repeated his early declaration, asking if he hadn't promised himself to seek strength independently this time around. She was actively forcing him to finally step out of his sister's suffocating shadow. Choi sported a wide, malevolent smile as she told Donju they shared a deeper connection than he realized. She saw in him another fragile person who had been thoroughly exploited and discarded by the very people they placed their trust in. The scene culminated with a legendary shot of Choi drenched in blood, her eyes burning with a vibrant, praise-pink light. She extended a hand to Donju, promising to teach him precisely how to handle things. Choi had officially commandeered the entire scene. Officer Song Ae-kyung appeared thoroughly disoriented in the middle of the woods, exhaling a deep, frustrated sigh. She couldn't figure out where everyone had vanished to, knowing they needed to locate the remaining members fast before the situation became even more chaotic. She was speaking with Nam Yeon-yeon, the healer, who was gripping her staff and looking equally worried. Yeon-yeon remarked that Dronzer hadn't hesitated for a second before rushing into the dungeon to rescue that woman, which she considered an incredibly heroic action. Yeon-yeon began raving about how Dronzer was a complete dreamboat, apparently adored by every woman around. Officer Ae-kyung, simply trying to focus on her duties, offered a completely blank response, likely questioning why she was partnered with this enthusiastic admirer. Abruptly, Yeon-yeon's eyes grew wide, forcing her to pause in the middle of her thought. She had spotted something that absolutely did not belong in a typical dungeon setting, and let out a small, bewildered noise. The sky above had morphed into a horrifying blood-red color, and Yeon-yeon frantically stammered out a question about whether it looked like this before. Ae-kyung immediately went on high alert, pointing out that everything seemed perfectly normal only moments earlier. Ae-kyung gazed upward at the menacing clouds, declaring a strong chance that they were watching a catastrophe unfold right before their eyes. Yeon-yeon looked on the verge of her full-blown panic attack, whispering in denial that this awful situation could possibly be occurring. Back in the ruins, the very environment was disintegrating, with enormous chunks of rock plummeting down like lethal rain. This gravity-controlling Earth-based skull was effectively transforming the entire vicinity into a death trap for anyone caught inside. The tight shot focused on Choi, revealing her teeth clamped together in agonizing pain. The tremendous weight from the skull was crushing her, and you could clearly see the sheer effort required simply to force her eyelids to stay open against the intense force. Dronzer was panicking, shouting at Choi to immediately stop her actions before she managed to kill herself. He tried to reach out, even as the Marner storm battered him, recognizing that Choi was attempting to push against a power specifically designed to be unbreakable. From afar, Yeon Kim watched the chaos unfold, thoroughly baffled by Donju's actions. She was certain Choi should be completely immobilized at this point, and couldn't fathom what her brother hoped to achieve by helping a person in that state. Yeon Kim's pupils inflated like balloons as she registered a massive burst of magical energy from the girl she had already declared defeated. This development gave her a distinctly bad feeling, causing her previously unshakable S-rank confidence to finally experience a moment of panic. Choi released a primal, federal roar skill, and a colossal, concussive wave of blue energy detonated outwards. This literal wall of force vaporized debris and completely shattered Yeon Kim's masterful control over the area. The power of the shout was so immense that it carved deep trenches into the ground and reduced the surrounding forest to tiny fragments. Choi had just delivered an extremely loud and clear declaration that this fight was absolutely not over yet. Yeon Kim instinctively covered her ears, her expression twisted in irritation at the horrible noise. She likened it to a wild animal tearing its own throat out, which indicated just how raw and untamed Choi's power had become. Within the swirling vortex of blue Marner, the terrifying silhouette took shape, resembling a monster more than a human. Choi's inner beast was emerging for an intimidating performance, shrouded in crackling blue electricity. Choi gave a sinister smirk as she looked down at Dronzer, who was clutching his skull in pain. He let out a strained groan, realizing that the sheer force of her shockwave was enough to stagger even a hunter of his caliber. Dronzer stared at Choi in utter disbelief, his face a perfect picture of shock and dawning horror. He noted that she was far stronger now than when they first met at the black market, and it was actually starting to terrify him. He simply couldn't comprehend how she hadn't possessed this level of power even before they entered the dungeon. He rapidly calculated her stat gains, concluding that her growth rate was mathematically impossible under normal circumstances. Yeon Kim looked up in complete shock as a huge red energy wave gathered over her head like a pending natural disaster. She was entirely caught off guard by the sheer scale of the counterattack Choi had unleashed. The massive flock of those eyeball-in-the-sky monsters had gathered, circling Yeon Kim like vultures. Yeon Kim was begrudgingly impressed that Choi had managed to attract so many enemies with just a single aggro skill. Yeon Kim mused internally that it was a real tragedy to lose a talent like Choi, admitting they might have gotten along if it hadn't been for all the drama involving Danju. She finally acknowledged Choi's strength, realizing apologies were probably now overdue. She looked up at the increasingly dark sky, her expression turning serious as she understood there were far too many monsters to handle easily. The supposedly minor swarm was quickly developing into a legitimate threat even for an S-rank. Based on the sheer number of creatures, Yeon Kim realized their plan was to overwhelm her all at once to create an opening for Choi to escape her control. She was finally beginning to understand the tactical genius behind Choi's maneuver. A close-up showed Yeon Kim looking bored again, dismissively labeling the swarm as just a bunch of C-rank fodder. She casually wondered if she would need to hunt down the boss herself since these minions were such a letdown. Yeon Kim watched from the destroyed scenery, noting that Choi appeared to be getting impatient by trying to stop her with these low-level monsters. She was still underestimating her opponent, which is always a terrible idea. Yeon Kim smirked confidently, declaring she was completely fine with the situation since it meant she could practice hunting as much as she wanted. She was treating this life-or-death scenario with a casual attitude of her Sunday hobby. The bird monsters initiated their attack, diving from the sky with red light streaking behind them. They were moving with an entirely new level of aggression that Yeon Kim definitely hadn't expected. Yeon Kim noticed something peculiar. The monsters' feathers were glowing with a strange energy. She scoffed, asking if those were supposed to be their weapons, still acting like she was completely untouchable. One of the monsters descended directly toward the viewpoint, its giant eye focusing with a deadly blue light. It was clear that these flying eyeballs possessed a new trick up their non-existent sleeves that Yeon Kim hadn't seen yet. The bird monster executed a steep dive, tucking back its wings for maximum acceleration. This was clearly not just a random swarm, but a coordinated attack moving with deliberate purpose. The monster charged a high-powered blue laser from its central eye, preparing to unleash massive firepower, with Yeon Kim directly in the center of the crosshairs. Yeon Kim started cackling like a supervillain as she sprinted through the ruins, shouting that it had been far too long since she'd found a fight this engaging. She had officially entered a state of battle frenzy. A wide-angle shot displayed the true scale of the carnage, with energy beams raining down from the swarm, turning the ruins into a lethal strobe-like show. Danju and Yeon Kim looked like tiny ants caught in the middle of a magical hurricane. Yeon Kim came to a sudden halt, making a confused sound as she noticed something very strange about the monster's attack pattern. Her predator instincts were screaming that something about the situation was off. A close-up focused on a dark boot smashing into the ground with a sharp impact sound. Someone was making a move, and they were doing it with incredible speed and force. Yeon Kim was fuming, muttering bastards as she finally realized that these monsters' eyes weren't just decorative. She finally understood that these so-called small fries were much smarter than she had given them credit for. Multiple blue lasers fired from the sky, crossing paths and creating a lethal grid over the ruins. The sheer intensity of the firepower was enough to vaporize anything that wasn't moving at S-rank velocity. A close-up showed Yeon Kim's eye widening in sudden realization. She had finally figured out where the real attack was aimed, and it wasn't toward her at all. She quickly looked to the side and let out a scream, demanding to know why they were attacking over there. She was genuinely baffled by the change in target, which is never a good sign for a strategist. The realization hit her like a speeding vehicle. There was no way. Had she actually lowered the attack in with her own body? She was finally comprehending the chilling, self-sacrificial brilliance of Choi's tactical mind. A close-up shows Choi, illuminated by a suspicious blue light and surrounded by destruction. She's sporting a truly manic grin as she essentially becomes a human lightning rod for her entire swarm's firepower. An absolutely massive storm of energy spheres rains down on Choi's location with a deafening crash. She's quite literally being hammered into the ground by the very creatures she summoned herself. The impact zone transforms into pure chaos, with rock fragments and energy beams flying everywhere in a destructive whirlwind. It's a scene of total annihilation, and Choi decided to stand at the epicenter. Yeon-kim watches in complete horror, realizing that this was Choi's plan all along. It was apparently the only way Choi could figure out how to escape the gravity skill, even if it meant becoming a human Pinkshin. The spears are clearly shown piercing right through Choi's body, with blood splattering everywhere. She lets out a truly blood-curdling shriek that reveals exactly how much this insane gamble is costing her. A massive explosion of blood and debris fills the entire frame. Choi has been completely overwhelmed by the attack she deliberately attracted, making it look definitively like game over for her. The close-up focuses on a hand clutching an energy spear, blood dripping from the fingers. Dunju lets out a pain sound, having been caught in the fringe of the attack intended only for Choi. Yeon-kim stares at the sheer carnage with wide eyes, genuinely shaken by the spectacle. She silently questions what kind of life Choi must have lived to be able to make such a decision without even a moment of hesitation. Yeon-kim internally praises Choi's immense resolve, wondering how someone could be so completely cold-blooded regarding her own life. She understands now that she is not fighting a hunter, but rather a survivor. Yeon-kim notes that despite the reckless gamble, those small creatures will never be powerful enough to destroy her gravity skill. She remains confident that her C-rank monster is still just a C-rank, no matter how many there are. A close-up on Yeon-kim's eye reveals it widening in shock once more. The air around them starts to vibrate with a new, even more dangerous energy source that she cannot identify. She questions whether she is mistaken, feeling a deep tremble in the ground. Something is rapidly changing within the ruins, and it has already moved completely beyond her control. A massive eruption of bright blue mana bursts forth from the crater. Choi is fighting back against the gravity skill with every bit of energy she possesses, and the clashing powers are pulverizing the earth itself. Choi's hand is visible clawing at the ground with a trembling motion. She is literally tearing up the stone as she forces herself back onto her feet, completely ignoring the energy spears embedded in her. Choi continues to take a beating from the raining beams, shouting loudly that it's still insufficient. She's craving significantly more power, even as her body is torn apart by the very monsters she controls. A close-up of Choi's face, partially obscured by her hair and covered in blood, shows her sneering that with this meager amount of power, she can accomplish nothing. Her standards for strength have completely lost touch with reality. Choi looks up with a terrifyingly bloodshot eye, screaming at the monsters to do more. She bellows, demanding to know what they are doing. You bastards, insisting upon even greater carnage for her swarm. One of the bird monsters looks downward with its single, glowing eye, focusing intently on Choi. A new, far worse command is clearly about to be issued, ensuring bad things are coming for everyone else. The blue system window pops up with a sharp alert. It states, the target of control has been confirmed, signaling that Choi has successfully locked onto her final objective. The monster unleashes an absolutely colossal blast of blue energy, roughly 10 times stronger than anything seen previously. The power scaling in this fight has officially gone off the charts. A new notification appears, stating that the blessing of UI has been applied to the controlled target. Whatever this mysterious blessing entails, it is rapidly transforming these C-rank creatures into actual gods. Choi is shown from behind, appearing as a tiny silhouette against a backdrop of massive magical explosions. She stands at the center of her self-created war zone. A close-up on a demonic, red-eyed bird monster is shown, looking absolutely sinister. This is the new control target that Choi has massively buffed with her mysterious skill. The colossal beam of red and white energy erupts high into the sky with a massive impact. The sheer force behind this blast is sufficient to level the entire dungeon floor. The explosion is shown from a distance. Complete decimation follows everything in its path. It truly looks exactly like a nuclear bomb just detonated in the middle of the ruins. Yeon-kim stares at the destruction with an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. She notes that this attack power is undeniably stronger, finally admitting that Choi has surpassed all of her expectations. One of the bird monsters now has a new status window hovering above it. It identifies the creature as One-Eyed Angel, an A-rank washer. Choi has successfully forced evolved a C-rank monster into an A-rank threat. A close-up on Yeon-kim's eye shows her stuttering in disbelief, questioning aloud if its rank just suddenly went up. She has finally realized that she is fighting someone who can actually rewrite the fundamental rules of the dungeon. White feathers and gray smoke fill the entire sky as more explosions continue to rock the vicinity. The battle has escalated into a full-blown war between a single S-rank individual and an army of buff monsters. Choi is shown crouching in the middle of the smoke, her silhouette strongly resembling a formidable final boss. She waits patiently for the ideal moment to strike while Yeon-kim remains paralyzed in shock. From the earth's depths, the monumental wellspring of raw magic and shattered matter spectacularly erupted, heralding Choi's ultimate offensive. She's evidently abandoned all restraint, treating caution like a bad habit she simply can't indulge. Choi plummeted from the heavens, a shadowy harbinger of doom, palms spread wide, a truly frightful smirk plastered across her features. Her impending smash into Yeon-kim promises to be an event so epic, bards will sing about its sheer destructive brilliance for eons. With Yeon-kim unceremoniously flattened beneath her, their countenances mere millimeters apart, Sure, despite gushing blood and gasping for breath, delightfully confided that Yeon-kim had almost, just almost, managed to send her to the great beyond. Such delightful near-death experiences, she practically purred. Yeon-kim recoiled in absolute terror, adorning, dreadful understanding solidifying in her gaze. Sure, the very architect of the creature's monstrous upgrade. With a furious accusation, she spat fiend and demanded to know what twisted species Choi represented, finally perceiving the genuine horror beneath the human facade. Choi simply erupted in a fit of wild, unhinged laughter, casually conceding she hadn't quite figured out her own deal. either. She appeared utterly ecstatic, practically glowing with delight, to possess such overwhelming dominance over an elite S-rank combatant. Hovering triumphantly above the thoroughly vanquished Yeonkim, Choi declared her imminent demise, right there, on the spot. With a condescending sneer, she inquired if Yeon truly believed her utterly unremarkable S-rank physique was prepared to parry the literal legions of impaling projectiles patiently poised for impact. Above, an entire arboretum of incandescent crimson and ivory magical lances had assembled itself, every single one precisely zeroed in on Yeonkim. The ominous, high-pitched sizzle confirmed they were itching for the launch cue, like a nervous crowd at a fireworks display. The segment concluded with an absolute deluge of spectral javelins plummeting onto the dilapidated structures, immersing the entire scene in a deadly ruby luminescence. Choi and Yeonkim found themselves unwilling participants, squarely in the bullseye of this enchanting, yet rather fatal, magical performance. A close-up on Donju's countenance revealed him utterly petrified, rivulets of perspiration tracking paths down his skin. He was fixated on something so profoundly perplexing, his mind seemed to be undergoing a full system reboot. Eyes stretched wide in sheer, unadulterated disbelief. Donju remained rooted to the spot, the statue of stunned perplexity, as the tempest of Marner continued its furious churn in the distance. He articulated the very query everyone else silently pondered: what in the actual name of chaos was transpiring? The avian-like aberrations hovered menacingly in the upper atmosphere, while ambient energy readings soared off the charts. Donju's internal monologue was a torrent of shock as he grasped the dire predicament facing his supremely powerful S-rank sister, a situation even she might not escape unscathed. The sheer magnitude of the devastation came into full view as ethereal spears rained from the heavens, transforming the crumbling infrastructure into a veritable magical pinction. Donju observed from the periphery, witnessing his sister, Yeonkim, forced into a desperate, losing defensive posture. Yeonkim was evidently struggling, relentlessly driven back by Choi's ceaseless onslaught. Donju, meanwhile, experienced an absolute internal implosion, unable to fathom his formidable sister actually being thoroughly outmatched and overpowered. The colossal torrent of fiery red mana detonated across the visual field, crackling with an incredibly hazardous vigor. The confrontation had escalated to a critical juncture where only brute, unrestrained might held any sway whatsoever. A focused shot of her monster's wing depicted it being utterly shredded by the oppressive mana pressure. Yeonkim was then caught in a tiny pocket of pure shock, vociferously protesting that such a development was impossible as the trap's doors finally clicked shut around her. Yeonkim's expression became a canvas of unadulterated terror as a malevolent crimson illumination rapidly approached. She finally comprehended Choi's cunning strategy, employing her own body as an irresistible bait to redirect the entirety of the monster swarm's assault squarely onto Yeonkim's head. Choi was displayed sporting a frightfully sanguine grin, her eye radiating an intense scarlet glow. Yeonkim, utterly bewildered, mentally questioned if this utterly deranged method constituted proper combat etiquette for a supposedly ordinary human. The two combatants became mere streaks of motion as they violently collided midair, the echoes of agonized cries reverberating through the desolate ruins. Choi pressed her advantage, moving with an impossible velocity, baffling everyone after absorbing such significant damage. Yeonkim was shown grinding her teeth in excruciating torment, her shoulders and face now liberally smeared with blood. A frustrated, guttural growl escaped her lips as her once unyielding defenses began to visibly fracture under the relentless, crushing pressure. Choi descended as a flash of azure vitality, preparing for yet another devastating blow, while Yeonkim was left gasping for breath upon the ground. The roles had dramatically reversed. The hunter had become the hunted, much to everyone's surprise. Choi let loose a truly demented cackle, her face streaked with crimson, eyes wide with a maniacal delight. She had officially transitioned into a state of battle euphoria, where even the most agonizing pain was just another delightful form of high-stakes entertainment. She transformed into a furious tempest of sharpened steel and flowing blood, her movements morphing her into a literal pulverizer of chaos. The incessant, unsettling laughter confirmed she was unequivocally having the absolute grandest time amidst this deadly skirmish. Yeonkim was portrayed as thoroughly battered, blood trickling into her vision as she hissed an expletive at Choi. She had unequivocally reached her breaking point, denouncing her opponent as a vile reprobate, her own gaze simultaneously growing cold and utterly lethal. A colossal beam of concentrated energy tore through the atmosphere with a resonant, cracking report, generating a powerful sonic boom in its wake. Yeonkim was finally unleashing her most perilous techniques, intending to decisively conclude this protracted confrontation once and for all. The magnified shot of her tightly clenched fist revealed blood dripping from between the knuckles. Someone was evidently pouring every last ounce of their being into this upcoming exchange, promising a truly savage and unforgettable encounter. Choi was depicted absorbing an immense blow, her form propelled backward as gore splattered across the visual field. Yeonkim had at last connected with an unblocked strike, letting out a triumphant, guttural exclamation of satisfaction. Choi was shown desperately gasping for air, her mouth gushing with blood as she bore the full, unmitigated brunt of the impact. It appeared the formidable S-Rank's power had, after much effort, finally located its intended target. Choi was portrayed kneeling in a growing crimson puddle, emitting a pained groan. Yeonkim stood above her, her blade held aloft, looking utterly prepared to deliver the definitive, killing stroke, like a chef ready to carve a turkey. Yeonkim displayed an absolutely arrogant, wide-eyed satisfaction as she emphatically declared she had her opponent. She genuinely believed she had finally completed the arduous task of dispatching the seemingly indestructible tank, a truly impressive feat. Choi's head hung low, her hair obscuring her face, as she remained utterly devoid of sound or movement. It was a moment laden with heavy anticipation, as every observer waited with bated breath to ascertain if she would, for once, actually stay down. Suddenly, Choi's glowing crimson eyes flickered upwards, a truly sinister smile twisting her features as if she'd just won the lottery of doom, while a massive exclamation point cartoonishly burst beside her head. She then playfully jabbed at Yeonkim, declaring it seemed her opponent was still stubbornly clinging to existence, clearly nowhere near ready to throw in the towel. From Choi's very core, an immense column of brilliant blue mana erupted skyward, blazing with such an intense, blinding radiance it practically gave the sun a complex. She was clearly unleashing yet another of her top-tier abilities, making the ancient ruins practically shimmy and shake from the sheer, overwhelming magical pressure. One of those pesky-winged avian abominations was caught mid-flight, letting out a shriek of genuine agony as the tempest of mana buffeted it mercilessly. Choi's raw energetic presence alone was apparently quite lethal, effortlessly offing the unfortunate low-ranking creatures foolish enough to linger nearby. Yeonkim found herself utterly aghast, practically kicking herself for ever dropping her guard against such an absolute oddity. She demanded to know how on earth Choi could possibly be conjuring such power in her current, miserable state, her face going a ghostly white as the chilling truth began to sink in. Colossal bolts of cerulean energy ripped violently across the decaying structures, creating a dizzying, stroboscopic light show amidst the billowing smoke. Yeonkim was heard shrieking that this ghastly ordeal simply would not end, as Choi's perplexing regeneration continued to defy every single law of physics and common sense. Yeonkim was depicted absolutely seething, her eyes narrowed into angry slits, burning with an unadulterated, pure fury that could curdle milk. She grumbled that normally, she'd savor a good chase like this, but right now, it was just making her want to chew bricks and spit nails. Choi was observed nonchalantly soaring through the air, breezily inquiring if she'd kept everyone waiting. She was treating this life-or-death confrontation with the casual air of someone popping out for a quick latte, which was, quite frankly, the absolute pinnacle of disrespect. The zoom-in shot of Choi's face revealed an expression bordering on utter boredom, despite the streaks of blood marring her cheek. Yeonkim stared on in petrified disbelief, realizing with a horrifying jolt that even the asterisk kind of injury had already vanished, finally grasping the true nightmare she was trapped within. Choi showcased an utterly spine-chilling grin, her solitary eye glowing with a pulsating, tickly red hue. She truly appeared like a literal hellspawn entity lurking in the deepest shadows, clearly savoring the delightful fact that her adversary was at last beginning to feel the icy grip of fear. The rather colorful description of her monster of a bitch materialized across the visual display just as a veritable geyser of blood erupted from an incredibly forceful impact. The entire brawl had devolved into a primal, utterly savage free-for-all, where subtlety went to die. A close-up view of the ground revealed several crimson pools leisurely spreading across the fractured flagstones. Choi was noticeably huffing and puffing, her face half obscured by her disheveled hair as she exhaled a clearly strained, ragged breath. Yeonkim was shown from the rear, leaning heavily on her trusty sword and gasping for air. She was trapped in a vortex of pure disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend how Choi had managed to land a solid hit from such an impossible angle. A detailed shot of Yeonkim's eyes unveiled them brimming with an icy, unyielding loathing. She had officially lost every last shred of respect for her adversary, branding her a spineless coward as she steeled herself to finally bring this dreadful affair to a definitive, decisive conclusion. Choi was seen strolling composedly through the pulverized debris, her attire shredded and blood-splattered, yet still sporting an infuriatingly smug smirk. She nonchalantly asked Yeonkim if she was intact, still drawing breath, demonstrating that she was now fully dictating the relentless pace of their exchange. Yeonkim appeared utterly depleted, mumbling about the sheer madness of it all while silently pondering what brand of absolute lunatic she was actually battling. Her carefully constructed worldview as an S-rank champion was being systematically dismantled, brick by agonizing brick. A focused image of Choi's perpetually smiling face showcased her internal monologue, confirming that Yeonkim did indeed possess a truly authentic S-rank physique. She was assessing her foe like a detached scientist, observing a particularly fascinating biological specimen under a microscope. Choi was enveloped in shimmering green mana as her astounding regeneration continued to operate on what appeared to be triple overtime. She mockingly informed Yeonkim that, wow, she'd endured so many blows and still hadn't kicked the bucket, which, let's be honest, was the ultimate backhanded compliment. The two combatants were observed locked in a silent, intense stare-down across the ravaged battlefield, a wordless contest of sheer willpower. Yeonkim audibly wondered when exactly her nemesis was planning to finally shuffle off this mortal coil, while Choi merely responded with a light, almost playful, hum. Choi then flashed an unnervingly wide, dichotic grin as she casually dropped the shocking revelation that she had, intact, already expired once before. She had officially unveiled her truly cursed nature, and it was, to put it mildly, absolutely petrifying. A close-up on Yeonkim's gaping mouth depicted her finally piecing together the fragmented clues. She let out a soft, chilling gasp of realization, whispering the single, terrifying word, immortality. Choi presented a brightly artificial smile, innocently inquiring if those particular items were truly employed for the sole purpose of avoiding an untimely demise. She was clearly playing the utterly clueless card once more, but her unsettling gaze betrayed a far more sinister and complex truth. Yeonkim adopted a grim expression, remarking that even with a certain knowledge of not perishing, not everyone would so recklessly disregard their own life as Choi was doing. She was beginning to glimpse the profound, underlying trauma beneath all the gratuitous violence. Choi simply offered a vacant, dead-eyed stare in response, asking with a chilling lack of emotion, to what? She was utterly disconnected from the intrinsic value of existence, including, most disturbingly, her very own. We witnessed a disturbing shot of Yoon Kim's blood-soaked leg, her hand trembling uncontrollably as she suddenly found herself unable to even budge her own body. She vehemently declared to Choi that she was simply far too dangerous to be allowed anywhere near her precious brother. Choi responded with a casual, almost dismissive shrug, claiming she genuinely couldn't care less if Donju decided to date or not. She remained completely unperturbed by Yoon Kim's rather desperate attempts to embody the role of the fiercely protective older sibling. Yoon Kim's demeanor turned deadly serious, her face shrouded in ominous shadows as she sternly cautioned Choi that, entirely because of her, Donju's very life was now gravely jeopardized. She was effectively placing the ultimate burden of blame upon the woman who stubbornly refused to stay deceased. Yoon Kim was shown clutching at her chest, struggling agonizingly to even draw a single breath under the immense pressure, her options dwindling to almost nothing. She then raised her trembling hand, and a colossal surge of vibrant orange gravitational energy erupted from her palm. This was her absolute, no-holds-barred final desperate gambit, the cataclysmic maneuver that was causing the very bedrock of the dungeon to vibrate and groan. Yoon Kim stood utterly bathed in the fierce radiance of her self-generated power, declaring with grim resolve that both of them were destined to perish right there, right then. She had fully committed to a kamikaze strategy, ready to sacrifice her own existence to bring down the seemingly unkillable monster. The ground itself was depicted rapidly disintegrating into mere dust as the terrifying skill initiated, accompanied by a symphony of crackling sound effects that dramatically emphasized its sheer destructive might. The source, unequivocally, an absolute zero gravitational void. The tight shot on Yoon Kim's eye revealed her stark command to her brother, urging him far away, as if he'd forgotten to take out the trash again. She had fully embraced her destiny, prepared to utterly vaporize anything unfortunate enough to be within her furious, all-encompassing reach. She confidently declared that Choi would soon vanish without a trace, almost like confirming a very messy prior engagement. The entire view was engulfed by vibrant orange energy beams, signaling the zero-point void had finally reached its absolute, reality-shredding zenith. Choi, sporting a grin that could curdle milk, casually informed Yoon Kim to drop the tough eye facade, as if she were critiquing a bad amateur play. She acidly noted that Yoon Kim appeared too weak to even raise an arm, a declaration so utterly savage it could freeze fire. Up close, the unfortunate bird-eye monsters were seen, their bewildered feathers leisurely floating as they were helplessly drawn into the swirling oblivion. The accompanying audio cues confirmed their rather inconvenient, permanent erasure from the grand tapestry of existence. With arms dramatically flung wide, Choi guffawed, airily informing Yoon Kim that her current predicament was absolutely none of her business, as if she were declining a charity appeal. She then theatrically vowed that, truly, this very time, she would finally complete the task. Choi's face, in a tight close-up, broadcasted pure, unadulterated madness, like a villain who just remembered their cat's name backwards. Her wide, toothy grin and enormous under-eye bags confirmed she had completely, officially, and perhaps permanently, checked out of reality. The crisp thud of her sneaker grounding marked the commencement of her ultimate assault, a sound far too pedestrian for the impending doom. She became a dazzling streak of blue energy, plunging headfirst, perhaps even foot first, into the hungry gravitational void. Choi, a mere silhouette, leaped toward a gargantuan light explosion, as if it were a welcome sign. She was, in fact, diving headfirst into a ravenous black hole, astonishingly, with a delighted smile etched across her face, proving some folks just really love a challenge. Yoon Kim stood at the very heart of a literal manor nuclear bomb, casually describing it as a gravitational void that effortlessly raises all existence, like she was explaining a tricky recipe. She had, with considerable dramatic flair, officially unleashed the dreaded zero point. The devastating ability was finally named, Zero Point, the moniker far too mild for its cosmic implications. This ultimate maneuver was specifically engineered to utterly wipe anything it touched from reality, completely indifferent to its target's rank or formidable power level. Yoon Kim reluctantly confessed she had absolutely no desire to deploy this particular ability, but since Choi seemed intent on having more lives than her cat on its 9th life, she found herself with zero alternatives. It was the ultimate, cosmic exchange for an assured, permanent deletion. From behind, Yoon Kim's silhouette screamed her intent to utterly erase Choi's very existence with this, pouring every precious, last drop of her life force into the hungry void. The tight shot on Yoon Kim revealed her teeth clenched in sheer agony, her face now a canvas of crimson, almost as if she'd lost a very messy argument with a paint bucket. She released a guttural, pain groan, as the rather inconvenient, self-inflicted repercussions of her own ultimate ability began to violently shred her apart. Yoon Kim's eye, the focal point, betrayed her profusely sweating, a clear sign her injuries were far too grievous for comfort. She understood the inherent danger was astronomically high, that, much like trying to unsend a very embarrassing email, there was simply no way to reverse course now. Her hand, now radiating with that fierce orange glow, visibly trembled, much like a person trying to hold a hot potato while juggling. The void relentlessly expanded, and she was, at best, precariously clinging to the absolute last threads of control she still possessed. Yoon Kim stood defiant within what appeared to be the very heart of her miniature son, her form a mere whisper of her silhouette amidst the raging inferno. She grimly announced her intention to drag absolutely everyone down with her, a rather dramatic exit strategy. The unfortunate bird-eye monsters were spectacularly vaporized mid-air, their final, terrified shrieks adding a tragic symphony to the chaos. The 0-point void mercilessly devoured everything, much like a cosmic, extremely efficient, and utterly indiscriminate vacuum cleaner. From afar, Choi appeared as a minuscule figure, enthusiastically bounding through the air with a rather ominous alert hovering directly above her, like a flashing do not proceed sign. She was now ensnared by the immense gravitational tug, indicating things had suddenly become exceptionally hazardous. Choi was utterly cackling with glee, shrieking questions about whether Yeon Kim intended to absorb absolutely everything, as if she were critiquing a new abstract art piece. She declared the skill dazzlingly ostentatious, a clear indication she had officially surpassed any rational concern for her own continued existence. The perspective widened dramatically, unveiling the monumental scope of the 0-point detonation, with jagged, vibrant energy streaks violently ripping across the entire view. Any existing ruins were being unceremoniously pulverized into fine, cosmic dust. Choi maintained an enormous, utterly psychotic grin, casually deriding Yeon Kim for being so ridiculously excessive, as if she were over-seasoning a dish. She sarcastically inquired if Yeon Kim genuinely intended to expire in such an oval dramatic fashion, apparently finding the entire cataclysm utterly hysterical. Yeon Kim was depicted reaching determinedly toward the heavens, her form now radiating with an incredibly potent golden luminescence. She had fully embraced her destiny, declaring she would bestow a rather unique parting gift upon someone who, inconveniently, refused to perish. The tight shot of her foot striking the ground with a distinct, sharp sound signaled the commencement of Choi's subsequent attack, much like a supervillain's dramatic curtain call. She was ingeniously harnessing the immense gravitational pull to significantly amplify her own formidable speed. Choi became an indistinguishable blur, rocketing through the air, loudly demanding they all observe her spectacular approach. She was absolutely thrilled, completely ready to unwrap the rather dubious gift Yeon Kim was apparently so very eager to deliver to her. Choi's eyes were wild and completely deranged, as she proudly shrieked her declaration of being an officially lost cause, almost like a badge of honor. She was absolutely reveling in the very epicenter of her full-blown gravitational collapse, enjoying the show. Yeon Kim fixed Choi with cold, shadowed eyes, dismissing her as a certifiable lunatic and inquiring just what, precisely, was so terribly exciting about impending doom. She then chillingly advised Choi to indulge in her laughter while the opportunity still, however fleetingly, presented itself. An extreme close-up revealed a monster's eye, focusing its utter malice on the desperate struggle far beneath, as if it were enjoying a particularly grim reality show. The entire world seemed to be narrowing, compressing into the single, inescapable moment of cosmic deletion. The stark declaration emerged, proclaiming, "Soon you shall utterly vanish without a solitary trace," as a brilliant orange light entirely saturated the view. The 0-point, much like a cosmic oven, was now definitively reaching its terrifying, destructive climax. We cut to a close-up of hands furiously typing on a keyboard, sharp sound effects confirming the growing panic, as if the internet was breaking. Back at the guild headquarters, the already precarious situation was rapidly escalating from bad to undeniably catastrophic. In a darkened room, a female staff member gaped at her monitor, screaming and frantically demanding an explanation for the unfolding chaos. Concurrently, the alarm bells were quite literally vibrating themselves off the walls, suggesting that minor glitch was no longer an appropriate description. The bespectacled forensics expert, eyes glued to his laptop, displayed a face ashen with absolute terror. He stammered that this expedition was explicitly categorized as a mere B-ranked dungeon, so he couldn't quite fathom why the magical energy readings were now astronomically soaring well above A-ranked. He slammed his fist down, declaring that at this rate, the dungeon was going to self-destruct. The entire city outside was now at risk of being swallowed up by the resulting fallout. A colossal black void with a luminous white border appeared in the middle of the blood-red sky. It represented the eerie, quiet visual of the 0-point skill reaching its full potential. The perspective from the ground below emphasized the scope of the catastrophe, with a massive purple whirlwind hanging above the high-rise buildings. A single tiny individual on the pavement screamed in abject terror as they watched the heavens disintegrate. Dronzer stared up at the sky with an expression of pure, unadulterated dread. He realized his sister had finally pulled off the impossible. She had broken reality itself just to win an argument. The close-up view of the fracturing sky revealed enormous energy waves pulsing outward, like ripples on a pond. The very fabric of the dungeon's dimension was being systematically torn apart. A blinding explosion of purple and white light engulfed the entire screen, washing out every single detail. This enormous blast marked the final, catastrophic collapse of the 0-point singularity. The screen dissolved into blackness, accompanied by a concluding and rather grim message. A warning message declared that the structure simply could not withstand his sister's intense magical abilities. It was a bone-chilling finale to what had been the most intense battle of the series. Officer Song Ae-kan proceeded through the dungeon, sensing that something was terribly wrong. The magical energy felt so chaotic that she was actually struggling to catch her breath, a truly awful sign for any experienced hunter. She looked skyward and saw monsters converging rapidly in a single direction. It seemed they were being pulled along by some powerful, invisible force, like a gigantic drain opening high up in the atmosphere. Bird monsters were everywhere, even though this place was only supposed to be a B-rank dungeon. Normally, anything besides the boss would be nothing but weak C-rank cannon fodder, but the sheer number of creatures present was insane. Song Ae-kan stopped short, realizing her advanced A-rank perception couldn't even accurately read the power levels of the fighters in the distance. She wondered if having two S-ranks here caused this, though no hunter had ever been recorded breaking the dungeon logic like this before. The pressure continued to escalate, leading her to wonder if the dungeon itself was now fundamentally broken. It was certainly a huge mistake coming in here without a proper raid squad. She reached an open area and observed the absolute chaos unfolding before her eyes. Someone let out a shocked exclamation at the mind-boggling scale of the destruction. Watching from afar, the ruins were bathed in an unsettling orange glow. Monsters were being completely incinerated by the shockwaves, and Aikayan could only stand frozen, wondering what on earth was actually happening. She observed as Choi, a supposed low-level C-rank hunter, somehow managed to hold her own against Kim Yonhan. The spectacle completely defied everything she understood about the classification system for hunters. Choi was illuminated by magical light and covered in blood, wearing that unhinged smile as she fought. Aikayan began to suspect that she was actually dealing with an unregistered high-ranker who had been deliberately hiding her true abilities all along. The situation was quickly becoming critical. They absolutely needed to arrest Choi, but the entire dungeon structure was literally collapsing around them. The clash of magical abilities between the two women was far too much for the environment to endure. The sky started cracking with a pinkish hue. Aikayan realized that if this continued, they would trigger a dungeon break that would result in the deaths of thousands of innocent people outside. She decided she had to terminate the battle immediately, no matter what it cost her personally. The screen flashed red as she prepared her most powerful and high-risk technique. She shouted that she would do this even if it killed her, extending her hand toward the epicenter of the magical tempest. She was prepared to sacrifice her own well-being to prevent the dungeon from detonating completely. Danju glanced behind him in total shock, his red hair illuminated by the magical flashes. He had completely underestimated the determination of the police, who actually managed to reach this blast zone. He immediately recognized the officer, screaming her name in pure astonishment. Aikayan had officially arrived, and it was clear she was less than thrilled about the mess they had created. Danju attempted to caution her that whatever she was planning was going too far, but his efforts were pointless. The sheer intensity of her magical energy was quickly drowning out everything else. She called out the names of Yanhan, Danju, and Chor, informing them they were destabilizing the entire dungeon structure. She sounded like an exhausted teacher trying to break up a schoolyard scuffle that had spiraled into total chaos. Aikayan's outstretched hand glowed with a dazzling, intense blue light. She was initiating a technique designed to forcefully shut down all supernatural activity in its path. The ability rank reduction activated, surging through the area with a palpable, heavy pressure. She was forcibly lowering everyone's power level down to a manageable C rank in an attempt to restore order. Danju was the first to take the hit from the wave, gripping his chest and gritting his teeth as his incredible strength was stripped away. It appeared as if someone had abruptly disconnected his magical power source. Choi and Yanhan were caught in the magical crossfire as well, with a pink-hued energy separating them. Their intense fight-fueled excitement was immediately replaced by a sudden, chilling feeling of helplessness. Yonhan suffered the worst effects, coughing up blood as her S-rank physiology struggled to endure the abrupt decrease in magical power. Her sisterly pride was clearly experiencing a very painful, physical defeat right now. Her power is getting shredded like old documents, causing her to scream and clutch her head. This isn't a simple debuff, it's a complete physical remodeling that's tearing her apart internally, like a bad software update for her soul. Glancing at her hands in utter disbelief, she wonders why she's suddenly experiencing pain. Apparently, she forgot what it felt like to be weak. Reality is now giving her a very rude and high-speed wake-up call, much like a brick hitting her face. Yonhan glares at a holographic system window in utter disbelief, as if it were a bill she didn't want to pay. She simply couldn't believe some mere officer possessed a skill potent enough to suppress her S-rank power. The system window confirms the complete disaster, the forced rank reduction from S to C. Her stats have been slashed, her skill effectiveness decreased by a solid 50%, and the agonizing effect will last for 30 very long days. The close-up reveals her sweating profusely, looking like she's about to faint from the strain. She suddenly realizes exactly what kind of skill just hit her, and the gravity of her situation finally sets in like a bad hangover. The tremendous blast of orange and white light signifies the dungeon stabilizing, as the excess mana gets vacuumed up. The immediate threat of a dungeon break has vanished, but the resulting fallout is only just starting to unfold. Choi appears to be descending from the air, looking like a sharp silhouette against the rapidly fading magic. The epic fight has finally concluded, meaning it's now time to face the inevitable and very messy consequences. Yonhan remains lying in a heap of rubble, blood spreading across the floor beneath her. She looks thoroughly defeated, her legendary S-rank armor and massive ego shattered into a million tiny fragments. The lingering orange clouds above start to fade, returning to a normal, slightly gloomy sky. The final, heavy impact echoes one last time as the magical pressure finally dissipates from the scene. The narrator explains this unique ability is exclusive to Aikayan, a last resort measure for when hunters go completely rogue. It comes with a heavy and truly painful price tag for the caster. Officer Aikayan is shown panting heavily, with blood at her lips. The blue system window highlights the severe side effects. Her internal mana circuits are permanently damaged, and she's out of commission for an entire year. Leaning against a tree, she wipes the blood from her mouth with a weary sigh. She's relieved the dungeon stabilized, but she's paying a life-altering price for her strong sense of duty. She calls out urgently for the healer, Namyeon-soo, to immediately come and treat Kim Yonhan. She understands that even though they were fighting, Yonhan's body has totally collapsed from the forced rank reduction. Namyeon-soo rushes onto the scene with her staff, looking absolutely horrified. She notes that Yonhan looks terrible even from a distance, and she's genuinely worried if the S rank will survive the trip back home. Yeon-soo reaches the fallen hunter and lets out a frantic exclamation. She's terrified by the sheer amount of blood and the severe depth of the injuries covering the blonde woman. The diagnosis is dire: multiple stab wounds, limbs completely torn apart, and severe internal damage to her heart, lungs, and liver. It's a complete miracle that she's still breathing at all. Nam Yeon-soo realizes any normal hunter would already be dead, but Yeon-han is barely holding on with what's left of her C-rank body. She's fighting for every single breath while lying there in that large puddle of blood. The healer's staff glows with a brilliant green light as she prepares to cast a spell. She knows she must move incredibly fast if she wants to keep the S-rank from bleeding out right here in the open. She declares she'll initiate emergency treatment for now. She knows repairing all those internal organs is going to demand a lot of time and mana she might not have available. Green energy begins flowing into Yeon-han's body, starting the slow process of essentially stitching her back together. It's a desperate race against time just to keep her heart beating. Yeon-soo stays entirely focused, hoping that by continuing this treatment, she can manage to stabilize the internal organs. She's performing her absolute best work in this truly terrifying nightmare scenario. Suddenly, she senses someone nearby, letting out a confused little sound. Her concentration completely breaks as she realizes someone else is standing right there in the surrounding smoke. She looks up and sees Choi standing just a few feet away. She quickly remembers Choi was the one fighting Yeon-han earlier, and she immediately goes on high alert. She stares at Choi in complete disbelief, wondering how she's the only one who looks relatively unharmed after that explosion. Choi is covered in blood, yet she's standing tall while everyone else is completely grounded. Yeon-soo screams that Yeon-han got hurt because of Choi, blaming her entirely for the state Yeon-han is in. She's furious and scared, lashing out at the only person left standing. Choi just gives her a cold, empty stare, remaining completely silent. She looks like a statue of death, entirely unmoved by the healer's angry accusations. Choi walks closer, her gaze fixed on the broken Yeon-han. She mockingly comments that she's still breathing, showing absolutely zero empathy for her defeated opponent. Yeon-han's face is shown in a close-up, pale and looking almost like a corpse. She is completely unconscious, totally unaware that her life is currently being debated by others. Nam Yeon-soo screams no as Choi gets too close. She's terrified that Choi plans to finish what she started and kill the defenseless S-rank while she lies there helpless. Suddenly, the massive impact rocks the ground with a powerful, deafening sound. Debris flies everywhere, confirming that someone just made an extremely aggressive entrance to the scene. Choi glanced at the fresh crater, making a baffled noise. The unexpected intervention even managed to catch her off guard. Nam Yeon-soo and Choi remained in the swirling dust, scanning the area. Yeon-soo panicked, demanding to know where the other person vanished, understanding that Yeon-han was snatched away from them in plain sight. Choi rolled her eyes with an unenthusiastic expression, grumbling that this whole situation was nonsensical. She was rapidly losing interest in the spectacle now that the primary conflict had concluded. Choi's crimson eye pulsed menacingly as she demanded why the individual let her escape. She addressed someone concealed in darkness, challenging their decision to show mercy to the sister. She inquired of the unseen figure whether they desired freedom from their sister's overpowering influence. She attempted to exploit their vulnerabilities to lure them back to her alliance. The person was identified as Kim Donju, who carried his injured sister away from the chaos. Choi observed him from afar, her face etched with cold disappointment. Donju disregarded Choi completely, instructing Nam Yeon-soo to tend to his sibling. He had prioritized family ties over any dark arrangement made with Choi, and there was no going back. Choi demanded why he selected his sister despite everything, her tone seething with resentment. She couldn't comprehend why anyone would willingly return to a life of unhappiness. The tight shot of her eye emphasized her continued provocation. She needled him, suggesting that if his sister disappeared, he would finally obtain the freedom he truly desired, making a return pointless. He remained steadfast, clutching Yeon-han tightly against his chest. He stated he could never do such a thing with genuine conviction, briefly catching Choi off guard with his sincerity. Choi countered sharply, questioning why he chose this moment to act like a hero when he could have intervened sooner if he truly cared. She argued she was attempting to liberate him from his burden. Donju stared at her as if she had suddenly grown another head, wondering what bizarre nonsense she was spouting. He was finally grasping that Choi's perspective on life was profoundly skewed. Choi fixed him with an intense gaze, inquiring if he wasn't completely exhausted by his circumstances. She attempted to convince him that his sister was merely a weight he would be better off without. She observed the siblings closely, musing on how individuals frequently claim they are helping someone. She spoke from her own history of being controlled and exploited. She continued, noting that the most insidious part is being forced to internalize the lies. Her expression became dark and gaunt, finally revealing the profound trauma fueling her disdain for everyone else. The montage flashback depicted Choi being consumed by creatures before emerging triumphant. She explained that she only understood true freedom after repeatedly facing death and taking lives countless times. She appeared utterly vacant, asserting that liberation is only achieved when it is only achieved by crushing another person beneath your heel. This dark, zero-sum worldview proved she had totally abandoned her humanity in the concealed prison. The flashback depicted Choi standing victorious atop a massive, deceased deer-like beast. She explained that this was precisely why she wished for Donju to experience the same sensations she felt. A tight shot focused on a younger, terrified Choi, with blood splattering around her. She fixated on the sense of freedom experienced that particular day, which was probably when she finally eliminated those who tormented her. Returning to the current moment, she informed Donju that he remained ensnared by his sibling. She encouraged him to sever that connection so his true liberation could finally commence. She leaned in conspiratorially, assuring him that while the initial step is difficult, it becomes simpler afterward. She was attempting to instruct him in the methods of becoming a heartless assassin. A close shot showed her sneaker planted firmly on the shattered ground. She whispered that this was his one opportunity for escape, sounding exactly like a demonic entity making an offer. A broad view displayed the immense destruction of the ruins as Choi extended her hand toward Danju. She insisted he had the capacity for this action, applying maximum pressure for him to desert his sister. The last image of the chapter captured Choi with a dark, menacing grin. She promised to assist him, and everyone knew that her brand of help was precisely what any sane individual would want to avoid. Danju stayed quiet, his expression darkened by a difficult understanding. He was trapped between the harsh rule of his sister and the unpredictable whirlwind of destruction currently before him. Cradling his unconscious sister tightly, Danju eventually spoke, informing Choi that he absolutely could not permit her to murder Yeonkim. He had selected family above their agreement, even after all the torment his sister had inflicted upon him. Choi stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes, uttering a surprised query. He simply could not grasp why he would rescue the very person responsible for impeding him throughout his whole existence. Danju glanced down at his sister's beaten face, realizing she had actually ended up in this condition. Despite her previous cruelty, witnessing her defeat was clearly impacting him deeply. He confessed to Choi that he was paralyzed because remaining still felt like consenting to her choice to kill his sister. He struggled to understand the logic, telling Choi he couldn't comprehend why she desired so much bloodshed. Danju gritted his teeth and hoisted Yeonkim onto his back with determination. He flatly declared that even if she acted like a grumpy gorilla most days, she was still his kin, and he absolutely refused to let her die. Choi's expression turned to ice as she launched a biting question at him. Fuming amidst the wreckage, she demanded to know if she had just expended all that effort for absolutely nothing. Her red eyes practically glowed with pure spite as she called Danju a complete piece of trash to his face. She was livid that he had suddenly changed his mind and destroyed her chance to finish the fight properly. A massive, jagged shard of rock violently tore itself from the ground with a loud cracking sound. The tension reached a breaking point as Choi prepared to physically force the issue and take matters into her own hands. Choi held her position firmly, her dark silhouette framed by the rising clouds of debris. She had clearly finished torquing and looked completely prepared to fight Danju himself if he refused to move out of her way. The close-up profile showed Choi staring down with truly dangerous intensity. Her blood-soaked clothes and cold, calculating gaze made her look less like an ally and more like the final boss monster of this entire dungeon. A wide shot revealed Danju and his sister perched precariously high on a rock formation while Choi stared them down from below. The power dynamic had completely inverted, leaving the siblings cornered and trapped once again. Choi let out a dry, sarcastic laugh, dismissing Danju's sudden focus on family as a total joke. She asked if that noble speech was really coming from the guy who had been sitting on his backside while she did all the exhausting heavy lifting. Danju retaliated with a cold stare of his own, reminding her that they were both technically stuck at C rank now. He confidently stated he possessed more combat experience and claimed he could absolutely handle her in a fight. Danju prepared to leap away with his sister, telling Choi to keep on torquing all she wanted. Choi just snarled in response, reminding him that she had already absolutely wrecked his sister once before. Choi gave him a psychotic dare you to try it look, challenging him to make a move. She mocked him for acting tough just because she had been temporarily ranked up and then immediately pulled back down by the debuff. Suddenly, the massive, screen-shaking command to stop echoed through the ruins like a divine intervention. Choi let out a surprised yelp as someone finally interrupted the two of them before they triggered another world war. Hyeonam Yeon looked like she was completely at the end of her rope, screaming for them to stop fighting immediately. She pointed out the obvious fact that if they kept going, Hunter Kim Yeonhan was actually going to die from her internal injuries. Yeon was absolutely furious, her face turning bright red as she warned them that if Yeonhan died, she wouldn't let any of them off easy. She demanded they understand the extreme gravity of this situation right now. She ordered Danju to put his sister down immediately so she could provide proper treatment. She told them they could certainly fight later if they must, but right now, a life was literally hanging in the balance. Danju looked down at his bleeding sister and muttered a quiet, shamefaced apology. Yeon snapped at him, asking if he felt anything looking at her like that, her staff already glowing brightly with healing magic. Yeon turned her rage toward the others, demanding to know why everyone possessed such short fuses. She began lecturing them like children, insisting they all needed to learn how to keep their tempers under control. In a hilarious Chibai panel, Yeon shouted that since they were C ranks now, they needed to act accordingly. Choi was captured in a thwart bubble saying she was sorry while looking totally deflated by the lecture. Chibai, Danju and Choi were left floating in a void of shame, with Danju begging her to stop hitting him with all the facts. It provided a great comedic break from all that intense S-rank drama just a moment ago. Choi suddenly had a realization, thinking, so he's the type of person. As she observed Danju being a protective older brother, she instantly found a brand new angle for teasing him relentlessly. She walked right up to Danju and began poking him repeatedly on the shoulder, giving him a cheeky, playful greeting. He just gave her a side eye and asked a very tired question in response. Danju immediately became red-faced and furious again, asking Choi if she was completely out of her mind. She started demanding he apologize to her, and he refused to take any more of that nonsense. Choi offered a deal, suggesting if he apologized, she would forgive him for interrupting the fight. Danju screamed back that she should apologize first, while Yono yelled at both of them to be quiet so she could concentrate on the healing process. Officer A Young-song approached Yonsu, asking for a status update on Yonhan. The healer confirmed she had passed the worst of her injuries, which was a massive relief for everyone except for the perpetually disgruntled Choi. A Young looked troubled, admitting that her rank reduction skill had been the cause of Hunter Yonhan being put in such a critical situation. She accepted full responsibility for all the fallout from her powerful move. A Young explained that she could not yet give a definite answer on the stabilization process. She had only fixed the Marner temporarily and warned they needed to finish this raid quickly before everything completely broke again. She noted that normally they would receive backup, but with the Marner being this unstable, no one from the outside could actually enter the dungeon. They were officially on their own as a significantly handicapped team in a high-stakes scenario. Choi and Donju looked completely clueless as A Young complained that the A ranks present were not even offensive types. Donju's Chibai bubble summed up the mood perfectly by saying, basically, we're useless. Choi pointed out that her rank had actually not changed despite the debuff, while Donju's Chibai had told her to stop lying immediately. They were still bickering even when the entire world around them was about to fall apart. Donju suggested they just go take down the final boss right now, noting that his sister had already wiped out most of the small fries. He confidently stated that even as a C rank, he could clear the dungeon if he utilized his skills well. The squad began their journey toward the final confrontation zone, which was a desolate wasteland beneath a crimson sky. Donju made sure to hurl one last insult at Choi as they ventured into the terrifying unknown. A close-up showed Choi staring intently at the swirling center of the energy vortex. Her unique red eye started to glow, indicating that she recognized the imminent appearance of the primary threat. A wide shot revealed Choi standing completely alone as the earth beneath the zero-point phenomenon started to twist and crack. The residual energy from Yeon Kim's attack was beginning to behave in a very peculiar manner. Choi maintained a blank expression, observing that Yeon Kim had somehow survived as well. She appeared rather annoyed that she had her contend with yet another seemingly unkillable adversary today. Denji called out to her from afar, questioning what exactly she thought she was doing standing over there. Choi merely let out a confused little sound as she watched the pulsating magical sphere. Danju's face was a study in pure terror as he shrieked in disbelief, demanding to know why the thing still hadn't vanished yet. He suddenly realized that his sister's ultimate move had failed to dissipate on schedule. The gigantic, bright orange orb of densely packed magical power hovered in the atmosphere, throbbing rhythmically. It looked precisely like a tiny, self-contained sun that was ready to detonate at any second. The narrator pointed out that under normal circumstances, this leftover magical effect should have dissipated naturally by now. The fact that it remained stationary was an incredibly bad sign for everyone present. Danju started sweating, wondering if the magic was too heavily concentrated to disappear organically. He was finally grasping that his sister's 0 point might have just created a permanently hazardous location. The gun remained focused on treating Yeoman in the background, who was still entirely unconscious. The team was in a terrible position, trapped right next to a volatile, impending Marner explosion. Danju shouted for everyone to put as much distance between themselves and the orb as possible while he attempted to hold it in place. He told Ikyen to complete her healing quickly so they could move. Officer Songyun asked if there was anything she could contribute to the effort, but Danju immediately rejected her offer with a resounding refusal. He commanded her not to even consider helping him and to focus on saving his sister. Danju completely panicked, screaming that this whole mess was entirely Choi's fault while Ikyen looked at him with concern. He was terrified of being abandoned to handle a suicidal C-rank mission all by himself. Choi's hand reached out directly toward the brilliant light. She stated that she had to neutralize the object before it expanded any further, proving herself the only one willing to risk touching the dangerous energy. Danger held his ground firmly, his hands shining brightly as he attempted to contain the power. He yelled repeatedly for the others to just stay put and be patient while he tried to regulate the massive overflow. A colossal stone barrier rose from the ground accompanied by a loud cracking noise. It was a massive defensive fortification designed to shield the rest of the group from the impending blast. Kan, and Yonsu stared upward in complete awe as the immense stone structure loomed over them. They were quickly learning that even a C-rank like Danju possessed quite the architectural talent. The vast size of the wall became clear, completely dwarfing the hunters below. Yonsu was visibly shocked, questioning if it wasn't far too large for just a single ability to create. Danju looked utterly exhausted yet fully determined, explaining that it absolutely had to be that large just to barely contain the energy. He was pushing past his physical limits to keep the situation under control. Choi looked up with a blank expression as Danju shrieked her name. He was scanning the surrounding area for her in the chaos, probably worried she was about to make another foolish decision. Danju continued yelling, warning her that it was extremely dangerous and commanding her to come join them immediately. Choi just shot him a playful look, acting as if they were enjoying a park day instead of dealing with a collapsing dungeon. The group gathered beneath the protective barrier, where Danju scolded Choi that she was in serious trouble for her recklessness. Choi merely commented on how impressive it was that he created such a wall as a C-rank. A close-up shot of her foot stepping onto the dirt signaled the beginning of the next phase of the strategy. Someone announced first, preparing for a high-level manipulation of magical energy. Danju shouted that he needed to stabilize the barrier correctly first. The massive surge of energy then exploded from the ground with a powerful sound, reinforcing the stone wall significantly. A close-up of her sneaker making contact with the ground with a distinct smack marked the completion of the final step. Danju was committing everything he had to ensuring this defense held fast. Dronzer was visible as a tiny silhouette standing on a high ledge above the main area. He commented that he'd made the wall quite thick and declared that now all that's left is to. He prepared to plunge this into the heart of the magical orb. The brilliant flash of light erupted upon contact, and the process of magical dispersal finally began. The massive stone pillar descended toward a glowing magic circle on the floor. Dronzer watched from a nearby platform, looking like a master puppeteer controlling the environment around him. Dronzer sported a triumphant smile, touting that all preparations were complete. He had finally discovered a method to use his abilities to save the day, instead of just causing widespread destruction. The gigantic, jagged piece of rock fell through the air accompanied by a heavy rushing sound effect, heading straight for the core of the Marner orb. It was a dramatic, high-stakes moment of dungeon management. Witness the spectacular chaos, a colossal swirl of light and dust signifying a colossal impact, with the ground giving way and the air vibrating with a clash of mystic energies. With a ground-shaking thud, the colossal stone pillar plunges into the crater, effectively snuffing out the rogue Marner orb under the immense pressure of the earth spell. Debris flies like confetti as the protective shield bravely absorbs the full impact, creating a dizzying spectacle of rock and magical energy vying for supremacy amongst the ruins. From afar, the colossal stone shaft appears deeply buried, encircled by a dazzling halo of magical sparks, a testament to Dronzer's successful capture of the outer control power. Panting but beaming, Dronzer triumphantly declares his success, having heroically averted a world-ending explosion through sheer grit and masterful timing. The sweeping panorama reveals the monumental earth structure he conjured, now visibly straining and cracking under the immense internal forces, its groans echoing the fleeting nature of its resilience. Chor, observing from below with a perfectly straight face, dryly remarks on the new catastrophe, while Dronzer, returning, inquires about her passive stance amidst the unfolding drama. With a playful jab, Chor questions the efficacy of his actions, met by Dronzer's indignant retort that he merely wrangled ascension, martyr-devouring black hole into submission. Dronzer patiently explains that his sibling had a bit of her spell mishap, causing the Marner to go rogue and form an untethered energy sphere, offering a quick lesson on high-level skill malfunctions. He likens the earth pillar to a sophisticated lightning rod, designed to safely siphon the unruly Marner into the planet's core, clearly relishing his ingenious solution. Chor grudgingly concedes its cleverness as the energy begins to dissipate, and Dronzer assures them that they can proceed once the condensed Marner fully vanishes. Choi expresses doubt about its reliability, to which Dronzer chuckles, boasting about his past triumphs over his sister's abilities and the priceless expressions on her face during those defeats. Aicam, as wide with concern, asks if the pillar always emitted such a glow, prompting Dronzer to halt his amusement and question why it would ever glow in the first place. The grand finale depicts the stone pillar erupting from within with a thunderous roar, spewing a geyser of crimson energy and jagged fragments skyward, turning the supposed lightning rod into an explosive centerpiece. The searing eruption of superheated Marner blasts through the dungeon's ceiling, disintegrating the surroundings, while a tiny sound of sheer disbelief echoes amidst the pandemonium, as the roar power overwhelms all. Dronzer descends into utter madness, clutching his head and wailing at the unfolding catastrophe as the very ground crumbles, while Chor, unfazed, finds amusement in the chaos, deeming it a spectacular failure. The meticulously crafted plan has gone spectacularly awry, and Dronzer, perched precariously on a ruin's edge, frantically pleads for assistance, demanding his sister be awakened immediately. His officer son looks on in utter dismay. Healer Nam Yeonsu remains placidly staring into the void, a peculiar, serene smile gracing her lips, an unsettling contrast to the palpable sense of impending doom, suggesting a complete mental shutdown. Yeonsu diligently tends to the injured S-ranker, but the prognosis is bleak. Yeonhan's recovery is agonizingly slow, her body, now reduced to C rank, lacking the inherent fortitude to heal rapidly from such severe trauma. The team teeters on the brink of despair, with Aicam voicing the collective dread of impending demise after witnessing the colossal explosion. Yet Dronzer refuses to yield, vowing to attempt another Earth-based stabilization. Dronzer, sweating profusely, attempts to project leadership, reassuring everyone of their survival despite the escalating disaster, while Choi observes his struggle, likely contemplating her next target. Abruptly, Choi's laughter ceases, replaced by a sharp, observant gaze as she senses a dramatic atmospheric shift, a subtle hint that even she, the enigmatic observer, hadn't anticipated this development. A colossal, spiraling vortex materializes at the heart of the ruins, voraciously consuming debris, much like a cosmic moor. Chor gazes into its depths, the chilling familiarity resonating within, recalling the very energy from the mysterious dungeon that reshaped her. Choi's countenance illuminates with a wild, delighted gleam as she grasps the situation, exclaiming with glee as she recognizes the reemergence of the winged-eye monstrosities, her hands clapping like an ecstatic child. Peering over the precipice, she beholds a veritable legion of those peculiar bird-eyed creatures lurking in the darkened chasm below, an army numbering in the hundreds, a terrifying sight for most, but for Chor, merely a training ground. To Chor, this isn't a perilous predicament but a bountiful opportunity, already calculating the immense statistical gains to be reaped from vanquishing each and every one of these creatures. Her gaze fixed on the crimson sky with eager anticipation. She acknowledges a minor complication, that their current trajectory, the team would inevitably be overwhelmed by the sheer numerical superiority of the horde before even reaching the final adversary. Her eyes scanning the swirling Marner anomaly as she ponders her strategy. Contemplating bypassing the horde to directly engage the boss seems like excessive exertion, leading her to favor option 2, their complete and utter annihilation, the typically Choi approach. She falls silent for a moment, her form silhouetted against the blood-red heavens, her hair dancing in the wind, exuding impalpable aura of lethal intent as her ultimate decision solidifies. Choi calls out to Dronzer, who appears utterly flabbergasted by the sudden address, completely unaware that the very individual he sought to protect is about to embark on an act of astonishing recklessness. Our girl Choi delivers a lethal verbal roasting, labeling him a bottom-tier celibate amda while rocking a devious grin. She's totally embracing her inner mean girl energy today. The insults keep flying as she pokes fun at his fake macho routine, especially since he failed at tidying his siblings' disaster. She essentially challenges him to throw hands, knowing he will lose. Dronzer stands motionless with a brain-dead expression, wondering what the heck her problem is. He is utterly baffled by her drastic character change and his ego is currently on life support. Striding forward with massive ego, Choi crushes gravel under her heel while gearing up for case. She checks if he likes the view, signaling that some serious property damage is imminent. Hurling herself into the dark pit, she announces her plan to mop up the catastrophe his sister started. She looks like a caffeinated blender of destruction as she drops toward the beastly horde. She commands the squad to relax and wait for her signal before strolling through the wreckage. She behaves as if she is just doing some light house cleaning rather than fighting extinction. A creepy zoom on her pupils reveals a wild hunger while she falls toward the crowd. Her gaze shines with a primal intensity that would make top-tier warriors soil their expensive armor. Enveloped in a scary whirlpool of mana that sucks the oxygen out of the room, Choi squishes her power into a tiny ball, looking like a hungry gremlin about to eat the dungeon. Donhan lies zonked out on the tiles, soaking in healing radiation while the narrator asks if she endured this torture for her brother, which is way more wholesome than Choi's vibes. Holding his beat-up sibling tight, Dronzer refuses to budge from his spot. His main goal is guarding his kin, even if she acts like a moody primate who exploited him. Silence takes over as she approaches the floor, everything dissolving into a messy sphere of glowing colors. The chatting phase is done and the festive season of carnage is finally here. A chilly inner thought process pushes the noise, showing us exactly how messed up her head is right now. She realizes there is absolutely nobody on her list of people worth saving. She simply lacks any motivation to play the hero, proving that her social circle is as vacant as a haunted shopping mall. A flashback shows the afternoon she ditched her former existence and worked away. She recalls announcing her departure while cutting every remaining string that kept her feeling like a normal human. Fed up with the deceptive titles and fake labels, she thinks about how much she hates being called a sister, proving her family grudge was brewing way before the monster showed up. Leaky eyes happen in her memory while she mutters the name Hiyori. It is a weirdly soft moment for a lady whose current hobby is turning enemies into chunky red salsa. The brutal reality is laid bare because every person she cared for ghosted her. Being dumped by everyone explains why she thinks the sibling love between those two is totally gross. Even with an empty contact list, she is still risking her neck in this mess. She wonders why she continues this nonsense, annoyed that her reflexes are dragging her toward the sphere. Tightening her grip, white-hot magic surges through her system like a spicy energy drink. She thinks life is a joke, yet she charges ahead with scary levels of commitment. Grasping for the glow, she confesses that it felt like someone finally heard her voice. The dude's warrior, even if it was pretend, definitely hit her right in the feels. Covered in golden sparkles and looking like a wild-haired rock star, she decides to finish the brawl. She swears to win even if she dies, which is a bit extreme for a Tuesday. A creepy giggle escapes her lips before the big boom happens. This lady with zero assets is about to make the entire planet pay for her bad luck. Blinding brilliance coats her face as she hits the middle of the glowing ball. Her magical makeover is basically finished and she looks like she might pop any second now. Look at that parasitic jewelry shining in a purple cloud. It provides her strength while also being a total bummer, throbbing like a heartbeat inside the empty space. Her physical form starts glitching out or upgrading while wrapped in gold. She is basically turning into a working nuke with a serious attitude problem during her descent. The giant orb looks like a spicy sun at the crater's base, just a target waiting to be smashed. Then a glowing heel drops like a space rock as Choi prepares to deliver a nuclear-grade kick to the heart of the magic. Upon the actual hit, a quiet noise rings out as her toes touch the target. It is that peaceful second before every molecule in the vicinity gets deleted. The massive blast of shiny magic flattens everything in sight. The resulting boom is so crazy it is turning dirt into steam and bleaching the heavens completely white. Choi found herself at ground zero of the explosion, screaming as her body was shredded. The system, like a cruel overlord, reminded her with a wink that she couldn't actually die until her resurrection cycle concluded. She was stuck in a Groundhog Day scenario of constantly dying and being reborn while plummeting through a torrent of system updates. Every single message was a cheerful notification confirming her eternal sentence. Her small shape was nearly invisible against the overwhelming glare of the explosion. The ring was clocking extra hours trying to glue her soul to her pulverized flesh while the blast disintegrated everything around her. The interface was completely overwhelmed by dozens of identical alerts, like a broken record player for her misery. It was a visual reminder that she was forever trapped in a cycle where mortality was a real curse, not her superpower. The system delivered its final, dramatic verdict against a stark black void. Choi was officially classified as an immortal, a true monster who just couldn't take a hint and stay buried. Dronzer and AI again stood completely speechless, gazing into the enormous, smoking hole in the ground. The scale of destruction was so complete they couldn't possibly tell if anything, or anyone, was left. Officer Sun was thoroughly bewildered, muttering to herself as the smoke vanished, wondering aloud why the girl wasn't dead yet. She had just seen a level of raw energy that simply shouldn't be possible for a regular person. Dronzer was equally rattled, voicing the question everyone was pondering: is she actually human? He was slowly realizing that the girl he thought was just a powerful hunter was actually something far scarier. Dronzer remained completely quiet, staring intently into the depths of the blast zone. He was having a significant life crisis, totally rethinking every single thing he understood about power and reality after witnessing that blast. A solitary figure finally emerged from the smoking abyss below. Choi was still upright, peering like an ethereal specter floating through the wreckage she had caused. She tilted her head back to gaze at the sky, her hair disheveled and her clothing reduced to rags by the explosion. Once again, she was completely alone amid the ruins of the world she had just demolished. Just as abruptly, she was beaming again, raising her arms to celebrate that the mess was all cleaned up. The sudden shift in her attitude was enough to give a person a serious case of emotional whiplash. Choi was cackling hysterically, yelling about how incredible the whole thing felt. Officer Sun could only watch in terror, completely unable to process how someone could not only survive that blast but actually manage to neutralize that amount of magical energy. Dronzer shielded his eyes, grumbling that her state was distracting, likely due to the fact that her outfit had been completely vaporized. Choi simply shrugged in agreement, totally unconcerned by her lack of attire. She casually sauntered away from ground zero the explosion as if she were returning from a light morning constitutional. Her flippant indifference toward the absolute destruction around her was arguably her most terrifying trait. She had somehow acquired a new set of clothes, probably pilfered from Dronzer's backpack, and quipped that a weakling like him actually had halfway decent fashion sense. Even after facing near annihilation, she still found time to mock him mercilessly. The petty arguing resumed instantly as Dronzer completely lost his cool after being labeled a loser one more time. Choi just giggled and called him a weakling, while poor Ae Kyan silently observed their highly dysfunctional relationship. Before anyone could even take a deep breath, Choi had already jumped headfirst into a different dark opening. She asked if they were ready to keep moving, leaving a stunned Dronzer to ask where in the world she was off to this time. Her landing foot made a powerful thud as she signaled the start of the next round. She clearly wasn't happy with just one small win and was determined to keep the hunt going. She let loose another enormous surge of energy, giving out a primal shriek as she obliterated a different section of the dungeon floor. Dronzer yelled frantically after her, finally understanding what she had meant by clearing the path. She was literally blasting through the entire dungeon level like an overpowered, highly destructive human bulldozer. An enormous, screen-shattering energy blast completely vaporized a large portion of the labyrinth, proving that Choi was effectively nuking her way directly toward the final boss. The rest of the team was left behind, choking in a cloud of dust. They were completely baffled about what was going on as they desperately tried to catch up. Choi's overly enthusiastic voice drifted back through the smoke-filled corridor, casually asking if everyone was managing to keep pace. Dronzer yelled about her lack of common courtesy, reminding her they had her whole uninjured personal on. Choi simply agreed dismissively and told them to turn on the lights instead, referring to them as bothersome kids. The camera angle switches to show the group from the viewpoint of snarling goblins lurking in the shadows. They were encircled, but with Choi present, the monsters were actually the ones who needed to be terrified. Choi suddenly identified something in the shadows and screamed that it was a total jackpot. She had located precisely what she desired, and everyone knew she was about to start having a fantastic time. Two grotesque, barber-like creatures were hiding in the darkness, their eyes gleaming with a sinister hunger. One was resting on a high ledge, while the other snarled directly at the camera, letting thick drool drip from its terrifying, serrated fangs. Dronzer shines his tiny light, realizing he's completely outmatched, surrounded by shadowy figures in the pitch-black cavern. He yells about this awful dungeon design, questioning why it's structured like a monster rave party. From above, we see the entire squad, including Dronzer, Ikaun, and a slightly battered Yeonhan, hopelessly flattened against the stone by a massive horde of creatures. The terrible truth dawns on them: this isn't a dungeon, it's an execution chamber. Dronzer, the designated medic, shrieks as the monster shadows completely engulf her. She grips her staff, clearly terrified because she's more of her stand in the back and pray kind of person, not her close quarters fighter. An intense close-up reveals Yeonsu's expression of utter panic, her eyes bulging in terror. She just saw something truly awful, something that's making her lose all sense of composure and sanity. Yeonhan remains completely passed out, but somehow manages to use a creature's limb as a comfy cushion. Dronzer completely loses his mind in shock, demanding to know why his sibling chose this precise moment to get cozy with the bad guys. Yeonsu whispers tearful apologies to the still sleeping Yeonhan, all while monsters tower directly above them. She feels immensely responsible for failing to keep her friends safe during this catastrophic situation. A creature roars and lunges straight for Yeonsu, causing her to shriek in pure horror. Dronzer is just a second too slow, desperately trying to intervene and prevent her from being immediately torn to shreds. Deju extends his arm, blue magical energy swirling in his open palm as he unleashes a panicked, last-ditch effort. He knows he must execute this move instantly or everyone present will be the next meal for the creatures. A huge wave of force and sharp stone fragments explodes from the floor, hitting the cluster of monsters hard. Dronzer completely depletes his mana reserves on this single, desperate defensive blow designed to create some breathing room. Dronzer glances behind him in total bewilderment, wondering why somebody decided to leap directly into the center of his explosion. He starts freaking out because Yonen was previously resting right where he launched the powerful strike. Dronzer clenches his jaw, infuriated by the relentless attack from the swarm of monsters. He insults them with a colorful term, as the sheer aggravation of the situation finally makes him snap. Dronzer executes a savage horizontal slice that cuts cleanly through a flying gargoyle's core with a slicing noise. Death spray everywhere as he finally manages to create some much-needed space for the beleaguered group. The battle heats up as unseen attacks start shredding the monsters from all directions. The sound of swift cuts and slashes indicates that the team has finally regained their wits and mounted a proper counterattack. A different creature takes a fatal blow straight to the throat, splattering bright green ichor all over the black stone cavern walls. They are clearly outmatched, but they are absolutely starting to reduce the numbers of the enemy swarm. Choi appears in midair, her dark shape resembling an actual Grim Reaper in the middle of all the carnage. The monsters are screaming in sheer pain as she single-handedly wipes out the enemy horde. Dronzer informs the others that they must locate the boss right away to unlock the exit and escape. He's tired of simply defending and wants to finish the whole operation before another horde decides to join the party. Dronzer announces that he'll locate the boss chamber and clear the path for any incoming reinforcements. His tracking abilities activate, causing his feet to glow with blue magic as he hunts for the most powerful enemy signal. Dronzer initiates his detection ability, firing a huge, intricate web of blue energy pulses throughout the whole dungeon system. He methodically searches every corner of the cave to pinpoint exactly where the boss creature is lurking. A close-up reveals Dronzer's eyes shining bright white as he concentrates deeply on the magical detection network. He hunts for the boss monster, practically screaming for it to appear so they can finally wrap up this whole ordeal. The scene splits into 2 frames, showing the detection system registering a glimpse of a gigantic creature with multiple wings hiding in the shadows. It seems he has finally managed to pinpoint the exact location of the main target. Dronzer feels an abrupt change in the atmosphere and whips his head around, with beads of perspiration running down his face. He's now completely on guard, realizing that the boss monster could be much nearer than he originally thought. His eyes ignite with blue light once more as he follows a rapidly moving energy signature through the underground tunnels. The anxiety levels skyrocket as the chase finally approaches its critical moment. A loud notification confirms the successful targeting of the enemy. Dronzer has pinpointed the location of the concealed boss's inner sanctum. The wide view reveals a huge, imposing stone archway glowing with energy in the distance. That's definitely the entry to the boss fight, and it looks like it will be an absolute harsh show to get through. Dronzer turns around and announces to Choi that he plans to wipe out the last few monsters, but she has already started heading in the opposite direction. He screams at her for acting so completely relaxed in the middle of her battlefield. The tiny Choi examines the boss chamber with a bored expression, completely unfazed by the terrifying threat ahead. Meanwhile, in the distance, a fresh wave of gargoyles has already formed up and is patiently waiting for them. Dronzer sketches a tactical map of his strategy, explaining that he'll charge in first while Choi covers the back to shield the weaker teammates. He tries to sound authoritative, insisting this is the sole method for everyone to escape with their lives. Dronzer instructs Choi to simply guard the back for 5 minutes so he can handle all the difficult tasks. Choi makes a non-committal noise while looking away, clearly showing absolutely no interest in his strategic suggestions. The small Choi asks if the brilliant plan truly involves nothing more than immediately eliminating the boss. Dronzer confidently agrees, believing that her direct charge is absolutely their most reliable chance for survival. Choi immediately runs off at top speed toward the exit, yelling that she absolutely refuses to participate. Dronzer is left screaming after her in complete frustration as she bails on the tactical strategy once again. Dronzer completely lost it, screaming that Choi was completely unhinged as she sprinted headfirst into a giant horde. He couldn't grasp why she was playing chicken with their survival in this high-risk situation. Choi was nothing but a rapid motion blur, launching herself at the stone creatures while cackling gleefully and taunting Dronzer for believing she'd obey. She had clearly activated her fight or flight. Mostly fight mode and was having a grand old time. Before the beast could even register what was happening, the flash of white instantly bisected it perfectly. Choi roared that all this available food was right here, and she wasn't letting a single morsel escape her grasp. Choi announced emphatically that she wasn't about to let all these valuable experience points simply vanish. Shrouded in blue aura, she appeared fully prepared to wipe out the whole dungeon level single-handedly. She launched herself far above the crumbling wreckage, gazing down at the gargoyles as if they were nothing more than free currency to collect. Her strength was obviously operating on an entirely separate dimension from these low-level enemies. Choi unleashed a tremendous punch supercharged with Marner, resulting in an enormous pink detonation upon contact. Her yelling continued non-stop as she began to tear through the ranks like a bulldozer. She connected with another vicious blow on the final creature, pouring gore to spray everywhere. The incredible kinetic energy she generated was sufficient to literally reduce these stone monsters into nothing but mush. Choi transformed into a vortex of purple and crimson power, tearing through scores of enemies in a column of absolute destruction. Her movement speed was far too quick for anything within this dungeon to match her pace. She stood bathed in a dazzling white radiance, declaring vehemently that nobody was allowed near the boss chamber. The tiny version of Dronzer, visible in the corner, could only facepalm, completely baffled by her ridiculous rationale. An enormous horde of beasts charged at her, all with glowing eyes and wide-open maws. They were totally unaware that they were merely serving as cannon fodder for Choi's next immense increase in attributes. Choi was a complete streak of motion as she tore through the gargoyles, scattering blood and severed appendages everywhere. Dressed in her white jacket, she resembled a living shredder, eliminating entire squads with a single movement. A cascade of blue system prompts filled the screen, confirming repeated increases in her personal attributes. Choi was visibly gaining levels right before everyone's eyes while she massacred the enormous horde. Choi stood isolated in the middle of the destruction, as more attribute updates continued to chime around her. She looked immensely pleased with her harvesting work, completely unbothered by the numerous bloodstains. She bent over slightly, catching her breath in exhaustion yet happiness, observing that her attributes simply rose without limit. She had discovered her perfect personal heaven right here inside this hellish labyrinth. The displayed system messages validated her theory. Unsurprisingly, the specific dungeon proved to be exceptional, and she had officially located the perfect spot to rapidly increase her strength before the final fight. Choi displayed a crazed, wide-eyed smile as additional attribute notifications kept appearing on her display. She seemed absolutely intoxicated by the sheer power gains, finding a strange delight in this non-stop massacre loop. A close shot of Choi's features revealed her crimson eyes shining intensely. She currently resembled a pure antagonist more than a protagonist, with her psyche fixated solely on maximizing her strength. Choi glanced toward the gigantic stone portal far ahead, her small form silhouetted against the dark structure. She knew the final enemy waited inside, but she wasn't quite prepared for the grand finale just yet. She let out a mischievous grin, determining that she wouldn't enter immediately. She planned to drain this dungeon dry for every last attribute point possible before she wrapped things up. The profile shot captured Choi releasing a long, contented sigh. She was absolutely drenched in blood and perspiration, but her concentration remained incredibly clear. A new beast unexpectedly darted out of the darkness with a startled noise. These particular gargoyles clearly lacked any sense of self-preservation, continuing the attack even after witnessing the destruction of their whole group. A huge eruption of blue energy appeared far off as Donju activated a potent earth-based ability. He was preoccupied with forging his own route forward while Choi indulged in her risky little pastime. Donju was seen standing among an ocean of dead monsters, his expression frozen in shock. He was fighting hard to maintain his position as additional adversaries began shrieking down from the darkness above. Donju was deep in combat, narrowly evading a monster's attack while screaming that Choi was attracting every single beast. He felt true panic as he understood she was compounding the problem for the entire group by 10. Officer Ae Kang observed the scene, letting out a bewildered gasp. She was utterly perplexed by Choi's dangerous strategy and found it impossible to figure out what objective the young woman was aiming for. Choi was visible from behind, a minuscule form jumping directly into a physical barrier of roaring beasts. The narrator posed the obvious inquiry, was she truly planning to fight every single one of them alone? Officer Song Nae-kyun stared in utter disbelief, recalling that she had supposedly demoted Choi to C-rank status. She started doubting if her ability had functioned at all since Choi was currently fighting off every enemy on the entire battlefield. Donju also started to lose control, wondering aloud if Choi had actually been A-rank all along and noticing her power seemed even greater than previously. He figured out he had been cuddling a person who could likely wipe out this area while taking a nap. An enormous beast let loose a thunderous bellow directly in Yonsu's face. She recoiled with a frightened squeal as the vanguard had been entirely overrun by the advancing horde. The gigantic collision caused the earth to shake directly before Yonsu, sending gore flying across the broken structures. Someone had managed to rescue her during the absolute final moment before catastrophe. Choi spun around, spitting pure fury, because Donju had snagged another one of her precious experience points. She was far more concerned about the loss of loot than the fact her ally almost bought the farm. The duo engaged in a serious shouting match, completely ignoring the gargoyles lunging right between them. Choi demanded he stop stealing her monsters, while Donju screamed back, questioning if she actually wanted them all to perish. Donju thrashed his sword around in a furious frenzy, yelling if she'd lost her mind. He promised Choi a terrible fate once his true ranking returned, signaling he had officially reached the end of his rope. Choi effortlessly evaded a monster swipe, responding with a sarcastic jab of her own. She mockingly suggested that if he was so powerful, he probably didn't need her assistance to stay alive anyway. Choi shouted back a hearty confirmation that she didn't require his silly help, standing proudly over a freshly created mountain of monster corpses. She had officially finalized her separation from the party. A fresh wave of shrieking monsters descended from above, but the pair remained too engrossed in their argument to pay any attention. A gargantuan monster mouth, complete with a razor-sharp tongue, filled the screen in a close-up. Donju pleaded with Choi to assist him, yet she steadfastly refused to respond to his cries. Choi laughed at her struggling ally, pretending she couldn't hear his pleas and suggesting it must be because he was behaving poorly. Donju screamed desperately for help, trapped beneath a massive, jagged rock. Suddenly, Choi's playful smirk evaporated as she sensed a new, distinctly dangerous Marner signature nearby. She froze mid-cackle, a serious expression replacing her amusement as she focused on the changing atmosphere. Choi stayed at the group, a look of utter shock and bewilderment crossing her features. The dark speech bubble appeared over Donju, demanding he block something immediately, completely unsettling Choi. A close-up of Choi's eye showed the words of that specific voice flashing across her vision. The voice from her past had just initiated a powerful wave of trauma, right in the middle of the ongoing battle. Donju was completely surrounded by a swarm of monsters, screaming for help as gargoyles snapped dangerously close to his face. He yelled for her to speed up, peering as though he were moments from being torn limb from limb. An extreme close-up on a purple eye revealed her watching with complete, cold indifference. Choi observed the struggle passively, her internal demons causing her to hesitate, saving the same person she had just been arguing with. The monster let out one final screech, lunging directly for Donju's throat. The massive exclamation mark highlighted what appeared to be an absolutely unavoidable killing strike. At the very last split second, the Marna-charged foot slammed into the monster's face with a tremendous impact. Choi had finally recovered from her daze and intervened to save Donju's life. Choi delivered a powerful, wide, vertical slash, dissecting several monsters simultaneously. She became a blur of pure energy, finally engaging seriously and displaying her genuine capabilities. Donju looked up with a huge, relieved grin, announcing he knew she harbored some loyalty after all, adding a simple thanks. He felt genuinely grateful, completely oblivious to the emotional storm still raging in Choi's mind. Donju told Choi to regroup and finish the fight according to their strategy, but she just stood there staring at the ground. He asked if she was listening, finally sensing that the mood had once again turned incredibly grim. Choi appeared half-shrouded in shadow, looking completely hollow and shattered. She whispered that he was already deceased, before questioning why he continued to issue her orders. The close-up on Choi highlighted her asking the terrifying question, "Why am I still following your directions?" She had finally reached the critical moment where her new abilities clashed directly with her old, deep-seated trauma. Choi's eye glowed a terrifying, sharp red as she began experiencing a severe mental breakdown. She saw a spectral image of herself surrounded by white light, her sanity visibly coming undone in that moment. The name Marnhain-chan appeared in a black bubble hovering over the crumbling ruins of her massive ancient structure. The emotional wreckage left by her toxic ex had officially returned to plague the current raid. The credits panel displayed some artwork. The text at the bottom delivered a powerful message. The text revealed that she was responsible for killing Arnhain-chan. A gigantic monster hoof slammed into the earth with a shattering impact. Blood spattered everywhere, transforming the combat zone into a gruesome and messy spectacle. Choi stood motionless, gripping a giant shield, appearing to be in a total daze. Her internal monologue revealed a deep struggle, wondering why she still obeyed Hein-chan's commands even after everything that had happened. Donju caught his breath, thanking her for saving him just as things became perilous. He looked perplexed, questioning why she was putting her shield away when the fight clearly hadn't ended yet. Choi completely ignored him and sprinted toward a massive stone archway. Donju was left shouting after her, wondering where on earth she thought she was going in such a rush. Choi stood before the towering ruins of an enormous building. Someone shouted a curse from the shadows, causing the atmosphere to suddenly grow intensely ominous. A huge swarm of green, gargoyle-like creatures began to surround Choi. She appeared completely unfazed by the threat, seemingly ready to commence another round of monster farming. With a determined snarl, she launched herself into the center of the monster horde. She began yelling insults at the wretched creatures, letting her inner fury guide her completely. Choi leaped into the fray, delivering a massive, wide-reaching energy slice. She screamed at the monsters to get out of her way as she carved a path through the endless mass of enemies. The close-up showed her delivering a devastating, glowing pink punch. The pure, unfiltered power she unleashed was clearly operating on a different scale entirely. The tall panel depicted pure chaos, illustrating monsters being ripped to shreds. Blood and bits of anatomy were flying through the air in a disgusting, violent explosion. Choi became a whirling vortex of raw power and crimson fluid. She spun through the crowd, reducing everything in her immediate vicinity to a fine red mist. The scene focused on her sneaker making contact with the stone floor with a sharp, echoing sound. Choi had officially made her entrance into the main chamber. The immense scale of the area was revealed as Choi stood isolated in the middle of her dimly lit, cathedral-like room. The shadows were long, and the atmosphere felt oppressive with concentrated martyr. A close-up on Choi showed her focused and ready for action. Her eyes were burning red as she detected something incredibly powerful lurking somewhere in the darkness. The architecture was ancient and crumbling, featuring jagged stone columns that extended high into the gloom. The setting was an unmistakable, stereotypical final boss arena. Choi worked cautiously deeper into the hall's shadows. She looked tiny next to the massive surroundings, searching for the source of whatever had summoned her there. She stopped and glanced around, letting out a confused little sound. She wondered aloud if this entire elaborate structure was actually the source that had been calling to her all along. She looked up in genuine horror at the organic, fleshy wall surrounding her. She muttered that it was unbelievable, realizing the entire room was actually part of her colossal living monster. The gigantic, pulsating eye opened up in the organic ceiling, staring intently down at her. This was arguably one of the most disgusting and grotesque boss reveals in recent memory. The system notification confirmed the threat, identifying the boss as the ruler of the fallen heaven, the B-class monster. It was a terrifying entity seemingly fused with the building itself. The giant eye focused its attention on her, surrounded by bizarre speech bubbles filled with alien symbols. It attempted communication, but Joy had absolutely no interest in listening. Joy simply stared back, asking a bland question while the creature rambled on nonsensically. She was clearly completely unimpressed by its massive size or its unsettling eye. The monster's eye began to glow intensely with a bright, pink shred light. It was preparing a devastating strike, causing the very air to vibrate strongly with building energy. The enormous, fleshy mass loomed above Joy, making her appear like a small target for target practice. The difference in size between them was truly ridiculous. A close-up showed the monster's skin, which was emitting a low, guttural rumble. This noise seemed to be its clumsy attempt at communicating through speech. Joy proceeded to clean her ear with her finger, asking the boss what it was saying. She told it to keep the noise down, showing zero respect for its status. The giant eye monster continued to glare, obviously offended by her casual disrespect. It continued to emit those strange, unidentifiable alien noises in protest. Joy looked thoroughly bored, letting out an annoyed sigh. She had reached her limit with a traditional lengthy boss monologue. Joy leaped high into the air, reaching for a brilliant, shining light above. She called the monster frustrating and prepared to finish their conversation with her fist. An extreme close-up of the giant eyeball revealed a truly horrifying sight, featuring bulging, crimson veins and a glowing purple pupil. Suddenly, Joy found herself transported to a weird, pink-lit dreamscape. She immediately went on high alert, wondering what kind of psychic trick this boss was attempting. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise as she heard a very familiar sound. She sensed someone advancing toward her from the shadows lurking just behind her back. A man in a blue sweater walked toward her, saying, "It's been a while." Joy froze in place, realizing her dark past had finally caught up to her in a nightmare. It was Chan. He stood there with a charming, yet clearly fake smile, holding out his hand and claiming he had missed her, the classic move from a total psychopath. Chan's face was suddenly split down the middle by a sharp, jagged red streak of martyr. He looked like a glitch in the world, staring with those cold, polar-orped, creepy eyes. The giant eye boss watched as Joy held her ground. She screamed at the monster, asking what exactly it thought it was doing with this hallucination designed to mess with her head. Back in the hall, Joy makes it crystal clear that her past is finally behind her. She firmly announced that in case anyone was confused, she had absolutely zero desire to see him again. Joy looked down at the defeated Chan, calling him a completely worthless piece of garbage. She had officially evicted him, as he was no longer living rent-free inside her head. Suddenly, the bright blue system window slammed itself right in front of her face. She was totally caught off guard by the pop-up, letting out a confused little sound. The notification declared her stat had increased by a single point. Joy's small brain short-circuited trying to figure out how killing a virtual, traumatic memory of Chan could possibly improve her physical strength. She watched the monster's corpse dissolve on the floor. She finally realized the trick, wondering if this meant the real Chan was just a monster all along. The puzzle pieces finally clicked together for Joy. She concluded there was no mystery left, finally understanding exactly how the boss knew about her specific trauma involving Chan. She pointed upward at the gigantic floating eye, quickly identifying its specific skill. It was using her personal memories as a psychological weapon, which was just rude. Joy explained the ability, which reads a person's memories and turns their trauma into a physical reality to attack them. It's a genuinely nasty and cheap way to fight. Honestly, Joy conceded that the trick was surprisingly effective, admitting she almost reacted to Chan's commands for a brief moment. Old habits, apparently, took a long time to get rid of completely. We see a long line of shadowy figures, all representations of different people from her history. The boss clearly invested significant effort into creating this highly personalized mental trap. A large crowd of figures emerges from the shadows of the hall. Joy notes that this boss went to great lengths to create such a big mental audience. Joy tightens her fist, her expression hardening with resolve. She tells the boss that the why behind luring her here no longer holds any significance. A beautiful, yet chilling, smile crosses her face as she declares that killing Chan just once was insufficient. She estimates a required death toll in the thousands to properly settle the score. The scene cuts back to Donju on the other side of the dungeon, where he's absolutely furious. He screams at Joy, calling her a selfish brat while reminding her of his desperate request for backup. Donju is completely engulfed by a massive ocean of monsters. He looks absolutely terrified of being consumed, yelling about how a single person is supposed to handle this whole crowd on their own. He sprints frantically for survival, sweating profusely and yelling his frustration to the heavens. It appears Donju's day is turning out far more stressful than Joy's. We zoom in on a smiling gargoyle monster, its tongue lolling out in anticipation. These things seem relentless and absolutely ravenous for a meal. The entire horde lets out a massive, synchronized roar while charging through a stone archway. It truly resembles a giant green tidal wave made of flesh and sharp claws. Donju stands in the middle of the hall, thoroughly perplexed. He loudly questions what is happening as the monsters suddenly disregard him and sprint right by him. The dark outline of Joy, moving at ridiculous speed, races straight toward the archway. A close-up profile of Joy shows her looking cold and totally focused. She has finished her nice girl routine and is ready to get truly serious now. The vertical panel captures a blur of pure energy tearing through the gargoyle swarm. Joy has transformed into a high-powered blender made of marner and steel. The memory flashes of two men arguing about a guild and a brother working away. This is yet another psychological projection from the boss attempting to distract Joy. Jioshin's voice resurfaces in the projection, lecturing her that truly loving individuals do not act this way. The psychological manipulation from the boss simply refuses to give up. He continues his manipulative speech, insisting he is only acting this way out of concern for her own well-being. He persists in trying to frame himself as the true victim. The boss keeps focusing on her family, suggesting that if she proceeds, her parents won't approve of her either. It's a pretty low blow designed to rattle her confidence. Present-day Joy is shown from a back angle. The manipulative memory repeats the question, asking if she even realizes how much she loves her. She screams for the memory to disappear as she stands covered in a spray of blood. She has definitively chosen herself and rejected the falsehoods of her past. A blue system window appears with a notification. She achieved S-class status. She has finally reached the absolute pinnacle of hunter abilities. Joy stands in the hall, still facing the system window. She screams with joy, confirming her S-class status and loudly declaring her love for her charmer, mocking the very thing meant to destroy her. For triumphant, wicked Cirque fills the screen, and she simply says, "Okay then," confirming that the boss monster's existence just entered the final, painful phase. She unleashes a jagged, crackling energy strike that tears through the air at supersonic velocity, far too rapid for any normal hunter to even register. Choi launches herself into the air, diving like a heat-seeking missile directly for the boss's single giant eye, the blur of deadly intent. She charges a glowing punch, aiming directly for the monster's pupil, and sneers it was fun, bye-bye, as she delivers the finishing blow, though the boss probably disagreed about the fun part. The massive explosion of blue and white mana obliterates the ruins, creating a shockwave that confirms the boss monster just got completely uninstalled from reality. The dust and smoke begin to settle around her as Choi exhales a long, satisfied breath, finally signaling the conclusion of the high-energy fight. The vertical view of the hall shows the giant eye closed and dead, engulfed in smoke, as Choi cheers loudly that the dungeon raid is complete, patting one handily. Choi stretches her arms high above her head, looking completely relaxed after the confrontation, despite being covered head to toe in monster gore. Donju walks up and stares at her from below, letting out a stunned grunt. He still cannot process how his C-rank partner just single-handedly defeated the boss. The final shot captures Choi standing tall, looking down with those piercing red eyes, resembling a beautiful and blood-soaked deity of warfare, having officially become the strongest person in the area.